Good evening, everyone. Welcome back for a special late night No Offense, All Offense. We are going to be going over the Blake Lively amended complaint that just dropped. I guess me being a night owl, now I was up for the complaint, the amended complaint that everyone has been waiting for. We are going to read it together here. I got myself a Celsius to stay awake. So smash that like, please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And it is quite a few pages. So let's get into it.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want, 'cause your heart's made of gold, but don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Stand-up comedian and pop culture vulture, Joleen Lunzer here for another episode of No Offense, All Offense. This is the late night, the night owl episode of No Offense, All Offense, where we break down pop culture news, reality TV shows, all the things that are trending, going on, things we love to hate, things we hate to love. As you can see, I'm joined by my producer in training, Cordelia, my cat. Thank you guys for joining me. Don't forget to hit that like. It's a free way to support the channel. If you want to support the channel further, you're welcome to send a super chat while we're live or a super thanks after the video post if you're on the replay crew, or consider joining my YouTube membership. Links for everything is in the description. But we can't waste any more time because what people have been waiting for is this amended complaint from Blake Lively against Justin Baldoni. Okay. And I know a lot of you, everyone is following this case. I am just a pop culture vulture and stand-up comedian. I find the humor in things. I'm very opinionated, you guys, but that doesn't mean you have to have the same opinion. So as we read over this amended complaint that was just released, let's try to be respectful in the chat to everyone's opinions and thoughts and hopes and dreams and all the things. I obviously have no legal authority. So everything I say is what I'm reading, and all my opinions are just my opinions and alleged. So don't sue me, okay? Ryan, don't get any ideas, Ryan Reynolds. Don't you get any ideas. These are just my opinions, everything alleged.
Allegedly.
Just allegedly.
That's my opinion!
All right. We try to make a little fun, have a good time. So those of you who have been here before, you know the deal. Okay. Cordelia is killing me tonight with her cuteness. Okay. Yes, Paula says, I love an amended complaint. Who doesn't love an amended complaint? And I am here with my Celsius. I already was awake editing some traders videos. So let's get right into it. Okay. So let me share my screen here. You guys feel free to sound off. I want to hear from you guys in the live chat as we are reading through this. I want to hear what you guys have to say. All right. So let me just share. Okay. Let's see if I have the PDF. There I have the PDF version of this. Okay. So this amended complaint is 141 pages. All right. And it was supposed to be released, a lot of people thought earlier today, but we are down to the wire. I'm on the West Coast, so it is, 10:45 here. And obviously a lot later on the East Coast and wherever you are in the world. So good to see you. Thank you for joining me. Okay. So the United States, there might be some things that are duplicates of, of previous complaints, but I'm just going to read through everything. We're just going to read through it all. Like mostly all of it. I say that as I'm staring down 141 pages at almost 11 p.m. But here we go. So United States District Court, Southern District of New York, 1 of 141. Obviously, we have the plaintiff, Blake Lively versus Wayfair Studios, LLC, Justin Baldoni, the cast of characters. Okay, so this is an amended complaint for sexual harassment, retaliation, breach of contract, false light, defamation, and other claims. And as we read, if you guys see, new details in the complaint, and if I don't catch them, make sure to feel free to shout them out. Hello, New Zealand. Hello. Good to see you. Okay. So, let's see. We got our table of contents. All right. So we can skip a couple pages. Okay. Plaintiff Blake Lively brings this action for damages against Wayfair Studios, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Justin Baldoni, an individual, Jamie Heath, an individual, Steve Sarowitz, an individual, It Ends With Us Movie, LLC, a California limited liability company, Melissa Nathan, an individual, the Agency Group PR, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, and Jennifer Abel, an individual, Jed Wallace, an individual, and Street Relations Inc., a California corporation. Okay. So thank you, Carissa, for the first super chat of the live. Thank you for the birthday. My birthday. Oh my God. It's almost been a full day. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Introduction. Are you confident enough to listen to the women in your life, to hear their ideas and their solutions, to hold their anguish and actually believe them, even if what they're saying is against you? And will you actually stand up and do something so that one day we don't have to live in a world where a woman has to risk everything and come forward to say the words, "Me too"? So right away in this amended complaint, Blake Lively and her team is quoting Justin Baldoni from his Why I'm Done Trying to Be Man Enough. He has the Man Enough podcast, Man Enough kind of brand. And this is something he said in 2017. So right out the gate, she's like, okay, here's what he said. He's out here saying, am I confident enough? So he's #me too. He wants to hear about women. But according to Blake, he's, sexually harassing women. Okay. So plaintiff Blake Lively brings this lawsuit because she was unlawfully retaliated against for coming forward and reporting sexual harassment that occurred against her and others on the set of It Ends With Us film. Defendant Wayfair Studios, LLC, is the owner of the film. Defendant Justin Baldoni is the co-chairman and co-founder of Wayfair, and also served as a director, executive producer, and actor in the lead role of Ryle Kincaid in the film, which I still think that whose name is Ryle? That's like a character I might have written when I was 12 years old. Miss Lively played the leading role of Lily Bloom in the film. At all times during the production, editing, and promotion of the film, Mr. Baldoni was Blake Lively's boss. So right away they're hitting it with, he was always the boss. He was always in charge. It's not Blake and her Khaleesi and the dragons. It's not Taylor Swift. It's Justin Baldoni, right? For years prior to the release of the film, Mr. Baldoni portrayed himself as a leader of the male feminist movement. Oh, Lordy. Writing books, hosting podcasts, and holding TED Talks on the topic. In reality, however, Mr. Baldoni's public persona is a stark contrast to his private behavior, which is replete with hypocrisy, misogyny, and retaliation. In public, Mr. Baldoni gave the appearance of taking responsibility for the fact that he had unconsciously been hurting and silencing the women in his life, and implored men to be man enough to stand or to shut the hell up and listen to women. He claimed that he wanted to end toxic masculinity, acknowledging his own toxic behavior by admitting that there is a woman or two that I in some way made uncomfortable by saying something or doing something that was chauvinistic or sexist. There is 1,000,000% probability that exists. So again, quoting Justin Baldoni directly. And that he wanted to say he was sorry and would do better. Mr. Baldoni echoed the narrative while marketing the film. In an interview on CBS discussing the release of the film on August 7th, 2024, he claimed, "I want men to stop asking the question, why do women stay? I want men to take accountability. I want men to hold other men accountable." At his moment of truth, when forced to confront women he had made uncomfortable on his own set, he trivialized their concerns and failed to take accountability for the effects of his behavior, whether intended or not. And when faced with the predictable consequences of having created a toxic set, namely that the cast did not want to appear alongside him in public, rather than holding himself accountable, Mr. Baldoni hid behind his billionaire friend and retained publicists, crisis managers, digital media strategists, and litigators to mount a sophisticated and well-funded retaliation campaign that sought to bury and destroy anyone that challenged his brand. That campaign has succeeded beyond Mr. Baldoni's wildest expectations. In fact, the defendant's actions have created such a toxic climate of online vitriol against Miss Lively, her family, other members of the cast, and various fact witnesses that all of the above have received disturbing threats. One fact witness known to publicly support Blake Lively recently received a written threat indicating that the witness's family would be SA'd and K'd unless the witness agreed to make a statement and give the truth. The type of climate was, this type of climate was predictable, if not inevitable, result of the retaliatory campaign launched by the Baldoni Wayfair parties both before and after the litigation began. Oh, okay. Here we go. Page 6, everybody. The dangerous climate of threats, harassment, and intimidation fueled by the defendant's retaliation campaign has required Miss Lively to alter her personal and professional life. Maybe that's why she didn't get any lines at SNL. I don't know. I didn't watch the SNL thing, but I did see their clip. Maybe that's why only Ryan could speak. I don't know, you guys. Okay. So this retaliation campaign, according to Blake Lively's amended complaint, has required Miss Lively to alter her personal and professional life and to take steps to protect innocent bystanders rather than exposing them to further harm. Thus, this amended complaint does not refer to certain witnesses by name, nor does it provide screenshots of their text messages. So we're not going to see names. We're not going to see text message screenshots. Okay. Oh, shit. Clearly that upset me. I spilled some of my Celsius. I like when there's the text messages. I just feel like Blake and Justin should just have dual websites where we get all the information, and we'll just go from website to website back and forth in the court of public opinion. Okay. Let me just increase this a little bit because I'm finding myself squinting already. We got a ways to go. Here we go, Joleen. All right. Use your brain, lady. Okay. So, Miss Lively, permission to share. Okay. So again, this amended complaint does not refer to any witnesses by name, nor does it provide screenshots of their text messages. Importantly, however, these witnesses have given Miss Lively permission to share the substance of their communications in this amended complaint as contained herein, and they will testify and produce responsive documents in the discovery process. So she's like, I can't name them now, but they will. They have said I can tell their stories and their situations, and they will testify. Okay. I'm going to put my thing on do not disturb because people want to disturb me. No, I don't want to do work. I want to do not disturb. Okay, there we go. Better. Miss Lively brought this lawsuit because she was one of, now we've wondered, was there going to be, is there 2? Is there 3 women? Is this amended complaint going to show us, more women and that were allegedly sexually, are going to claim they were sexually harassed by Justin Baldoni on set? So Miss Lively brought this lawsuit because she was one of the women or 2. Okay, because she was one of the women or 2 that Mr. Baldoni 1,000,000% made uncomfortable. 2 maids on the set of the film. So again, it's still like Miss Lively brought this lawsuit because she was one of the women or two. So is it just her or is there another one? Is it just two then? So it could just be one or it could just be two. Okay. All right. I feel like we could just say one of three, one of two, one of one. But here we are. Okay. As detailed in her opening complaint and below, Miss Lively was disturbed by the fact that Mr. Baldoni spoke about his pornography addiction, divulged information about his sex life, made derogatory, degrading, and sexual comments, described his own genitalia, improvised intimacy that had not been rehearsed, choreographed, or discussed with Miss Lively in advance, and added graphic content to the script, including multiple scenes with nudity and a chaotic and volatile birthing scene for which he cast a friend as her OBGYN, among other things. And that is that gentleman that was a trained actor, but she was like, it was his friend. So it kind of, the first time you heard it, you were like, did he just invite some guy off the street and was like, hey, is that my friend Bill? Bill, get in here. We're doing a birthing scene. Hop on in down by the baby door. Just, you're going to be catching. Like, I think the guy, it's been explained that he is an actor and he even went to an acting school, if you will, allegedly. Okay. So, but Miss Lively was not the only one who was uncomfortable on set, and Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair knew it. After Mr. Baldoni learned that he had caused Miss Lively and others to feel uncomfortable, he turned his TED Talk and feminist advocacy on its head. He did not hold himself and other men accountable or take his own advice to be confident enough to hold their anguish and actually believe them, but instead used a louder voice to silence Miss Lively and anyone else who might speak up. The louder voice, amplified by publicists, crisis managers, digital media teams, and lawyers, has sought to mislead the public into believing that Miss Lively did not experience sexual harassment by portraying her as a powerful bully who fabricated claims of misconduct in order to seize control of Justin Baldoni's movie. This narrative is false and nonsensical on its own terms, completely at odds with Mr. Baldoni's confession to his crisis manager on August 30th, 2024, that Miss Lively is the kind of person that genuinely believes she's right, and that all of this is unjust and is breathtakingly cynical coming from a man whose public brand is built upon a pro-feminist facade that urges others to listen and believe women. More importantly, the defendant's false narrative crumbles under the indisputable truth that Miss Lively was not alone in complaining about Mr. Baldoni and raised her concerns contemporaneously as they arose in 2023. Not in connection with some imagined power play for control of the film in 2024. So they're like, we weren't setting this up to take over the film. The experiences of Miss Lively and others were documented at the time they occurred, starting in May of 2023. Importantly, and contrary to the entire narrative defendants have invented, Mr. Baldoni acknowledged the complaints in writing at the time. He knew that women other than Miss Lively also were uncomfortable and had complained about his behavior. All right. On May 24th, 2023, Miss Lively confided in a text to a woman who was a mutual friend of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. In this text, she said, I was going to invite you to set tomorrow. These people, whoa, it's like HR nuts today. The both of them. I wasn't expecting that turn. I mean, it's been present, but today I came home and cried. Further in the exchange, Miss Lively describes Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath as creeps. And this is May 24, 2023. Like, keep your hormones to yourselves. This is not mine. I don't want it. I don't want you. Your gaze or words or tongue or videos of your naked wife. And I think that is in relation to, she's speaking about the birthing the birthing video that they showed her. Yeah, it's shocking. Clowns, Lively writes. A few days later, on May 26, 2023, Miss Lively reported her concerns regarding unwelcome and inappropriate behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, the chief executive officer of Wayfair and the producer of the film, to Sony employee Angie Giannetti, apologies, the film's representative for its distributor, Sony Pictures Entertainment. Over the following 3 days in May of 2023, another female cast member reported her own concerns regarding Mr. Baldoni's unwelcome behavior to both Miss Giannetti and one of the film's producers. Notwithstanding that female cast member's considerable reservations with coming forward, she nonetheless spoke up and conveyed her feelings that the work on the film was suffering as a result of Mr. Baldoni's behavior. Miss Giannetti shared those concerns with Wayfair. On June 1st, 2023, Mr. Baldoni responded to that female cast member in writing, acknowledging that he was aware of her concerns and that the adjustments would be made. Notwithstanding that promise, Wayfair took no actions to investigate this reported conduct, nor did it implement any protections at the time. Just 1 week later, on June 8th, 2023, the same female cast member told Miss Lively about her growing concerns with the conditions on set and that she found it difficult to talk to Mr. Baldoni. Miss Lively responded that, "I know, I find it really hard to speak to him. I try to cover it with busyness, but not sure that covers what's going on." Later, another female cast member confided to Miss Lively that she too felt uncomfortable on set. All of this occurred and was documented in writing almost 1 year before the editing of the film began. Oh my goodness. So again, not naming anyone, but saying that these people will testify. Okay. As a result of the guild strikes, production of the film shut down, which we know, on or about June 14th, 2023. In the midst of the shutdown, on October 13th, 2023, Miss Lively confided in a text to a female cast member that she was dreading going back to our film. "I keep getting hits of the experience in really upsetting ways." The female cast member expressed empathy for Miss Lively and confirmed similar feelings. It'd be so much better if we could see the text screenshots of this. But here we are. Before returning to production, following the guild strikes, writers and actors, based on Wayfair's complete failure to investigate or address any of the complaints conveyed by Miss Lively and others, Miss Lively decided to speak up and require that Sony and Wayfair agree to a set of protections, and we remember this list, to ensure a safe set for all of the cast and crew. Thus, in mid-November 2023, the parties agreed in writing to implement a list of protections in a contract entitled Protections for Return to Production. Attached hereto as Exhibit A, which included 17, and we remember the 17 provisions designed to require Wayfair to cease the onset behavior of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. These provisions were designed to remedy the misconduct that Miss Lively and others had reported earlier that year. One of those provisions required an all-hands meeting to confirm and approve a plan for implementation of certain protections that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of Miss Lively, her employees, and all cast and crew moving forward. Exhibit A. Another provision required that an experienced producer, Todd Black, be brought in to oversee production and ensure that the requested protections were adhered to for the safety of all cast and crew members. Importantly, None of the requested protections were tied in any way to Miss Lively's creative input in the film and were made months before any discussion regarding the cut of the film. So they really want to separate the fact that, no, this had nothing to do with us taking over the movie. Allegedly, this had nothing to do with us wanting to make our own cuts, our own rights, our own editing things. Nothing. At the moment in time, with the completion of the film Uncertain, Miss Lively did not request, nor did she receive any creative rights, editing rights, credits, or any other role on the film beyond her roles as an actress and executive producer. Everything she requested, as laid out in the document, was designed to ensure the safety and well-being of the cast and crew. In other words, at the precise moment in time when Miss Lively had maximum leverage prior to resuming production, she did not use that leverage to obtain anything other than protections for herself and others to ensure a safe work environment for all. The notion that she did all of this as some sort of Byzantine plot to take control of the movie at some future point, which she did not do in any event, is absurd. And there is not a shred of evidence to support it. After receiving the document, Wayfair responded that Wayfair, Sony, and production respectfully acknowledge that Miss Lively has concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all is paramount. Irrespective of differing viewpoints regarding your outlined requests, we find most of them not only reasonable, but also essential for the benefit of all parties. Following Wayfair's agreement, Miss Giannetti texted Miss Lively on November 29th, 2023, and said, "So glad Todd Black is in it now and overseeing everything, but wanted to check in, offer anything I can. I know this has been beyond challenging, to say the least. We at Studio want to support you the best we can." So definitely setting up this Blake, in her defense, setting up that she is doing this to protect herself and others. They seem to really be hitting this home. Okay. Powell says this is also a major union film, which have protections in place for all cast and crew. Okay. On February 4th, 2024, prior to resuming production of the film, the all-hands meeting that Wayfair Studios and Sony had agreed to in November was held in New York. Attendees of the meeting included Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Miss Giannetti, Miss Sachs, Todd Black, Miss Lively, and Miss Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, one of the dragons, who Miss Lively chose as her representative. Is this the meeting where it's reported that he yelled at Justin so badly and people were like, "I've never seen anything like this before. Never seen anything like this before." Okay. So a choice. So they're saying Blake had the right to exercise under the November agreement to have her husband there as her representative, Ryan Reynolds. I don't know why I'm whispering his name. Okay. Don't sue me. Given that the meeting was about repeated sexual harassment and other disturbing behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. During the January 4th meeting, the parties discussed in detail the inappropriate conduct that Miss Lively, her employees, and other cast and crew experienced at the hands of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Miss Lively read the list below in its entirety, and after a discussion, all parties present agreed that the outlined conduct would cease. All right. So we'll just read through it again. Number 1, no more showing nude videos or images of women, including producer's wife. I don't want to see your naked wife. All right. To Blake Lively or her employees. And I think that has to do with the birthing video. No more mention of Mr. Baldoni or Mr. Heath's previous pornography addiction, or Blake Lively's lack of pornography consumption to Blake Lively or to other crew members. Okay. No more discussions to Blake Lively and or her employees about personal experiences with doing it. Sex, okay. Including as it relates to spouses or others. No more mention to Blake Lively or her employees of personal times that physical consent was not given in sexual acts as either the abuser or the abused. No more descriptions of their own genitalia to Blake. Jeez, Louie. Please don't explain your genitalia to me. No more jokes or disparaging comments to be made to Blake Lively and or her employees about HR complaints Wayfair has already received on set or about missing the HR meeting. No more inquiries by Mr. Baldoni to Blake Lively's trainer. Oh, this is the weight, probably about the weight. How much does she weigh? Because he had some slip disc back issue things. Without her knowledge or consent to disclose her weight. No more mention by Mr. Baldoni of him speaking to Blake Lively's dead father. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I remember this. I thought you loved your dead, or whatever the quote was. I don't remember. No more pressing by Mr. Baldoni to Blake Lively to disclose her religious beliefs or unsolicited sharing of his. If Blake Lively, this is not already on number 10, if Blake Lively and or her infant is exposed to the COVID-19, again, Blake Lively must be provided with immediate notice as soon as Wayfair or any other producers become aware of such exposure without her needing to uncover days later herself. Didn't they get a lot of strep throat too? An intimacy coordinator must be present at all times when Blake Lively is on set, in scenes with Mr. Baldoni. Number 12, no more personal physical touching or sexual comments by Mr. Baldoni or Mr. Heath to be tolerated by Blake Lively or any of her employees, as well as any female cast or crew without their express consent. Number 13, no more improvising or kissing. All intimate touch must be choreographed in advance with Blake Lively and an intimacy coordinator. No biting or sucking of lip without Blake Lively's consent. And all intimate on-camera touch and conversations must be in character, not spoken from Mr. Baldoni to Blake Lively personally. Number 14, Blake Lively to have a representative on set at all times and with a monitor during scenes involving nudity, sexual activity, or violence with Mr. Baldoni. All actors participating in or with Blake Lively in intimate scenes involving her being in any state of nudity or simulated nudity must be classified as active working actors, not friends. So again, she's bringing up his actor friend who played the doctor, of the director or producers, and must be pre-approved by Blake Lively. No more filming of any Blake Lively nudity without a fully executed SAG-compliant nudity rider in place. Any such footage already shot without this rider in place and in direct violation of SAG requirements may not be used without Blake Lively and her legal representatives' prior written consent. A lot of permission slips. Any scene by Blake Lively or another performer depicting the character of Lily that involves nudity or simulated sex must be conducted strictly in accordance with the above referenced nudity rider and must adhere to the Blake Lively approved script. Again, no improvising. An intimacy coordinator must be on set for all scenes involving nudity. I thought we already did this one. Or simulated sex, and must have a monitor to ensure compliance. No monitors to be viewed or accessible on set or remotely. Ooh, not remotely. During closed set scenes, except by Blake Lively, approved essential crew and personnel. No more entering, attempting to enter, interrupting, pressuring, or asking Blake Lively to enter her trailer or the makeup trailer by Mr. Heath or Mr. Baldoni while she is nude for any reason. No more private, multi-hour meetings in Blake's trailer with Mr. Baldoni crying, jeez Louise, with no outside Blake Lively appointed representative to monitor. No more pressing by Mr. Baldoni to sage any of Blake's employees. So ridiculous. But it's so LA. It's so LA. Producer Alex Sachs. I do own Sage too, so I shouldn't talk so much shit. Producer Alex Sachs to be given standard rights, inclusion, and authority per her job description and as represented to Blake Lively when signing on. Sony must have an active daily role in overseeing physical production for the remainder of the film to monitor safely for cast and crew, schedule logistics, problem solving, and creative. Holy shit, it keeps going. Engagement in or of an experienced producer to supervise the safety of the cast and crew, schedule logistics, problem solving, and creative for the remainder of the shoot. Examples: Todd Lieberman, Elizabeth Cantillon, Mary Yoon, blah, blah, blah. Engagement of a Blake Lively approved A-list stunt double to perform Lily in scenes with Mr. Baldoni involving, we'll say, grape and or violence. Blake Lively to perform only close-up work or work from a close-up work or work from a Blake Lively pre-approved shot list in scenes with Mr. Baldoni involving sexual violence. No more adding. You can't add any more sex scenes, oral sex, or on-camera climaxing by Blake Lively outside of the scope of the script. Blake Lively approved when signing onto the project. No more asking or pressuring Blake Lively to cross physical picket lines. No more retaliatory or abusive behavior to Blake Lively for raising concerns or requesting safeguards. An in-person meeting before production resumes with Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Miss Sachs, the Sony representative, the new producer, Blake Lively's spouse, Ryan Reynolds, to confirm and approve a plan for implementation of the above that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of Blake Lively, her employees, and the cast and crew moving forward. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm just going to look at a couple comments here just to see what you guys are saying. Yeah, staging is so LA. It really is. Not that I don't believe in it, but yeah. Paul said they could have taken this writing time to make the script better. Maybe. Once the lawyers take hold, it's no longer a recognizable story, Osfly Girl says. Kane Doug says, I want to know if they attached any exhibits. Well, we'll see. So far, yeah. At the end of the January 4th meeting, having discussed at length the details of concerns that had been expressed by Miss Lively and others, the parties agreed to implement and follow the protections for return to production to ensure the film could be completed, marketed, and released safely and successfully. And it was. Production of the film resumed on January 5th and concluded on February 9th, 2024. As discussed below, the film has been a resounding success. We know it made a lot of money. As the cast and crew returned to production on January 14, 2024, Miss Lively reassured a female cast member that as a result of the protections that Wayfair and Sony had agreed to, you don't need to hug anyone. This time, to which the female cast member responded with gratitude. Miss Lively continued, he won't touch you or shouldn't. I don't think he or Jamie Heath will. Miss Lively expressed her belief that it would be a professional set and we're getting good work. Leading up to and in connection with the release of the film during the summer of 2024, Miss Lively and fellow cast members promoted the film in accordance with the marketing plan created and delivered by the film's distributor, Sony, which is summarized in the talking points attached hereto in Exhibit C. Miss Lively and the other cast members were under a contractual obligation to engage in media, press, and marketing, bring your florals, activities, and render promotional services in accordance with the marketing plan. The marketing plan directed the cast to focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about DV, and to avoid talking about this film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. See Exhibit C. Wayfair endorsed this plan in an email to Sony on August 11, 2024. Mr. Heath described the marketing of the film to date as brilliant and fantastic, and noted that we are not saying it's been inappropriately marketed in any way. In the days leading up to the film's release, Mr. Baldoni abruptly pivoted away from the film's marketing plan and the types of publicity activities in which he had previously participated. What the public did not know was that Mr. Baldoni and his team did so in an effort to explain why many of the film's cast and crew had unfollowed Mr. Baldoni on social media and were not appearing with him in public. Remember, people were starting to wonder what is going on here. To that end, he and his team used DV survivor content to protect his public image, as described in further detail. So they're saying we were told not to, promote this in a way that's sad or heavy or, DV heavy. But then when everyone unfollowed Baldoni, they're claiming that's when he pivoted and wanted to be talking about it, because everyone was wondering, why is Blake Lively promoting her hair care product? Why is she saying, grab your girlfriends, wear your florals to this DV movie? Why is she trying to sell alcohol? What's going on here? So other cast members observed Mr. Baldoni's pivot as it was happening. For example, a female cast member lamented to Miss Lively in a text on August 10th, 2024, that Mr. Baldoni's marketing pivot was jeopardizing the success of the film. Oh, and they said the pivot would not work because it would eventually come out that Mr. Baldoni was using DV commentary to cover his own behavior. What the public also did not know was that this was the beginning of a multi-tiered plan that Mr. Baldoni and his team described as social manipulation, designed to destroy Miss Lively's reputation. That plan was backed by virtually unlimited resources. Wayfair's co-founder, co-chairman, the leading financier is a multi-billionaire Steve Sarowitz, who divulged to a witness at the film's New York premiere on August 6, 2024, that he was prepared to spend $100 million to ruin the lives of Miss Lively and her family. So they're saying he said this to a witness, and I'm assuming this witness will testify to this. That was not the only time Mr. Sarowitz made such a threat. Later in August 2024, even though the film had turned out very well and Wayfair had made a lot of money on it, Mr. Sarowitz confessed to another witness, an individual who was working with Wayfair on an unrelated project, that if Miss Lively or Mr. Reynolds ever crossed the line, ever, then I will go after them. So another witness, he allegedly said this too. He declared, I will protect the studio like Israel protected itself from Hamas. Oh my God. There were 39,000 dead bodies. There will be 2 dead bodies when I'm done. What? Minimum. Not dead, but you're dead to me. So that kind of dead, but dead to a lot of people. Oh my God. Hollywood people. What the hell? If they ever get me to that point, then I'll make it worth their while. This is like a movie in itself. This is like what the ultimate villain would say in a movie. Then I'll make it worth their while, because I'm going to spend a lot of money to make sure the studio is protected. And they're saying he said this, allegedly, to another witness. What that does, Paul, it sounds very Marvel movie. It's like, and I'll take you down. Like, what? Okay. Supported by Mr. Sorowitz's financial backing, and militaristic worldview. So, like a Marvel movie, I guess. Mr. Baldoni and his Wayfair associates embarked on a sophisticated press and digital plan in retaliation for Miss Lively exercising her legally protected right to speak up about their misconduct on set, with the additional objective of intimidating her and anyone else from revealing in public what actually occurred. On July 31st, 2024, following the recommendation of their publicist, Jennifer Abel, Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni retained a crisis. Oh, we're getting into the crisis. A crisis communication specialist named Melissa Nathan and her company, the agency group PR LLC. Miss Nathan delivered a proposal to Mr. Baldoni, which included a website to discuss, full Reddit, full social account takedowns, full social crisis team on hand for anything, engage with audiences in the right way, start threads of theories. This is the way to be fully 100% protected. Miss Nathan also proposed the creation of a social fan engagement to go back and forth with any negative accounts, helping to change the narrative and stay on track. Per Miss Nathan, all of this will be most importantly untraceable. As Miss Abel described it, the plan was to engage in social media mitigation and proactive fan posting to counter the negative, as well as social manipulation. This plan went well beyond standard crisis PR. What Miss Nathan proposed included a practice known as astroturfing, which has been defined as the practice of publishing opinions or comments on the internet, in the media, etc., that appear to come from ordinary members of the public, but actually come from a particular company or political group. Oof. On August 2nd, 2024, TAG circulated a scenario planning document to Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and others, which described preparations and strategy should Miss Lively and her team make her grievances public. The scenario planning document and is attached here to in Exhibit D. So they do have this attached in Exhibit D. I can't wait till we get to these exhibits. To get ahead of this narrative, Miss Nathan's plan proposed strategies to advance misleading counter narratives, including pushing Miss Nathan's narrative that Miss Lively had a less than favorable reputation, proposing to explore planting stories about the weaponization of feminism, and misleading, blaming Miss Lively for production members' job losses. Initially, Mr. Baldoni expressed concerns. Oh, I remember this. That TAG's written plan was insufficiently aggressive to protect him. Writing to Mr. Heath and Miss Abel, he said he was not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on the call. And with Miss Nathan and her colleagues in response, Mr. Heath attempted to reassure Mr. Baldoni that they had found the right people for his campaign. In Mr. Heath's words, the most important part of this is how quickly they will shut things down and place stories in your favor. So here we see the text exchange, Justin Baldoni saying, morning, not in love with the document they sent, not sure I'm feeling the protection. And then the response he gets is, this is the first time I've personally gone through scenario planning with them. So I think let's let them discuss the thinking behind the document and the actual process and protocol of how they implement these things. That's the most important part of this, is how quickly they can shut things down and place stories in your favor. Be honest on the call and let's give real feedback. To which Justin Baldoni replies, yeah, just feels very much like there's not much defense, and also them feeling strong like she's going to do something just a bit concerning, what everyone had originally thought. Later that day, Miss Abel and Miss Nathan exchanged the following text messages expressing that Mr. Baldoni wants to feel like Miss Lively can be buried. Miss Abel and Miss Nathan agreed that, of course, they would do just that, but could not say so in writing. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. Ryan Murphy needs to get on a show about crisis PR, because what all of this, this whole case has shown us, like, I mean, I think we knew what PR did, but it's like the extent that what PR actually does. You're like, oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. So from Jennifer Abel to Melissa Nathan, you can of course do that, but I think he needs to know. I'm going to confidentially send you something he's texting me and Jamie on the side, just to arm you before this call. I think you guys need to be tough and show the strength of what you guys can do in these scenarios. He wants to feel like she can be buried. And we've heard this before. This is not new to the complaint. Of course, Melissa replies, but when we send over documents, we can't send over the work we will or could do, because that could get us in a lot of trouble. And then Melissa responds, we can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will do this. We will do this. We will do this. A lot of we will do this. And then Jennifer Abel replies to Melissa Nathan, of course not. But I told him that's the point of talking through. Melissa then replies to Jennifer Abel saying he has to look at it as an information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things he wants ends up in the wrong hands. Foreshadowing. Miss Nathan followed by this by assuring Miss Abel, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. A few days later, on August 5th, 2024, Mr. Baldoni set the narrative for the social media campaign, sending Miss Abel a screenshot of a thread on X, we remember this too, that had accused another female celebrity, Hailey Bieber, of bullying women. Mr. Baldoni stated, this is what we would need. And in it, he sends the screenshot, and then she replies, yes, I literally just spoke to Melissa about this on the break, about what we discussed last night for social and digital, focus on Reddit, TikTok, IG. Miss Abel responded that she had just spoke to Melissa about this. We went through that with reassurance that Miss Lively would be destroyed and buried. Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni directed Mr. Nathan and her team to actively engage in their retaliatory social manipulation campaign. In the weeks and months that followed, with the direction and approval of Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni, the team engaged in a sophisticated, coordinated, and well-financed retaliation plan. The retaliation campaign relied on more than just publicists and crisis managers spinning stories. They also retained a Texas-based contractor named Jed Wallace, who weaponized a digital army around the country from New York to LA and beyond to create, seed, promote, and engage with content that appeared to be authentic on social media platforms and internet chat forums. The Baldoni Wayfair team would then feed pieces of this manufactured content to unwitting reporters, helping to make content go viral in order to influence public opinion and thereby cause an organic pile-on. To safeguard against the risk of Miss Lively ever revealing the truth about Mr. Baldoni, the Baldoni Wayfair team created, planted, amplified, and boosted content designed to eviscerate Miss Lively's credibility. They engaged in the same techniques to bolster Mr. Baldoni's credibility and suppress any negative content about him. On August 10th, the day after the release of the film, Miss Nathan's team reported that they had started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's effort to shift the narrative against Miss Lively. So Jennifer Abel, this is sent to her saying, hi team, so far, extremely limited pickup on Daily Mail or Page 6. We'll continue to keep an eye out and send pieces as needed. But so far, it's been steady coverage. On pure speculation, we've also started to see a shift on social. due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Again, we'll continue to send links and screenshots, but wanted to send an update in the meantime. The same day, Miss Nathan noted that as part of this shift, the majority of socials are so pro-Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. LOL. Later in the same text conversation, Miss Nathan and Miss Abel described the shift in social media, which they had earlier admitted Mr. Wallace and his team had causing Miss Abel to conclude that Miss Lively deserved what was happening on social media because she had unfollowed Mr. Baldoni on social media and declined to do publicity with him. All right, socials are really amping up, they say. Melissa says to Jennifer, in his favor, she must be furious. Melissa says to Jennifer, it's actually sad because it just shows you have people really want to hate on women. Then we have Jennifer to Melissa saying, I know it is sad. And then Jennifer to Melissa saying, but then don't be a see you next Tuesday. This is all stuff we've seen. Jennifer to Melissa, she effed herself by doing the unfollow thing and insisting no photos together. Defendants have admitted that on August 12, 2024, in the midst of a massive sentiment change on social media that was engulfing Miss Lively and others with a flood of negative comments, Wayfair was asked to issue a statement to help correct the situation by accepting accountability for the production it oversaw. But rather than doing so, Miss Nathan advised that issuing such a statement would be a career killer for Mr. Baldoni. So she urged to lawyer up and fight. Less than 1 week later, they again bragged about how they had shut down stories regarding HR complaints on set. On August 15th, 2024, Nathan remarked that this went so well. It was genius. So, okay, we have the four majors standing down. We have the four majors standing down on HR complaint. And again, you see them here saying these same things. I think we're going to be fine. Melissa is saying to Jennifer. As their words reveal, the purpose of this social manipulation plan was twofold. It aimed to both A, conceal the pattern of harassment and other misconduct by Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and Wayfair, and B, retaliate against Miss Lively by battering her image, harming her business, and causing her and her family severe emotional harm. Millions of people, including many reporters and influencers who saw these planted stories, social media posts, and other online content had no idea they were unwitting consumers of a crisis PR, astroturfing, and digital retaliation campaign created and funded by Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair to hurt Miss Lively. That is precisely the goal of astroturfing campaign, to light the fire and continue to stoke conversations secretly, blurring the line between authentic and manufactured content, and creating viral public takedowns. In just days, the retaliation campaign had resulted in the viral spread of hateful, threatening, and derogatory content directed at Miss Lively, her family, and other female cast members, as well as harassment, cyberbullying of the same. Online hate and vitriol found its way onto the social media accounts of much of the cast of the film, Miss Lively, Mr. Reynolds, and numerous businesses associated with them, Mint Mobile. By August 14, 2024, a female cast member texted Miss Lively expressing feeling concerned and helpless about the online narrative. A different female cast member wrote to Miss Lively on August 14, 2024, to ask whether she knew if Sony could help her address the cyberbullying she was experiencing, which was getting nastier and more difficult to cope with by the day. As described further below, many individuals and businesses, other than Miss Lively herself, began to experience vitriol, harassment, and cyberbullying around this time, demonstrating the obvious falsity of defendants' self-serving insistence since Miss Lively's first complaint in this action, that they engaged in no proactive measures, and that this viral spread of online hatred was entirely the result of Miss Lively's own remarks. and actions during the campaigning of the film. Indeed, these facts are not in dispute. Mr. Baldoni and the Wayfarer parties have already admitted that Miss Lively raised concerns multiple times. They admitted that they created a plan in case she made her grievances public, in which they planned to plant stories suggesting Miss Lively was a bully and weaponizing feminism. They admitted that their team was able to bury anyone. They admitted that they bragged and laughed at how negatively the narrative had shifted against Miss Lively and how successful they were at confusing people. They admitted that within hours of laying out their plan, they started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative. And they did all this despite the knowledge that Miss Lively genuinely believes she's right and that all of this is unjust. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so we have a text exchange. Justin Baldoni. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know her personality. And this is the kind of person that genuinely believes she's right, like they stated above, and that all of this is unjust. She fully does. I know it. So those people seek justice at any cost. That's why I have a hard time believing she's done, but trusting you and grateful for you. And then the reply is she took abominable, I don't know why I always have a hard time pronouncing that. If she does anything against you or she looks abominable, not she took, she knows it. Heart, all the hearts. Despite all of this, they claim their plan was never implemented, and somehow the universe simply organically provided them with the exact result they planned for at the exact time they wanted it, using the exact narratives they developed. The problem for defendants is that they put their plan for an untraceable campaign in writing. And the evidence shows them commenting on the success of their plan as it unfolded. In her opening complaint, Ms. Lively noted that she is informed and believes that Mr. Baldoni and his associates have additional astroturfing plans that they have prepared and are ready to launch at a moment's notice. That is precisely what occurred starting the moment that Miss Lively sent a cease and desist letter to defendants on December 20th, 2024, including with it a copy of her administrative complaint filed with the California Civil Rights Department, the CRD. We've heard a lot about that. Upon receiving the cease and desist letter, defendants leaked the administrative complaint to certain hand-selected publications to get ahead of it, gave numerous statements to the press, including blatantly false and defamatory factual allegations, and began a near daily media and social media blitz aimed at discrediting Miss Lively's longtime publicist, Mr. Reynolds, Disney, the New York Times. Oh, we're bringing up the New York Times and more. On information and belief, all defendants actively participated in this enhanced retaliation campaign. Defendants' counsel threatened numerous lawsuits to sue Miss Lively and others into oblivion and proceeded to file 4 lawsuits in 3 jurisdictions with fantastical damages of hundreds of millions of dollars in each. On information and belief, defendants' counsel has threatened both fact witnesses, neutral commentators, and publications with lawsuits for doing nothing more than speaking out or publicly reporting unfavorable information about the defendants. In sum, with his own misconduct exposed, Mr. Baldoni refused to take accountability for his own actions, and when asked, he eschewed his own advice to just shut up and finally listen to the women in our lives, quoting him again. And he did not have the courage to hold their anguish and actually believe them, even if what they're saying is against you. Instead, he called upon Mr. Sarowitz to fund a legal press and astroturfing campaign to ensure that Miss Lively would be forced to risk everything to come forward. The irony of Mr. Baldoni's response to Miss Lively's speaking out is that his own publicist and co-defendant, Jennifer Abel, expressed her own dislike for Mr. Baldoni, declaring, "I can't stand him. He's so pompous," and predicted that he would seek to blame others if necessary to protect himself. On January 14th, 2024, Miss Abel wrote that he doesn't need a retreat. He needs to be humbled. When this movie flops, he's going to try to blame every person around him for it. She continued in another message. The drama. Elle, you are so welcome. Elle says, thank you, Joleen, for reviewing this live. Right? Powell says, fantastical damages. Okay, now it's a musical. It went from Marvel movie to musical. Okay. Just gonna, these texts are just so small. Okay. Let's see. Maybe just knock it down a minute. Okay. He may fire us. Jennifer Abel is I'm sending this. He may fire us because even if we put together an amazing campaign, it's not going to change the fact that he's so unlikable and unrealistic as a leading man. Oh, geez. There's no chemistry with him and Blake. You and I both know that. And she will be resistant to promote this movie. And press will be reluctant to do anything with Justin without Blake being part of it. So there. Those are my thoughts. On December 21st and 22nd, 2024, a female cast member who had also complained shared with Miss Lively that she couldn't believe they could do this to her. And the fact that this was happening to Miss Lively was frightening to her. As laid out in this amended complaint, the Baldoni Wayfair-led takedown of Miss Lively was the intended result of a carefully crafted, coordinated, and resourced retaliatory scheme to silence her and others from speaking out about the hostile environment that Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath created. As such, it was not only unconscionable, easy for me to say, and a breach of contract, but also illegal under both state and federal law. Miss Lively brings this action to hold defendants accountable for the ongoing retaliation, threats, and harm they have caused Miss Lively and other cast and crew and all of their families. Parties. Plaintiff Blake Lively is an actress. Okay. Reminding us who she is. She's an actress, an entrepreneur who co-starred in and served as executive producer for the film. Miss Lively is an individual who resides in New York. Defendant Wayfair Studios, LLC is a production company co-founded by Justin Baldoni, Steve Sarowitz. Wayfair co-financed and produced the film through its production entity, It Ends With Us Movie, LLC. And thus was the employer of all cast and crew on set. So now they're like, they were the employer. They were the bosses. All right. Including Miss Lively. So they were the employer of all cast and crew, including Miss Lively. Wayfair is a Delaware limited liability company with its principal place of business in California. On information and belief, no members of Wayfair Studios, LLC are citizens of New York. On information and belief, all of Wayfair's members are citizens of California or Illinois. Defendant Justin Baldoni is a co-founder and co-chairman of Wayfair who co-starred in, directed, and served as a producer for the film. Mr. Baldoni is an individual who resides in Santa Paula, California. Defendant Jamie Heath is an individual who has been Wayfair's chief executive officer since March 2024 and was president of Wayfair during production of the film. Mr. Heath resides in Los Angeles. Defendant Steve Sarowitz is a co-founder and leading financier. He's got the money of Wayfair. Mr. Sarowitz is an individual who resides in Highland Park, Illinois. Defendant It Ends With Us Movie LLC is a company that entered into an agreement regarding plaintiff acting services. Do we need to know all this? Okay. Defendant Melissa Nathan is an individual who provides crisis management and communication services. Miss Nathan launched the Agency Group PR LLC in January 2024. Miss Nathan is an individual who resides in North Hollywood, California. During a portion of the relevant period, Miss Nathan lived in Brooklyn, New York. The defendant, the agency group PRLLC, TAG is a company that provides services including messaging and narrative development, media relations, crisis communications, which we've heard a lot about, and management and digital and social strategy. TAG is a Delaware limited liability company with the principal place of business in Santa Monica, California. On information and belief, no members of TAG are citizens of New York. Defendant Jennifer Abel is CEO and founder of RWA Communications. Ms. Abel is an individual who resides in Beverly Hills, California, and provides public relations services. Defendant Jed Wallace is president, director, and secretary of Street Relations. Oh, not street. He's for the streets. Formerly known as Street Relations LLC, Mr. Wallace is an individual who resides in Dripping Springs, Texas. Oh, that sounds scary. Who has described himself as self-employed PR consultant who offers crisis mitigation services. Defendant Street Relations, Inc. Is a company that describes itself as a crisis mitigation firm engaged by clients to help navigate real-life human crisis, threats, trauma, and mental health concerns. Street Relations is incorporated in the state of California with a principal place of business in Texas. In 2008, Street Relations LLC, a California limited liability corporation, filed a statement of conversation with the Secretary of State of the state of California to convert into a general stock corporation named Street Relations. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Jurisdiction. So now we're talking jurisdiction and venue. This court has original jurisdiction over the claims for relief asserted in this complaint pursuant number. Okay, this is a little, the court may exercise personal jurisdiction over defendants pursuant to 301 of the New York Civil Practice Law and Rules because of all defendants systematically and continuously conduct and solicit business within New York and have availed themselves of the privileges of conducting business in the state of New York. The court may exercise personal jurisdiction over defendants because, as further alleged herein, defendants each, I feel like I need to go to law school, each participated in civil conspiracy and on numerous occasions, individual co-conspirators engaged in overt acts in furtherance of the conspiracy that had sufficient contacts with New York to subject the co-conspirator jurisdiction in New York. The court may exercise personal jurisdiction over defendants to pursuant. We're going to kind of skip ahead. This part is kind of boring. Hopefully it's not something too important, okay? Well, this says something about Miss Nathan. As just a few examples, on January 4th, 2024, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, in their own capacities and as representatives of Wayfair, met in person in New York with Miss Lively to discuss her concerns regarding Baldoni and Heath's harassing. Oh, come back to me. There we go. Okay. Harassing behavior and other onset misconduct that started the sequence of events leading to this suit and were directly engaged via contract with a New York forum selection clause with Jones Works with its principal place of business in New York, which engagement gave rise to the retaliation campaign at issue. Mr. Sarowitz threatened to ruin the lives, we read that earlier, of Miss Lively and her family in a very Marvel villain way, as Powell pointed out, while attending the film's New York premiere. In connection with his position at Wayfair, Miss Abel worked as an employee of Jones Works with positions directly gave rise to the retaliation campaign at issue. Wayfair contracted with Jones Works for certain communications and public relations services that gave rise to this dispute in agreement under which Wayfair consented to jurisdictions in New York. Miss Nathan conducted business from Brooklyn. She got a place in North Hollywood, they said, and Brooklyn during a portion of the relevant period in their efforts to bury Miss Lively and to conceal Mr. Baldoni's unset behavior. Miss Nathan Miss Abel, Mr. Wallace, and the street relations targeted New York by, among other things, communicating with or causing content to be provided. Journalists, content creators, and media entities based in New York, including at least one journalist of the New York Post and another of the New York Times, and all defendants have alleged that they had a contract with the New York Times in direct connection with the publication of an article pursuant to which they have brought suit. And in connection therewith, their agent and lawyer, Mr. Friedman, made defamatory statements regarding Miss Lively on their behalf. And each of the defendants' tortious acts caused injury to Miss Lively on their behalf. Okay. Oh boy. Her family and her business in New York. Okay. We're getting through this part. Venue is proper in district. Blah, blah, blue. Nobody cares about that part. Okay. Factual allegations. Justin Baldoni and Jamie Heath of Wayfair engage in inappropriate and unwelcome behavior towards Miss Lively and others on the set of It Ends With Us. Mr. Baldoni launched Wayfair alongside Mr. Sarowitz in 2020. Mr. Heath serves as Wayfair's chief executive officer. Mr. Sarowitz is the money man of Wayfair, and Mr. Heath, and Mr. Baldoni are all close personal friends. So they're like a gang. Okay. They're crip walking over Blake, allegedly. Okay. Under the Wayfair banner, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath have many platforms, including the Man Enough podcast, which I have listened to some episodes. I did not know about this podcast before all of these complaints and all of this, but I have listened to them now. And I follow the lady that was the host, but I think she parted ways with them. Which they co-host with Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, have positioned Wayfair as a male feminist platform that explores gender roles, dismantles toxic masculinity, and creates a safer and judgment-free society for women. Mr. Baldoni, not only as the co-founder and co-chairman of the studio that financed and ran production on It Ends With Us, he also served as director, executive producer, and co-lead actor, playing the role of Ryle Kincaid, the dumbest name I've ever heard. As studio head and director, all actors, crew, and staff of the film, including Miss Lively, answered to Mr. Baldoni. In his words, he was the leader who sat at the top of his totem pole, they're quoting, while Sony was the distributor releasing the film. Wayfair was responsible for the production, and Wayfair was led by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Production of the film began in early May 2023, which we know lasted until it was suspended in mid-June due to the Writers Guild of America, the WGA, strike. During this time, Blake Lively and other cast and crew experienced invasive, unwelcome, and unprofessional and sexually inappropriate behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Because Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath held all leadership positions on the production, they answered to no one and brushed off or ignored the concerns Miss Lively and others had expressed. Mr. Baldoni ignored well-established industry protocols in filming intimate scenes and exploited the lack of controls on set to behave inappropriately. Oof. That's a big allegation. Wayfair failed to adhere to guild rules as well as Miss Lively's contract and standard industry safety protocols with respect to nudity and intimate scenes, which the Screen Actors Guild, aka SAG, and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, being SAG-AFTRA, acknowledges place performers in uniquely vulnerable situations. Such safeguards ignored by Wayfair include providing performers with appropriate notice of nudity and simulated sex, and ensuring that consent is given free of pressure or coercion. Signed nudity riders are in place, spelling out the parameters of nudity or simulated sex scenes, safe and secure working conditions that are not detrimental to a performer's health, safety, morals, career, and the use of intimacy coordinators. Oh, we heard a lot about this, to observe intimate scenes. Without these protections in place, Mr. Baldoni improvised physical intimacy that had not been rehearsed, choreographed, or discussed with Miss Lively, with no intimacy coordinator involved. For instance, Mr. Baldoni discreetly bit and sucked on Blake Lively's lower lip during a scene in which he improvised numerous kisses on each take that were not pre-approved in the script and without an intimacy coordinator there. Mr. Baldoni insisted on shooting the full scene over and over again. Over and over again? He was like, again. Ooh, okay. Well beyond what would have been required on an ordinary set and without advance notice, conversation, or consent. On another occasion, Mr. Baldoni and Miss Lively were filming a slow dance. Oh, we remember this. We remember when they were like, release the film on this. So on another occasion, Mr. Baldoni and Miss Lively were filming a slow dance scene for a montage scene, meaning that none of the sound recorded, but it did. While filming the scene was meant to be used in the film, music was intended to play over the action. Nonetheless, microphones were live to pick up room tone, but not conversations or dialogue to be used in the film. The scene in the script specifically described dancing without dialogue and did not include any intimate contact or kissing. So it sets exterior bar night. Lily and Ryle slow dance in the bar, patrons around them drinking and watching sports. Ooh, how sexy. Completely in their own worlds. Mr. Baldoni did not provide notice or seek consent for any intimacy in advance. Instead, Mr. Baldoni chose to spontaneously improvise the scene while the cameras were rolling. During the filming, Mr. Baldoni repeatedly leaned in toward Miss Lively, attempting to kissing her forehead, rubbing his face and mouth against her neck, putting his thumb to her mouth, flicking her lower lip. I'm just acting it out to see what this would look like. Caressing her, telling her how good she smells. None of this took place while Mr. Baldoni was in character as Ryle, because both the intimacy and dialogue departed from what had been agreed to in the script. Miss Lively was uncomfortable and kept leaning away and repeatedly suggesting and then begging that their character should just talk. She tried to use levity and creative pleas to deflect the unwanted touching, hoping to get through the scene in a way that maintained a professional boundary without antagonizing Mr. Baldoni. Oh, my Hope said, that's called acting. That's called acting. Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, levity is striking. The video footage of the scene shows Miss Lively to be trapped, having to appear as though her character was happy and in love while the cameras were rolling. Miss Lively did not want to film additional takes on the scene, but continued to participate, to be a team player, and to support the production in real time, simultaneously expressing and holding physical boundaries against Mr. Baldoni's advances. Miss Lively even referred to Mr. Baldoni as a sociopath at one point. During the exchange, was that in the leaked footage? I don't remember that. At one point during the exchange, notwithstanding Miss Lively's attempts at humor and levity, her words, actions, and body language, or maybe I do remember that. I don't know. All evince her lack of consent. When Miss Lively later objected to this behavior, Mr. Baldoni's response was, I'm not even attracted to you. Do we see that? In January 2025, the defendants, through their attorney, Brian Friedman, released this video to the media. Oh, yeah, we saw it. Apparently hoping that the mere act of releasing the footage would mislead the public into believing that it shows nothing abnormal or improper. But the footage by itself corroborates Miss Lively's description of the scene to the letter. That is not just Miss Lively's view. as Mia Schechter, an independent and experienced intimacy coordinator, noted in response to an inquiry from The Hollywood Reporter. The footage shows Mr. Baldoni trying to kiss her. And they clearly haven't discussed that ahead of time. And she keeps pulling away and clearly doesn't want to do that. Improved intimacy in this scene would not have been flagged for an intimacy coordinator in advance. Miss Schechter explained because the script, they're just slow dancing. There's not any mention of any kind of physical intimacy, as she explained. Even though Miss Lively is not powerless, she still has to keep working with him and keep the peace and play nice. And I can just see her trying to stay lighthearted and in good spirits about it and not upset him or anybody and not waste anybody's time. But of course, she is trapped between a rock and a hard place. I can see her appeasing him and trying to keep a smile on her face. She continued, in terms of the hierarchy on set, he is in charge. Even though Miss Lively is the star, she observed, he is the director and she's supposed to take direction from him. Ultimately, the fact that Mr. Baldoni, the director, without advance consent, just went for it, then did it again after she pulled away, is pretty damning. Both as an actor and a director. Neither Miss Lively nor any of her agents had any contact with Miss Schechter, nor were they even made aware of the Hollywood Reporter article until it was published. Nonetheless, on information and belief, Mr. Friedman sent letters threatening potential legal claims to both Miss Schechter and the Hollywood Reporter following the publication of the article. Miss Lively complained about inappropriate behavior as early as May 2023, which occurred without an intimacy coordinator present, and which ultimately led to Wayfair and Sony agreeing with Miss Lively that the consistent presence of an intimacy coordinator was not only reasonable but essential. So this is when the intimacy coordinator was brought in. Contrary to defendants' assertions elsewhere, Miss Lively did not refuse. So they had previously said she didn't even meet with the intimacy coordinator. Justin Baldoni had to do it. And then relay it to her. Now they're saying, oh, no. Even though they said that that's what happened, Miss Lively did not refuse to meet with the film's intimacy coordinator. She said she did not need to meet with her before production started because there was no intimate scenes in the immediate future. So they could talk once production began. Miss Lively did have a call with the intimacy coordinator during preparations. Those conversations happened close in time to the filming. So she's like, I didn't think I needed to meet with her before. I wanted to wait till we get to the sexies. Okay. Those conversations happened close to the filming of the relevant scenes. Elsewhere, Mr. Baldoni has blamed the intimacy coordinator for supposedly writing graphic new sex scenes, including foreplay and organisms, aka orgasms, and talking about a clit. Oh, the now famous clit talk. Wayfair amended complaint X, Exhibit A, blah, blah, blah. But Miss Lively consented to the sex scenes in the script as written at the time she signed on the film. If I was signing on for a film and they were like, I would be like, let's take that out. Let's just take that out. We don't need to be doing nothing with no clit, pretend clit. This ain't clit gang. No, thank you. So, okay. And Mr. Baldoni did not have consent to rewrite and add sex scenes, even if he did so with an intimacy coordinator. The purpose of the intimacy coordinator is to work with the actors to establish the appropriate boundaries based on what is in the script, not to rewrite the script to add more sexual content to satisfy a director's demands, to his insatious want for the clitoris to be included. Mr. Baldoni inserted improvised, gratuitous sexual content and or scenes involving nudity into the film, including for an underage character. What? In highly unsettling ways. What? After Miss Lively signed on to the movie based on a draft of the script, Mr. Baldoni, without Miss Lively's knowledge or consent, personally added graphic content, including a scene in which Miss Lively was to orgasm on camera. Oh, the classic Meg Ryan. I'll have what she's having. I'm sorry, I'm adding a little bit because it's like, oh my God. When Miss Lively objected to these additions, Mr. Baldoni insisted he had added them because he was making the film through the female gaze, through the clitoris gaze. Although he agreed to remove the scenes, he made a last-ditch attempt to keep one in which the couple orgasmed together on their wedding night. Okay, so this is clearly very fictional. No, I'm sure. I do that all the time. Me and my husband, he's at his desk. We're doing it right now together. Okay, allegedly. All right. Which he said was important to him because he and his partner climaxed simultaneously during intercourse. Okay. Mr. Baldoni then intrusively asked Miss Lively whether she and her husband, no, Ryan is he's kind of like a rabbit humper. I see. He's like, I'm done. Sorry. Like allegedly, obviously, for jokes. Don't sue me, Mint Mobile. Okay. But he's like, and then he's like, I'm done. Okay. Alanis Morissette wrote a song about him. Allegedly. It was called Premature Ejaculation Reynolds. No, she didn't, but that would be hilarious. Okay. Joleen, focus. All right. Blah, blah. I get off with my part at the same time. Mr. Baldoni intrusively asked that which Miss Lively found invasive and refused to discuss. On the day of shooting the scene in which Miss Lively's character gives birth, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath suddenly pressured Miss Lively to simulate full nudity, despite no mention of nudity, for the scene in the script, which they have an excerpt below, her contract, or in previous creative discussions. Yes, like a rabbit humper, a thumper, a vanilla boy, as Shine saying. He's surely a rabbit bumper. You know, I think he's like, and then he strikes me as, no offense, Ryan, don't get mad at me, but like, you know, very Tom Sandoval, like with maybe a mirror there to look at himself. Allegedly. Okay. He's very quick. I don't see him as like a let's take our time lover. I see Justin Baldoni as like, let's be here all day. And I'm like, I got stuff to do. Okay. I got to get to Target. And he's like, let's just stare at each other. And I'm like, oh, I know what you look like. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're very different lovers. Allegedly. All right. Move on, Joleen. But these are the things I'm most interested in. So interior, Boston Grace Hospital, Lily's room. This is the birthing scene. Day. Find Lily in the middle of an intense labor. Ryle entering, wearing his scrubs, having just run from another side of the hospital. Bursting with nerves, he rushes to her side, puts his hand on the railing. She puts her hand on his and grips it hard. In a series of quick cuts, in a blur of pain and heavy breathing, Lily squeezing Ryle's hand with every push. She's crowning. Just a few more pushes. That's the ring of fire they talk about. I haven't had a baby, but that sounds très difficile. Oh, you mothers are amazing. Okay. So she's crowning. Did they really? The doctor, she's crowning. Just a few more. Pubes? No, a few more pushes. You're doing great, Ryle says. Almost there. Nurses, don't let go. Keep bearing down like you're pooping, okay? One final Herculean push and scream, and the doctor holds the baby up. Is this yours? He says. Do you recognize this? No, that's the line I would have added in my script. Are we sure this one is yours? Ryle, God, I can't get over how dumb that name is. There she is. You did it. She's here. That's our baby girl. As Ryle cuts the umbilical cord, the baby is placed on Lily's chest. The absolute greatest moment of her life. Lily speaks to her as if they're the only two people in the world. Lily says, there you are. Hi, my angel. It's your mama. Later, we find the infant child on Lily's chest again, hopefully fully clothed. Okay. But now she's been cleaned and swaddled in a blanket. Lily and Ryle can do nothing but stare at her, wondering, is this really our baby? No. They know it's their baby, allegedly. Okay, I haven't seen the movie, I'll be honest with you guys. Mr. Baldoni insisted to Miss Lively that women give birth naked and that his wife had ripped her clothes off during labor. She was like the Hulk. He claimed it was not normal for women to remain in their hospital gowns while giving birth. Oh, well, I watched a lot of Teen Mom episodes where they weren't naked. Miss Lively disagreed, but felt forced to compromise that she would be naked from below and the chest down. When the birth scene was filmed, the set was chaotic, crowded. We heard about this, utterly lacking standard industry protections for filming nude scenes, such as choreographing the scene with an intimacy coordinator, having assigned nudity rider, which we hear about all the time, or simply turning off the monitors so the scene was not broadcast to all the crew on set. And their personal phones and their iPads. How the hell were they doing that to their personal phones? And right, you guys remember those I do not remember Amber Portwood, the Tyler and what's her nuts, Macy. I don't remember them being naked, but I could be wrong. Okay, so apparently just send it to people's phones. Mr. Heath and Mr. Baldoni also failed to close the set, allowing non-essential crew to pass through while Miss Lively was partially nude from below the chest down with her legs spread wide in stirrups and only a small piece of fabric. So we've heard a lot about this piece of fabric that was covering her genitalia. He says it was like a pair of briefs, like underoonies. And she's like, it was a piece of fat. It was a thong or something. I don't know. Contrary to Wayfarer's party's contention, the production did not maintain a closed set. Among the non-essential persons present that day was a Wayfarer co-chairman, the billionaire alleged Mr. Sarowitz, who flew in. Oh, are they saying he flew in for just that one scene? One of his few visits. He was like, I'll be there for the birthing one. Mr. Lively, or Miss Lively, apologies, was not provided with anything with which to cover herself between takes until after she had made multiple requests. This reminds me of the time I went to a doctor in West Hollywood above a 7-Eleven, and they didn't give me a gown, and I had my tits out, and they were asking me about, how's my breathing? I'm like, okay. Anyways, Miss Lively became even more alarmed when Mr. Baldoni introduced his best friend to play the role of the OBGYN. When ordinarily a small role of this nature would be filled by a local actor. Okay. Miss Lively felt that the selection of Mr. Baldoni's friend for this intimate role, in which the actor's face and hands were in close proximity to nearly nude genitalia for a birth scene, was invasive and humiliating. To add insult to injury, Mr. Heath approached Miss Lively and her assistant on set and started playing a video of a fully nude woman with her legs spread apart. Miss Lively thought he was showing her pornography and stopped him. Mr. Heath was like, no. That's a video of my wife giving birth. Miss Lively was alarmed and asked Mr. Heath if his wife knew he was sharing the video, to which he replied, she isn't weird about this stuff. As if Miss Lively was weird for not welcoming it. Miss Lively and her assistant excused themselves, stunned that Mr. Heath had shown them a nude video. Now we know that Justin Baldoni's like, oh no, she knew that we were going to show this. And she said, I'll look at it after lunch or something like that, if I remember correctly. Mr. Baldoni added a detailed scene to the film in which the underage version of Miss Lively's character, Lily, loses her virginity. In both the book and the script for the film, there's no sex scene. Instead, the details of this moment were left to the audience's imagination. But Mr. Baldoni added in considerable details, which was particularly concerning to Miss Lively, given Mr. Baldoni's other behavior and directorial choices as detailed in the complaints. These additional details included both dialogue between young Lily and her boyfriend Atlas about the loss of her virginity, as well as a simulated sex scene in which Mr. Baldoni filmed and included in his initial cut of the film. A brief close-up of young Lily's face accompanied by an audible gasp at the moment of penetration. Okay, no. Miss Lively was informed that when this scene was shot, after Mr. Baldoni called cut, he walked over to the actors and said, "I know I'm not supposed to say this, but that was hot. And did you two practice this before?" Oh. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath discussed their personal sexual experiences and previous porn addiction and tried to pressure Miss Lively to reveal details about her intimate life. During a car ride, I think this is the car ride. This is the now infamous car ride. During a car ride with Miss Lively, her assistant and driver, Mr. Baldoni, claimed to Miss Lively that he had been sexually abused by a former girlfriend, which he has since shared publicly. At the end of the story, Mr. Baldoni shared that it had caused him to re-examine his past. He then said, "Did I always ask for consent? No. Did I always listen when they said no? No." Mr. Baldoni claimed this was an example of how we all have things from which we can learn and grow. Miss Lively was alarmed by Mr. Baldoni's suggestion that he engaged in sexual conduct without consent. When Miss Lively exited the car, the driver immediately remarked that he did not want Miss Lively to be alone with Mr. Baldoni going forward. Later in July 2024, in connection with another discussion, Miss Lively recounted this consent story to a female cast member in a text exchange. She wrote, "It's crazy how above reproach they feel. It's like he said to me about his previous sexual encounters when we were in my car with my assistant and my security. He said, 'Have I always asked for consent? No. Have I always listened when they say no? No. People show you who they are. Believe them the first time.'" In fact, Mr. Baldoni publicly acknowledges that he has struggled with consent. He echoed language similar to the words he spoke to Miss Lively in the car ride described above in a podcast interview, in which he admitted that he had crossed boundaries and lines in my teens and 20s with respect to obtaining consent, a flaw which he blamed on his early exposure to the porn. You start to think that is what women want. And in porn, as we know, no means yes or try harder. On the first day of production, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath described their past sexual relationships to Miss Lively, including that one of them used to hook up with a woman. Mr. Baldoni said that he had decided the woman wasn't the one. So then Mr. Heath had gotten together with her. Oh, geez, sharing. Miss Lively found this description of passing along a woman to be disrespectful and disturbing. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath often spoke of their previous pornography addiction. Mr. Baldoni would often reference the corn, if you will, to Miss Lively, hoping to shut the subject down. She said to him privately that she had never seen it. Later, when Mr. Baldoni was once again referencing his experiences with the corn, we'll say, he revealed in front of other cast and crew that Miss Lively had never seen corn. It was an incredible invasion of her privacy to discuss any aspect of intimate life with the cast and crew, much less revealed something that she had only told Mr. Baldoni to try to get him to stop talking about the subject. Paul says, "Mr. Baldoni's an overshare." Kane says, "I thought they kicked Justin out of the car. Sheesh, I'm behind." Yeah. CC True Crime Channel says, "It's crazy, though, about how above reproach she thinks she is." Mr. Baldoni engaged in other behaviors that were shocking and emotionally distressing. For example, he claimed he could speak to the dead. Now, this is cuckoo John Edwards bananas. Okay. He claimed he could speak to the dead. On several occasions, he told Miss Lively that he had spoken to her recently deceased father. Oh, jeez. On one occasion, I remember hearing about this, when he claimed to have spoken to Miss Lively's dead father, a person whom Mr. Baldoni had never met. Well, I'm sure Teresa Caputo, she doesn't meet all the dead people she talks to, allegedly. Miss Lively attempted to deflect the comment with humor, telling Mr. Baldoni, "Let him know he owes me $40. Mr. Baldoni replied, wait, does he really? Miss Lively was shocked that Mr. Baldoni was pushing the conversation further and replied with another attempt at a humorous deflection, stating, oh, God, no, he owes me more than that. Mr. Baldoni then closed his eyes, put his hand on his heart, and said, I was leaving my apartment this morning and I reached into my pocket and there was $40 in there that I didn't put there. Oh my God. This exchange deeply disturbed Miss Lively, and it was not, as defendants have since claimed, limited to Mr. Baldoni simply claiming to pray for her father. So Justin Baldoni is like, I don't speak to dead people like that. Okay. He's not like Kendrick Lamar, like, I see dead people. He was like, I just prayed for him. And Blake Lively said, oh no, you said that you were John Edwards, Teresa Caputoing, talking to my dead dad. This is crazy. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath were also constantly hugging. I thought they were hugging each other. Okay, focus. And touching cast and crew. Okay, I thought it was just they were hugging, which would be hilarious. But I guess when you finish the sentence, it's not that funny. When Miss Lively or others avoided this touching, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath would retaliate by becoming irritated, cold, and uncollaborative. The result was an unwelcoming and environment for Miss Lively, her employees, and others on set. Mr. Baldoni objectified Miss Lively and other women by commenting on or criticizing their bodies as sex objects. Mr. Baldoni often referred to women in the workplace as sexy. When they expressed discomfort, Mr. Baldoni would deflect or try to pass it off, which undermined Miss Lively and others' concerns. For example, on one occasion that Miss Lively observed, he told a female cast member that her leather pants looked sexy when she arrived on set. When she rebuffed his comments because she was uncomfortable rather than apologizing, he brushed it off with, I can say that because my wife is here today. Miss Lively felt embarrassed witnessing this kind of commentary, as did others. Defendants have claimed that Mr. Baldoni's description of female cast members as sexy, I don't know why I have to say it like that, was justified by the fact that Miss Lively also sometimes used words like sexy, yummy. I just added yummy. This claim displays a stunning lack of understanding as to how context informs appropriate versus inappropriate use of language. The word sexy is not inherently inappropriate, but it can be inappropriate in certain contexts. Miss Lively or Mr. Baldoni using the word sexy in a creative space related to the plot or in reference to a character is not problematic. What was inappropriate and what Miss Lively objected to, hey, Cordelia, my cat's stretching, so I can't read the thing right now, was her employer, Mr. Baldoni, personally describing her as sexy, out of character. On another day, Miss Lively wore a low-cut dress to facilitate breastfeeding, but had it covered up with a coat. When the jacket briefly popped open at one point to reveal the dress, Mr. Baldoni commented about how he had liked her outfit, which flustered Miss Lively. Later that day, Mr. Baldoni pressured Miss Lively, who was in her pre-approved wardrobe. Is it the one she approved? Because she took over the wardrobe. To remove her coat in front of the crew and multiple background actors in a packed bar. He said that he wanted to see her onesie under the coat because it was zipped low to reveal her lace bra. Consistent with past practice, he said, I think you look sexy, in a tone that made her feel ogled and exposed. With other female cast members present, she said, that's not what I'm going for. He bristled and replied, I'm sorry, hot. Deeply uncomfortable, Miss Lively said, not that either. Mr. Baldoni responded sarcastically, I guess I missed the HR meeting, and walked away. Another woman on the production spoke to Miss Lively afterward to offer empathy and to share her own similar experiences with Mr. Baldoni, commenting about her in sexual terms. As a result of Mr. Baldoni's behavior on May 29, 2023, another cast member lodged a sexual harassment complaint about Mr. Baldoni's gross and unwarranted comments toward her and others. While on the one hand, Mr. Baldoni was objectifying Miss Lively as a sex object, on the other hand, he went out of his way to message criticisms of her age, weight, neither of which she could change during filming. On the second day of filming, for example, Mr. Baldoni made the rest of the cast and crew wait for hours while he cried in Miss Lively's dressing room, claiming social media commentators were saying that Miss Lively looked old and unattractive based on paparazzi photos from the set. Miss Lively tried to reassure him that she should look authentic in the scenes, that she should be wearing 3 pairs of pants at once. I added that part, but you know what I mean. Which were after her character had been abused by her fictional husband rather than hot. Mr. Baldoni, however, appeared focused on Miss Lively's sexual appeal above all else. His lengthy outburst caused a delay in shooting, forcing an emotional scene to be shot haphazardly. To make matters worse, when Miss Lively tried to have a meeting with Mr. Heath and the other producers to discuss Mr. Baldoni's unprofessional behavior described above, that meeting turned into yet another violation. Rather than an ordinary meeting, time and place, Mr. Heath arrived unannounced at Miss Lively's hair and makeup trailer while she was topless. Oh no. And having body makeup removed by makeup artists. Miss Lively told Mr. Heath that she was almost done and they could meet once she was clothed. Mr. Heath, however, insisted that if she did not allow him into her trailer to speak to him at that moment, then there would be no meeting with the other producers. Miss Lively reluctantly agreed, but asked that Mr. Heath keep his back turned. A few minutes into the conversation, we remember this, Miss Lively noticed that Mr. Heath was staring directly at her while she was topless. When she called him out, Mr. Heath brushed it off as a habit of wanting to look at a person while speaking to them. Miss Lively and her hair and makeup artist were all deeply disturbed by this interaction on just the second day of filming. Throughout filming, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath invaded Miss Lively's privacy, entering her makeup trailer uninvited while she was undressed, including when she was breastfeeding her infant child. Miss Lively often had to work while breastfeeding, which she felt comfortable doing so long as she was given time and space to cover herself. She did this frequently because she was not given breaks to feed her baby. But Miss Lively did not expect or consent to anyone entering her private spaces while topless, exposed, and vulnerable with her newborn. During body makeup application removal, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath both showed a shocking lack of boundaries by invading her personal space when she was undressed and vulnerable. Defendants have claimed that these intrusions were Miss Lively's fault because she texted Mr. Baldoni. We remember that from Justin Baldoni's website and his own complaint and lawsuit because she texted Mr. Baldoni on one occasion that she was just pumping in the trailer if you want to work out our lines. This misunderstands the difference between a woman pumping on her own terms and having taken the necessary steps to make herself comfortable, covering herself and ensuring. So this is, now amending. We've seen throughout these, almost 40 pages, them answering to some of the things that Justin Baldoni and his team has released. And this being, a pretty big example of that with them saying, no, look at the exchange these two have been having in text messages. And she invited him in while she's breastfeeding. How can she then say she's uncomfortable? Well, Lively's team and Lively are saying we can because it depends on the woman inviting you in on her terms. You can't just show up anytime, I'm breastfeeding. That's what she's saying. So she's saying a shocking lack of boundaries. This misunderstands the difference between a woman pumping on her own terms, having taken the necessary steps to make herself comfortable, covering herself, and ensuring the conditions are appropriate for the task, and walking in on someone without notice or permission while they are breastfeeding or otherwise in a state of partial undress. The critical distinction is consent. Miss Lively's one-time invitation was neither free license to join her immediately in her trailer, nor was it a general invitation to freely walk into her trailer at any time uninvited. It was certainly not licensed to enter Miss Lively's trailer when she refused consent. The fact that Mr. Baldoni, who has repeatedly preached the importance of consent while giving media interviews in public speaking events, now claims otherwise with respect to his own behavior displays breathtaking hypocrisy, they're saying. Mr. Baldoni also routinely degraded Miss Lively by finding back-channel ways of criticizing her body and weight. A few weeks prior to filming began, and less than 4 months after Lively had given birth to her fourth child, Miss Lively was humiliated, we know this story, to learn that Mr. Baldoni secretly called her fitness trainer without her knowledge or permission and implied that he wanted her to lose weight in 2 weeks. Mr. Baldoni told the trainer that he had asked before, that he had asked because he was concerned about having to pick Miss Lively up in a scene for the movie. But there was no such scene, she's saying. In later text messages sent to his team, Mr. Baldoni referred to Miss Lively's trainer as a damn spy and sought to plant stories to portray his concerns as being motivated by his lower back pain. Miss Lively was not alone in her view that Justin Baldoni's discussion with her trainer was uncomfortable and inappropriate. In fact, on February 29, 2025, following Mr. Baldoni's $400 million lawsuit against Miss Lively and others, Miss Lively's trainer edited the caption of an Instagram post he had originally posted on July 25th, 2024, of himself and Miss Lively and his wife to share his views on the issue publicly. He wrote that since he had originally posted the picture, there have been negative comments on this post. Negative comments sent to my wife, and believe it or not, negative comments sent to my children. He explained that Justin Baldoni is not my client. I created complimentary program for him as a favor to a client. He noted that he had helped to find him a coach, and after an uncomfortable conversation, communication ended. When Miss Lively caught strep throat, which seemed to be a lot, according to Baldoni's previous, reports and lawsuit, Mr. Baldoni offered as a gift to connect her with an expert he had on retainer to help with her with probiotics and to combat sickness. Because we know health starts in the gut, you guys. When Miss Lively went to fill out privacy forms, she saw that the expert was not what Mr. Baldoni had represented her to be, but was instead a weight loss specialist. What? That is not what Justin Baldoni said. Miss Lively felt once again that Mr. Baldoni was shaming her for her body and weight, which we saw Justin Baldoni share text messages where, it didn't appear he was shaming her in these text messages, and they were having open discussions about her body and her being comfortable and her just having children. So, okay. Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath also failed to implement COVID protocols when there was a COVID outbreak on set. Miss Lively was told by another producer that because Wayfair did not have insurance coverage for COVID, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath deliberately withheld from Miss Lively that she had been exposed to the COVID-19. Oh my goodness. Both Miss Lively and her infant child contracted the COVID from the outbreak. Miss Lively and others lodged grievances regarding the conduct of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, which Wayfair declined to investigate. Okay, you guys, I'm going to get into the comments for a section. So, we're now on page 41. We have 100 pages left to read. My throat hurts like I have strep throat. Has anything, I want to open this up for you guys. Has anything that I've read so far surprised you, changed your opinion one way or the other? Just sound off. I'm just going to highlight some comments here. Kane says, well, my question is, why wouldn't that be a complaint that was made to Sony then? That's a pretty darn big one, not the other ones that were made. Mystery Singer says, Blake, if you're reading this, get professional help. Seriously. CC True Crime Channel says she made a mockery of DB so that she could promote a rom-com. She's a sick individual. More lies. She lied about being sick the whole time to make her plans. Screw him. Thank you. I'm just being a little dramatic, but it's a lot of talking. Okay. Shine says, I believe her. Mystery Singer says no. My husband's in the chat. My husband says it got real creepy in there. Chal, you're still awake. Do you want to read part of this with me, Chal? I'll drop a link. My throat's hurting. CC True Crime Channel, or you know how to get into my stream here. Nope. No opinion change. Elle says nope. Pamela says nope. Powell says, do we think Baldoni will start a new podcast? I don't know. Maybe he's gonna start. I don't know. At this point, who knows? Kane says, does a possibility I believe that she was uncomfortable? No doubt. But there's no reason why she couldn't have spoken out, put all these claims forward, and not just the one she put toward Sony. Okay. Mystery Singer says Justin Baldoni owned the book rights to It Ends With Us. Only way to remove his rights is due to SH now Snake Lively and Lion, not Snake Lively and Lion Reynolds claim. Oh my gosh. So they can get the rights. Extortion, you guys are saying. Hope says it sounds like she expected everyone to read her mind and know when things weren't uncomfortable for her. Gigi says you're feeling like it's Amber Heard 2.0. Powell says I'd like to compliment Jolene's reading skills. Oh my God, thank you. Can we get a round of applause in the chat? Powell, you sweetie wipe the damn CD, my hilarious comedian friend and regular friend too. Powell Mansfield. Okay. Casey saying, not especially, it's just going back and adding in extraneous details that should have been there from the get-go. Thank you guys. Thank you. I'm trying. Sometimes I'm like, hey, don't know. Okay. Jippity Bippity says it's helpful to keep an open mind until the evidence can become public info. There are 3 sides to every story. Yes. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for the claps. JD says, Joleen Lunzer, I'm so happy you're live. Yay. Okay. I got the sniffles. I'm just going to blow my nose a little bit. So I'm just going to play this quick little video so that I can clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. A quick commercial break.
Chia Pet, the pottery that grows. It's fun and easy. Soak your chia, spread the seeds, keep it watered, and watch it grow. And now grow a whole collection of fun with chia teddy bears, puppies, kittens, rams, bulls. There's even a chia tree to keep your pets company. Chia Pets and Trees, the pottery that grows.
The Chia Pet and Chia Tree are available at Kmart, Rite Aid, Ames, and Woolworth. Makes a great gift.
Don't you really want to know?
Okay, I was wondering who the father of my baby was.
All right, let's take a look. The Miss Cleo DNA test.
Not the mama, not the mama, not the mama.
You do that one more time and I'm going to throw you across the room.
Not the mama! Wee, oof.
Okay. My husband is here. He has to go to bed soon because he has to work in the morning, but he's going to
wake up at 5:30.
He's going to read part of it and give me a little break.
Okay. This sexy voice, Chow. Come on.
Wait, let's see your sexy
Wait, no,
face.
it's voice. It's a radio. Sexy.
No, I want to see your face.
Okay, but where do I start at?
Can you start at B, Miss Lively?
B.
Yeah.
Miss Lively and others lodge grievances regarding the conduct of Mr. Baldoni. Did I say that right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Baldoni.
Ha, ha, ha.
And Mr. Heath, which Wayfarer declines to investigate. Mr. Heath, is he the capital of, or is he the owner of Wayfarer?
Yeah, he's like the partner.
Is it Wayfarer like where you get your furniture, Wayfarer?
No, not Wayfarer. You get to
Yeah,
No, it's
different.
the production company that put out This Is Us.
As the
Whatever,
studio
stuff.
producing the film, Wayfarer was the employer of all cast and crew and was thus responsible for ensuring workplace safety on set. However, Wayfarer failed to provide Miss Lively with even rudimentary employment protections such as an employee handbook, sexual harassment policy. Do you want a dog treat? Here you go.
No, I just wanted to hold your hand.
Sexual harassment policy information or any training on sexual harassment, discrimination, or respectful workplace expectations. Wayfarer also failed to provide Miss Lively with information about the process and procedure for filing human resources complaints. As the producer and owner of the film, Wayfarer was legally obligated to address HR-related concerns or complaints. To Miss Lively's knowledge, however, Wayfarer lacked any process for responding to complaints about its leadership, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, who plainly were not going to investigate themselves. Wayfarer, Mr. Baldoni, and Mr. Heath received or were aware of a number of HR grievances regarding their conduct. They admitted to much from day one. For example, on the first day of filming, while attempting to hug Miss Lively's employee, Mr. Heath said, "I don't know if we're allowed to do this. It's day one and we have HR report already."
Why are you reading it like Forrest Gump?
Because life is like a box of Baldonis. You never know who you're going to harass. Contemporaneous messages with witnesses prove that Miss Lively's concerns about Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath and others' concerns began early in the pre-production and production process, long before the editorial process began. Because of the lack of protocols, Miss Lively initially struggled to find a way to navigate the increasingly troubling behavior to which she was subjected on set. On about May 23rd, 2023, during a particular difficult day on set, she and a female cast member talked to each other about how uncomfortable they were both feeling. The same cast member later reached out to Miss Lively by text to express appreciation and relief and to be able to commiserate about their shared experiences. Miss Lively, upset with the inappropriate working conditions to which they were both subjected, thanked her for her support in speaking, writing. Thank you for taking the time to say this. And also for taking the time at your lunch. I felt untethered today and you grounded me. I'm sorry for what you've experienced, and I wish I would have been there to witness it for you. And not that you need me, but to be sure I would have loved to have run my mouth about it. Thank you for not only witnessing me, but for coming in with such eloquent and safe backup. You were able to be bold without being inflammatory, which is such a tightrope, and I really appreciate it. ... Okay, you're gonna read this whole thing, kitten?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Wow, you're gonna. I don't think you'll make it till past.
You'll be getting up for work. I'll still be reading. I thought I could read faster.
Nobody will be online. It'll just be like, it's just you. What if you learned I couldn't read? And I was like, on May 24, 2024.
Illiterate.
Bata mice.
Okay.
Live lie. And the female case me ember.
Okay, that's enough.
Why? I'm reading. Dice cussed. Oh, they cussed. Holy shit. How te were bata filing. What does filing mean? Uneasy on site.
Did you say?
Yeah, uneasy.
Uneasy. Oh, uneasy.
No, it's uneasy.
Okay,
so you have to pronounce the U first. Onset that day. Oh.
All right. Thank you.
Good job.
No, don't give me a pepperoni.
Sit.
No, don't give me a pepperoni. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. It is tomorrow. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for the. Powell said, "Am I having a stroke?" Oh, where did I find this gem?
Powell's feeling uneasy.
In a comedy workshop in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's where we found each other, and I was like, "That's mine. That's mine." I made fun of his shirt, and it was love at first sight. Okay. Back into it, guys. We're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. Okay. On May 24, 2024, both Miss Lively and a female cast member discussed how they were both feeling uneasy on set that day. Miss Lively confided that she felt like she needs to say something tonight after wrap, but that she's not sure how to navigate it, to which her cast member responded by offering support. The same day, on May 24, 2023, Miss Lively confided in another woman who was a mutual friend of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. I was going to invite you to set tomorrow. These people, whoa. Miss Lively continued in response to a message from the woman by stating, "It's like HR nuts today." The both of them. I wasn't expecting that turn. I mean, it's been present, but today I came home and cried. Further in the exchange, Miss Lively describes Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath as creeps. I feel like we already read this. Like, keep your hormones to yourselves. This is not mine. I don't want it. I don't want you, your gaze or words or tongue or videos of your naked wife. Yeah, it's shocking. Clowns. Meanwhile, Miss Lively and a female cast member discussed a plan to speak to Giannetti, the Sony executive assigned to the production. On May 26, 2023, that cast member reached out to Miss Lively to ask if she had talked to Mr. Giannetti, or Miss Giannetti, I apologize, and informed Miss Lively that her manager knows Miss Giannetti and would be willing to offer support. Miss Lively responded that she had spoken with Miss Giannetti for 45 minutes. When Miss Lively reached out to Miss Giannetti, who was supportive, Miss Giannetti texted Miss Lively that what I did want to review, discuss, feels very, very small in light of today's news. I'm so sorry. Calling you in moments. So here we have their exchange. I will Giannetti to Blake, I will say what I did want to review, discuss feels very small. What we just saw here in that conversation, Miss Giannetti on May 26, 2023, Miss Lively told her that she wanted to file an HR complaint about both Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's misconduct. Although she was sympathetic, Miss Giannetti told Miss Lively that Sony, as the distributor of the film, was not empowered to oversee physical production, which included Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's behavior on set, and that such concerns must be raised with Wayfair, the studio responsible for the production. Miss Lively was concerned with this response because Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath were the chairman and CEO of Wayfair, and Mr. Baldoni was the director of the film. Miss Lively did not believe that either Mr. Baldoni or Mr. Heath would investigate their own alleged misconduct, and that disbelief was proven by subsequent events. In the meantime, following through on her prior text, the female cast member also had her managers contact Miss Giannetti to discuss the cast member's own discomfort with behavior by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath and its negative impact on the work. The remainder of the text exchange shows how both women shared concerns about speaking up and the potential consequences of doing so. I hear my husband brushing his teeth right now with his electric toothbrush. So it's like in my head as I'm reading this. Miss Lively shared that she needed to tread carefully to salvage some degree of chemistry and camaraderie with Justin, who's not only my director, but love interest, and we're not even a third of the way done with filming. The two women then recounted their discomfort with their experiences with Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, including one incident in which Mr. Baldoni secretly recorded them, and another in which he made unwelcome remark about the female cast member's wardrobe. Miss Lively noted that Mr. Baldoni once asked her if he crossed a line, and when she said yes, he made a joke that he must have missed the sexual harassment meeting. There's lots of allegations about Mr. Heath and Mr. Baldoni bringing up these, the sexual harassment meetings. Okay. Miss Lively and the female cast member discussed various examples of their uncomfortable and inappropriate interactions with Mr. Baldoni. And on May 28th, 2023, Miss Lively explained that her concerns were not just with Mr. Baldoni's behavior, but the way that Mr. Baldoni behaved after being confronted with his line-crossing behavior. He keeps referencing it, or disconnects entirely, or gets snippy and impatient as a director. He was so not huffy. After the sexy thing, I felt awful for saying something. That same day, Miss Lively continued by observing that both she and the female cast member are not people who can't take a joke, or who can't work or understand blue. Oh, like blue comedy, like the blue comedy tour. No, that's the blue collar, but I know what blue comedy is. Okay. Hit that like if you guys haven't already. It's a free way to support the channel, and it revives my voice every time you smash the like and hit the subscribe. We're not that fragile. Referencing Mr. Baldoni, she said, you can't just record people without asking. You can't speak to people sexually while not in character or while talking about a character. And if you overstep, you move on. It's the weirdness after that makes it feel bad. Like if we speak up, the vibes on set get funky and the work suffers. On May 29, 2023, the same female cast member texted Miss Lively to recount a conversation with one of the film's producers about the cast member's own concerns with Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's conduct. That producer agreed. Oh, how did I lose that? Okay. Okay. That producer agreed that the situation needed to change. Later that day, the same producer also reached out to Miss Lively to say that she had spoken to Miss Giannetti and confirming her conversation with the female cast member about what had been occurring on set. Miss Lively thanked her for reaching out and replied that they would catch up later that week. Thank you, Elle, for the second super chat of the live. Elle says, treats for kitten. That now we know that my husband calls me kitten. I call him kitten too. Or we call each other kitty. And my brother and sister-in-law always make fun of us. They're like, kitty, kitten. Thank you for the late night live. You are so welcome. And thank you, Elle, for the super chat. That is very sweet of you. Okay. The next day, June 1st, 2023, that producer reached out to Miss Lively again to praise her. Miss Lively responded with gratitude and thanked the producer for taking the space to step up where we need it. The producer in turn thanked Miss Lively because she helped make the space for them to finally start listening to me. So thank you. After unsuccessfully attempting to raise concerns with Sony, Miss Lively expressly told Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath that there were serious HR problems on set. Mr. Heath responded that they knew, implying that someone had mentioned to them that Miss Lively had raised concerns. In response, Mr. Heath told Miss Lively that he thought she had wanted to see the nude video of his wife. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I really thought you wanted to see this video of my wife after lunch. Apologies. On June 1st, 2024, the female cast member told Miss Lively that Mr. Baldoni had expressly acknowledged her concerns in writing, stating, I recognize that the last few days of filming have been difficult, but I wanted you to know that the work is really great. And I'm excited for what we're creating. Equally important is that I was made aware of your concerns. I wanted you to know that they're fully received. I hear you. The adjustments will be made accordingly. The cast member conveyed to Miss Lively that she did not feel the acknowledgement was satisfactory. Miss Lively agreed. On June 8th, 2023, a female cast member confided in Miss Lively that she had difficulty having conversations with Mr. Baldoni. Miss Lively responded that she too found it really hard to speak to him. I try to cover it with busyness, but not sure that covers what's going on. I think we're fine. We just have some stories to tell. And who knows if it wasn't a shit who maybe, and who knows if it wasn't a shit who maybe we wouldn't have found each other in such an anchoring way. And noted they were survivors with shared trauma. Oh my goodness. Mr. Baldoni's response to hearing grievances of Miss Lively and another female cast member was dismissive. On June 8th, 2023, the female cast member who raised concerns about Mr. Baldoni's behavior told Miss Lively that Mr. Baldoni had been heard complaining to another actor that, dude, I have to tell you something, but I don't want to get canceled or lose my job. I'm not canceled. You can't say anything on this set anymore. Oh, that seems interesting. Some of these lines are like, what? I don't want to get canceled. You know, you got to be so woke. I don't know. Okay. As described above, Miss Lively and others attempted to raise concerns to Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath regarding certain of the conduct conduct described during filming, but it was futile to ask Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath to address their own behavior, and their concerns were not addressed. Despite receiving multiple detailed reports by Miss Lively and others about Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's misconduct, Wayfair failed to investigate those reports or institute protections for the cast. This is so even, though the incidents discussed above, among others, did not take place in isolation, and many, if not all, were witnessed by others. In their January 31st, 2024, or 2025, apologies, amended complaint, defendants admit that Miss Lively raised concerns directly with Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath as early as May 2023. Their narrative about this complaint is telling. According to defendants, Mr. Baldoni was immediately suspicious of Miss Lively's concerns. And although defendants cannot point to a shred of evidence backing this up, contemporaneous evidence backing this up, defendants now insist that they were informed by Sony that any complaints were not sexual in nature, and that Mr. Baldoni sensed that Lively was intentionally manipulating the facts. Mr. Baldoni admits that that the way he addressed this was to create an acknowledgement note for someone else to pass on to Miss Lively, which Miss Lively found entirely unsatisfactory. Defendants concede that Miss Lively requested a meeting the next day, June 1st, 2023, yet instead of following Mr. Baldoni's own advice to be confident enough to listen, she keeps quoting his quote, be confident enough to listen to the women in your life, to hear their ideas and their solutions, and to actually believe them, even if they're saying it against. Defendants mock Miss Lively by saying she raised a series of grievances that she appeared to have spent the past 5 days over analyzing and scrutinized every minor infraction and perceived slight. In sum, defendants have conceded that Miss Lively raised concerns about their behavior both to Sony and to them directly, but their response is to retroactively rebrand those concerns as non-sexual and criticize Miss Lively for over-analyzing perceived slights. By the end, or by these and other behaviors, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath and Wayfair engaged in harassing conduct that failed their obligations to investigate complaints of workplace harassment, prevent inappropriate and harassing behaviors on set, and provide avenues for cast and crew members to safely raise concerns to neutral parties so they could be investigated and appropriately addressed. On or about January 31st, 2025, in the midst of this litigation, nearly 2 years after Miss Lively first raised concerns to Wayfair in May 2023, outside investigation counsel for Wayfair sent a letter to Miss Lively's counsel claiming that they had recently been retained by Wayfair to conduct a neutral third-party investigation of Blake Lively's complaint for sexual harassment, retaliation, failure to investigate, prevent, and or remedy harassment, and aiding and abetting harassment. Wayfair's outside investigation counsel asked to interview Miss Lively and to have an introductory call with counsel first. Miss Lively's counsel engaged in an introductory call with Wayfair's outside investigation counsel and another investigator on February 12th. So this was just days ago, 2025. And they have a letter, letter from Miss Lively's counsel to investigation counsel on February 14th, Valentine's Day. Attached here too, so that'll be Exhibit E. The investigators acknowledged that Wayfair had a legal mandate to conduct an investigation and confirmed that Wayfair had not previously conducted any such investigation. The investigators confirmed that 1, Wayfair controlled the investigation budget and the documents and information that the investigation would receive, and 2, the investigation would be attorney-client privileged, and that As the holder of the attorney-client privilege, Wayfair should have the right to all of the investigators' interview notes, memoranda, determinations, and conclusions, which Wayfair could keep completely secret if they chose to do so. Number 3, the Wayfair parties counsel would have the right to sit in on the investigators' interviews with any of the Wayfair parties. And 4, it was entirely Wayfair's decision as to whether the findings of the investigators were memorialized in a written report. And if there were a written report, it would be solely up to Wayfair to decide whether that report would ever be provided to the cast and crew, Sony, or the general public. The investigators acknowledged having read Miss Lively's complaint and confirmed that if these incidents occurred as alleged, there are significant problems within the organization that they will have to contend with.
Okay,
Oh shit, you scared me.
Sorry,
I was in the mode.
I'm going to work now. Or you still got viewers or no viewers?
You're going to work now. I feel like you were just here 5 minutes ago, Chell.
I slept at least 8 hours.
Oh, you're so. I heard you just brushing your teeth. So I know you did scare the shit out of me. I am in the zone, auto zone. Okay.
Hey, did anyone else feel uneasy?
Everyone feels uneasy right now with
Throw
this.
your uneasies in the chat.
My husband says, throw your uneasies in the chat. Thank you, Kayla Marie. Thank you for reading through this. Hit the like. Yes, hit the like button. Thank you so much, Kayla. That's very sweet and generous of you. And yes, hit the like. It's a free way to support the channel. And hit that subscribe if you don't mind as well. Paul says, oh my God, Chell, you made her lively with you. Oh my God, Powell, I can't get in the zone. Auto zone. I'm stimming. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Yet the investigators conceded that they would not be making any recommendations for corrective actions that Wayfair should take based on the investigation findings, which they described as beyond the scope of their work for Wayfair. It would solely be up to Wayfair to decide what to do, if anything. Wayfair's belated launch of an investigation in 2025 is a damning admission of Wayfair's failure to investigate events that were reported to Wayfair in 2023. It also demonstrates the hypocrisy of Wayfair's claims that it simply wants all of the facts to be released for public consumption. A privileged and confidential internal investigation that is financed and controlled by the same. Wayfair executives who have been sued for sexual harassment and retaliation is not an exercise in transparency, but a sham. This is especially so when litigation has already been initiated that will allow for neutral fact finders to determine Wayfair's liability based on documents and testimony under oath provided by Macers, Baldoni, Heath, and Sarowicks. Oh my goodness. Ciao, Mia. See you soon. Okay. The Wayfair parties ignored their legal mandate to conduct an investigation in 2023 when they indisputably became aware of multiple HR complaints. So we're saying HR complaints and their cynical attempt to launch a rigged investigation now makes a mockery of their legal obligations. And while it is helpful that Wayfair has finally conceded its legal obligation to investigate sexual harassment and other concerns raised on the set of the film, Wayfair continues to ignore its legal obligation to cease retaliating against Miss Lively for reporting these concerns. The parties negotiate a contract rider regarding Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's conduct. So now we're going to get into the contract riders. They had the sexual rider. They got all these riders, okay, on the set of It Ends With Us. On May 2nd, 2023, the WGA, made up of 2 American labor unions representing more than 16,000 writers in film, television, radio, and online media, went on strike in connection with a labor dispute with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The film temporarily halted in June 2023 as a result of WGA picketing. On June 15th, 2023, Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni announced the continued halted production of the film due to the ongoing WGA strike and lost days experienced from picketing. While the WGA strike was underway, on January 14th, 2023, the American Actors Union, known as SAG-AFTRA, labor union that represents 160,000 people in the entertainment industry, including actors, recording artists, radio personalities, and other media professionals. Oh, my producer Cordelia's back. Began to strike due to labor dispute with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The WGA strike ended September 27, 2023, and SAG-AFTRA strike ended November 9th, 2023. Before returning to production, Miss Lively and a female cast member discussed their mutual dread, was it Jenny Slate, of going back to the film set on October 13th, 2023. Miss Lively texted that cast member, sharing that she keeps getting hits of the experience in really upsetting ways. The female cast member agreed and expressed regret about the situation. At this point, after Miss Lively and others had unsuccessfully attempted to address and resolve the ongoing problems on set and having significant concerns about the return to production, Miss Lively worked with her attorneys to address the conditions described above and create a safe work environment for herself and others. On November 9th, 2023, Miss Lively's attorneys provided Wayfair's attorneys with a document entitled Protections for Return to Production. It's attached in Exhibit A. In conveying the protections for return to production document, Miss Lively requested that Wayfair agree to implement a plan that would enable everyone to return to work and complete the film with adequate protections and ensure a safe set moving forward. On November 11th, 2023, isn't that Veterans Day? Counsel for Wayfair indicated that Wayfair, Sony, and production respectfully acknowledge that your client has concerns regarding safety, professionalism, and workplace culture. Although our perspective differs in many aspects, ensuring a safe environment for all involved is paramount. Irrespective of differing, both my cat producers are here, differing viewpoints regarding your outlined request, we find most of them not only reasonable, but also essential for the benefit of all parties. My little doggy's on the floor too. All my helpers are here. On November 15th, 2023, Wayfair, through It Ends With Us Movie LLC, agreed to the terms in a contractual rider, another rider reference, take a drink every time we say rider, executed on January 19th, 2024, and attached hereto in Exhibit B. The provisions of the contractual rider, directly track the misconduct that Miss Lively contemporaneously reported. Among the contract rider's provision, the first provision required that an intimacy coordinator, take a drink every time you see intimacy coordinator, we're all going to be wasted. Must be present at all times when Miss Lively's on set. The second provision required that with respect to artists, any and all rehearsal filming, reviewing of video playback, and dailies, we're getting into the dailies, and or any other interaction with scenes involving simulated sex, nudity, or partial nudity. Bye, Buffy. My dog left. Should say one of my dogs left. So with respect to artists, any rehearsal filming, playback, scene involving simulated sex, nudity, or partial nudity shall be restricted to those persons with essential business reasons for being present. So essential personnel, they're saying, as approved by Miss Lively. So Blake has to approve the essential personnel for sex scenes, and Todd Black, as further described in the nudity rider, take a drink, attached as Schedule 1. Nudity rider, take another drink. The third provision required that there is to be no spontaneous improvising of any scenes involving intimate sexual, physical touching, simulated sex, nudity with respect to Miss Lively. Scenes involving Miss Lively that involve kissing, depictions of sexual intercourse, or any other intimate, physical, sexual touching must be contained in the screenplay, i.e., the most up-to-date draft approved by Miss Lively in writing, choreographed in advance, in the presence of the intimacy coordinator, and may only proceed as choreographed with the consent of all participants in advance. The fourth provision required that physical touching and or comments on Miss Lively's physical appearance must only be made in connection with the character, scene work, not as to Miss Lively personally, except as written into the screenplay or as strictly required in connection with makeup or costume preparation. There is no physical touching, including hugging. We know these guys, allegedly, Mr. Heath and Blake, Mr. Heath and Baldoni, according to Blake, they like to hug. So there's no hugging of Miss Lively on set personnel or her employees. The fifth provision required that there are no discussions with Miss Lively of personal experiences with sex or nudity, no corn either, including as it relates to conduct with spouses or others. The sixth provision required that no one will attempt to enter, or interrupt, pressure, or request entrance to Miss Lively's trailer while she's in the state of undress for any reason. The seventh provision, I feel like we already read through all these, but there shall be no rehearsal of filming of Miss Lively, including Miss Lively's approved body double, of any nudity, partial nudity, and simulated sex, except as expressly permitted in accordance with the nudity rider. Any such footage of Miss Lively or Miss Lively's body double previously shot without a nudity rider in place may not be used without Miss Lively's and her legal representatives' prior written consent. The 10th provision required that there shall not be no retaliation of any kind against Miss Lively for raising concerns about the conduct described in the letter. For these requirements, any changes in attitude, sarcasm, marginalism, or other negative behavior, either on set or otherwise, including during publicity and promotional work, as a result of these requests, is retaliatory and unacceptable, and will be met with immediate action. The 12th provision required that Wayfair will engage an additional experienced A-level producer. Okay, that's Toddy, I believe, Todd Black, to actively supervise the production. We know about that. He's the approved producer. The 15th provision required any rehearsal or shooting involving Miss Lively or any other performer depicting the character of Lily that involves nudity, again, with the nudity, including partial nudity or simulated sex, must be conducted strictly in accordance with the nudity rider, take a drink, and must adhere to the approved script. The 16th provision, any and all day players that participate in any way in scenes with Miss Lively, including nudity, partial nudity, or simulated sex, must be engaged through customary industry talent agencies and not through personal connections of the director or producer. So she's like, you cannot hire your friends. The 17th provision required that Miss Lively's election, an all hands in-person meeting before production resumes will include the director, the existing producers, a Sony representative, the approved producer, Miss Lively, and Miss Lively's designated representatives to confirm and approve a plan for implementation of the above that will be adhered to for the physical and emotional safety of Miss Lively, her employees, and the cast moving forward. The contract rider, another rider, expressly referenced the parties actor loan out agreement dated May 5th, 2023, and deemed the terms and conditions incorporated into that agreement. On December 4th, 2023, Giannetti reached out to Miss Lively to acknowledge that Miss Lively's experience on set had been beyond challenging and to reiterate her own and Sony's support for Miss Lively and her relief that Todd Black, who was brought in to oversee the safety of the cast and crew, was now on board. She stated, "So glad Todd Black is now in it and overseeing everything, but wanted to check in, offer anything I can. I know this has been beyond challenging to say the least. We at the studio want to support you the best we can." And we have that here in writing. And the rest of it, so what I read above, and then they go on to say, or Giannetti goes on to say, "I will be on set for the majority of the shoot, other than a few days around the long MLK weekend when I have to be in LA for some for some doctor appointments with my son. Let me know if there's a good time to try you." The all hands in-person meeting provided for in the contract writer occurred on January 4th, 2024, before production resumed. As described above, the meeting was not an ambush, they're saying. So even though Justin Baldoni has said ambush, they're like, no, nor was it a surprise. It was precisely the meeting called for under the contract writer. The meeting was attended by Mr. Baldoni, we know, Mr. Heath, producer Alex Sachs, producer Todd Black, and Sony's Giannetti, as well as Ryan Reynolds. All right. I was going to say Darkwing Duck himself, but who did he play? Who's the superhero guy he played? I can't remember. I didn't see the movie. You guys put it in the chat. I can't remember. With the red suit. No, his name's not Bald Man. What's his name? Okay. All right. Deadpool. God, I couldn't remember. Was there Nice Pool, Deadpool? I said Darkwing Duck. He should have played Darkwing Duck. I would have saw that. Deadpool, I didn't see. Okay. The meeting was not an ambush. Blah, blah, blah. Ryan Reynolds was there, who attended at Miss Lively's request as another designated representative as provided for in the contract, given the subject matter of the meeting. At the January 4, 2024 meeting, the parties discussed a list of 20 examples of the behaviors that gave rise to the contract writer from her contemporaneous notes. These behaviors are listed in full earlier in this complaint. Oh, we read them. Neither Mr. Baldoni nor Mr. Heath denied the veracity of Miss Lively's examples. Miss Lively requested that Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath agree that such behaviors would no longer take place, as memorialized in the language of the writer, and Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath agreed. Production of the film resumed. Yay! January 5th, 2024, and concluded February 9th, 2024, on January 14th. Before all of the cast had returned to the set, Miss Lively reassured one cast member that you'll enjoy it this time, and you don't need to hug anyone. We know this, already read this, and he won't touch you, or shouldn't. And I don't think he or Jamie will. Miss Lively said that she felt solid. It's a professional set and we're getting good work. The professional set was the result of an 8-month process in which Miss Lively attempted privately to resolve concerns of misconduct and sexual harassment by Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath. Wayfair failed to investigate those concerns, leaving it to Miss Lively to negotiate for workplace protections to remedy the toxic environment on set, understanding the risk she was taking by speaking up. So we're repeating this again, that she took it on for everybody else. Miss Lively asked, and Wayfair agreed in a contract not to retaliate against her in any way, including the press. While Miss Lively remained disturbed by her experiences, she trusted that Wayfair would honor the contract it signed. Instead, the Wayfair parties launched a vicious and well-funded retaliation campaign against her, which has grown more aggressive and harmful over the past several months. Miss Lively led the edit of Sony's cut of the film, which was the version released in theaters. And we know that even though allegedly Justin's version got a higher score to the audience test group that they used, they went forward and used Blake Lively. So Mr. Baldoni and the Wayfarer parties have falsely claimed that Miss Lively took over the movie as a self-aggrandizing power play. The defendant's entire accusation would rely on Miss Lively and others fabricating malicious claims nearly a year before an edit. Though Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath repeatedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with witnesses and corroborators. For some reason, that is a hard word for me to say all the time, in real time. And then, even more complicated, their accusation would have required Miss Lively to rely on the hope that the Wayfarer parties would sign a document. Miss T, this popped out to me. Wayfarer, you got just what I need. Can't stop. Wayfarer, you should sponsor this channel. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. So Miss Lively to rely on the hope that Wayfarer parties would sign a document acknowledging and agreeing to cease the detailed and specific misconduct described in her claims after writing letters of apology to other female cast 8 months before. And also, most critically, the supposed master plan they absurdly accused Miss Lively of would rely on the hope that Wayfarer would never, in that 1.5-year process, launch an HR investigation to clear their innocent names, but instead allow their film to be stolen from them. The assertion Miss Lively bullied her way into the edit room. Oh, so they're addressing this. They're addressing Blake's want for the dailies and editing. And when Justin allegedly tried to get it back, like set deadlines, it was like, I need this stuff longer, allegedly. So the assertion Miss Lively bullied her way into the edit room is not only false, but it was not even necessary. If she was not happy with the film, she could have easily just moved on to her next project. She had offers for directing jobs before, during, and since the film. Oh, so she's saying, I got it like that. I don't need you. If she wanted to direct, she could have done that at any time and without having to deal with the Wayfarer parties, whom she clearly wanted nothing to do with. The story of the edit of the film is not relevant to Miss Lively's claims of sexual harassment and retaliation. It is a red herring designed to distract the public away from the grave misconduct by the defendants. The Sony cut is the film that was chosen to be released in theaters. Miss Lively led the Sony cut with their support, working in close collaboration with Sony and Colleen Hoover, the author of the book herself. Sony released the film's trailer on May 16, 2024. The next day, a Sony executive wrote Miss Lively about the huge response from the public to that release, calling it a beautiful start and thanking Miss Lively for her contributions. Thank you, Shine. That was so sweet of you. Shine gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Those are always selected by YouTube randomly. So congratulations to those of you who got your 5 memberships. Thanks to Shine, and enjoy your bonus content that's available and also your emojis that you can use. Okay. So thank you so much, Shine. That was really sweet of you. So here we have just a conversation here with Gianetti says, hi there. I'm sure Josh is updating you on the huge response to the trailer. 180 million views in 24 hours. Just incredible. But I'm texting you to thank you. I know how hard you worked on making the trailer perfect. Round after round with creative advertising, and all while you're shooting, working on the cut, mother of 4, and on and on and on. Still a long way till August 9th, but an incredible launch. Fans are so excited and learned from publisher this AM, Amazon sold 6,000, was it 6,000? 6,000 copies of the book in 12 hours after the trailer dropped. A beautiful start, and thank you for making it, Ange. Powell, you little sweetie, wipe the CD. We got a little gifting train going on. Powell just gifted 5 channel memberships. Please thank Powell and Shine, these sweeties, wipe the CDs. And enjoy. Congratulations to the winners. Okay. On June 19, 2024, one of the film's producers described Miss Lively's edit of the film as quote unquote excellent in all caps, and her work is truly beautiful. On August 11, 2024, after the film's release, Sony executive Miss Giannetti wrote to Lively, Blake, $50 million. Your blood, sweat, tears, brilliant, smarts, heart, and soul in every single frame. My God, it's incredible. Thank you 50 million times. And it's only Saturday night. Oh, geez. Okay. The story that Mr. Baldoni and the Wayfair parties have told since Miss Lively filed her opening complaint is completely at odds with their behavior when trying to produce and market the film. Before Miss Lively sued, Mr. Baldoni and the Wayfair parties were perfectly happy to exploit Miss Lively's star power, as well as her access to A-level filmmakers, editors, and more. And notwithstanding their complaints today that Miss Lively supposedly seized control of Mr. Baldoni's film, that did not stop Mr. Baldoni from proudly marketing the film as his work on release. Indeed, although Mr. Baldoni privately confessed that he did not even see the final cut of the film until the premiere, he repeatedly and publicly took credit for the film, while Miss Lively generally downplayed her contributions. So this looks like a text exchange. Justin Baldoni, and editor 2. Well, if you decide to change your mind last minute, let me know and let's figure it out together. I'm going to be there. That's just different timing and holding areas and theaters and all the things you can imagine. It's still our film. Editor 2 replies, it would be very hard for me to sit and watch the final film for the first time at the premiere. Just cheer for us when our names come up, sending all the love. And then Baldoni replies, oh, okay, yeah, I haven't seen the film either. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The irony of Wayfair's complaints should be lost on no one. It is Mr. Sarowitz, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath that have reaped the greatest financial benefits from Miss Lively's hard work, about which they now complain. The film quickly became Wayfair's most lucrative project, to the record-breaking tune of $350 million. Reveling in the financial success of the film, they now incredibly accused Miss Lively of hijacking. Mr. Sarowitz boasted in one interview that the film was #1 in the country. As of August 13, 2024, when one interviewer congratulated Mr. Sarowitz on the film's impressive 50 million opening weekend, Mr. Sarowitz responded that the film had actually grossed 80 million worldwide, about 2.5 times what Wayfair expected, remarking, "We're thrilled with that." Once the film was well established in theaters, Wayfair took to Instagram to promote the film's addition to streaming service giant Netflix, encouraging users to watch the blockbuster film at home, and later celebrated that the film was the #1 movie in the US on Netflix. It seems so long as Miss Lively stayed silent about Wayfair's misconduct, defendants were content to continue collecting paychecks from the film they now claim she hijacked. It is only once she spoke out about the sexual harassment and retaliation to which defendants subjected her that they decided to attempt to convince the public that Miss Lively ruined the film. And defendants have done so, even though through the process, Mr. Baldoni engaged in stunning duplicity, praising Miss Lively to her face and in public while secretly disparaging her in private and plotting to bury her alongside the truth of his own behavior. Not to be outdone, Mr. Sarowitz loudly promoted the film and its box office success while financing, all while financing defendants' effort to destroy Miss Lively and her family. Even though the film had turned out very well, Wayfair had made a lot of money on it. In late August 2024, Mr. Sarowitz confessed to a third party that if Miss Lively, and we heard this, Powell, this is your part, this is the Marvel evil villain part. As of August 2024, Mr. Sarowitz confessed to a third party that if Miss Lively or Mr. Reynolds ever cross the line, ever, then I will go after them. He declared, I will protect the studio like Israel protected itself from Hamas. There were 39,000 dead bodies. There will be 2 dead bodies when I'm done. Minimum. Not dead, but you're dead to me. And that kind of dead. But dead to a lot of people. If they ever get me to that point, then I'll make it worth their while because I'm going to spend a lot of money to make sure the studio is protected. He made this disturbing pledge after divulging to another individual at the film's New York premiere that he was prepared to spend $100 million to ruin the lives of Miss Lively and her family. Avengers Assemble. Oh my goodness. Miss Lively and other cast and crew promoted the film according to the marketing plan. So now they're going to talk about the way it was promoted, and probably we're going to hit on again the criticism that Blake received while promoting and them saying, no, this is part of the plan. In connection with the film's public release, Miss Lively and the rest of the cast actively promoted the film in accordance with the marketing plan for the film attached in Exhibit C. So they've attached that. Wayfair had embraced and on information and belief had formally approved of this marketing plan. The marketing plan and related talking points expressly required Miss Lively, as well as all other cast and crew engaged in promotional activities, to focus more on her character's strength and resilience, as opposed to describing the film as a story about DV, and to avoid talking about the film that makes it feel sad or heavy. It's a story of hope. Where are your florals? Okay, that part we remember. As detailed above, Miss Lively and fellow cast members promoted the film in accordance with the talking points and marketing plan during appearances on red carpets, interviews, press junkets, fan events, and pop-up experiences leading to the film's release. Mr. Baldoni and his team, including Mr. Sarowitz, had publicly embraced the same marketing plan. In early May 2024, Mr. Baldoni appeared at a floral-themed trailer launch event, which included him personally making flower bouquets for influencers, a photo opportunity, and film-branded latte art. So he was making latte art. Okay. I do like a good oat milk latte. I will say that. Okay. I am a basic bitch in that way. Around the same time, on July 30th, 2024, the official Instagram page for the film published a post for International Friendship Day about how to plan the perfect girls' night out and advising fans to grab your besties, get your tickets, and wear your florals. 2 days later, on August 2nd, the official TikTok page for the film posted videos of fans attending early screenings of the film in floral outfits, with one influencer stating, grab your girls, wear your florals, and go see it. What is this? Okay, so this must be maybe the influencer here with Justin Baldoni. As late as August 11th, 2024, Mr. Heath was defending Sony's marketing plan as brilliant and fantastic. In an email to Sony on that date, Mr. Heath requested a call to take some learnings from some of the online commentary about the film's marketing. Yet, to be clear, we are not saying it's been inappropriately marketed in any way. In fact, you all have been brilliant. Thank you. Extremely honored to be partners with you. It's been fantastic. The proof is in the pudding. He concluded by congratulating Sony on a huge, huge, huge success. I added an extra huge, okay? In advance of the release of the film, nearly all cast members chose to appear in public separately from Mr. Baldoni, given his on-set behavior. Mr. Baldoni became concerned that the public would discover that something is much bigger under the surface, on information and belief, alluding to the complaints lodged by Miss Lively and others. At that point, Mr. Baldoni pivoted away from the so this is when they're saying, no, this is when he pivoted away from the marketing plan after we unfollowed him, to explain his absence from the rest of the cast. He shifted his focus away from a message of female triumph and instead capitalize on female trauma. So now they're saying Baldoni is a female trauma vulture. After the film's premiere, Mr. Baldoni changed his Instagram profile, canceled lighthearted social media posts, and instructed his team to look for survivor reactions and support, all in an effort to quickly shift his own public narrative to focus solely on survivors and domestic violence organizations. Miss Abel cautioned Mr. Baldoni that this shift might be too drastic, too soon. Still, Mr. Baldoni insisted on a TikTok strategy, and that his promotional activities for the film would seek to amplify what he described as survivor content. So this is Justin Baldoni to Jennifer Abel. Hey, just landed. What is the TikTok strategy? I'd like you guys to start posting me only talking about DV and clips and why this movie is so important. And this is on 8/8/2024. So August 8th, 2024. The team followed Mr. Baldoni's instructions. For her part, Miss Abel advised Mr. Baldoni on August 8th, 2024, that creating content about DV would be acceptable following his initial marketing push. It doesn't feel performative now that you've done major substantial press on the topic. That was her message to him. On August 11th, Miss Abel cynically advised Mr. Baldoni that exploiting content relating to survivors of DV could help advance his public image. Ugh. In her words, she advised Mr. Baldoni that pushing out survivor content first thing tomorrow would be helpful for the news cycle. She says theater, surprise, and then I think survivor content first thing tomorrow AM, which then will be helpful to news cycle. By repositioning Mr. Baldoni's marketing of the film on information and belief, Mr. Baldoni hoped to create the false impression that he had chosen not to appear alongside other cast members. Mr. Baldoni directed his team to share on his public Instagram feed the private messages he had received from survivors sharing their stories of DV with him. Mr. Baldoni's team talked him out of these ideas, writing that they do not recommend using private DMs as content. So this is Justin to Jennifer Abel on September 8th, 2024. Also, I need you guys to really be on all the stories I'm tagged in. I think you should let all people DM me so you can see people's reactions to film, and I can be reposting everything. These next 36 hours are crucial, and we need to be on it, looking at everything, finding the most emotional and touching content from survivors supporting this film and reposting. Need you to be finding survivors, sharing their stories, and amplifying them on my page and TikTok. Mr. Baldoni went so far as proposing to share a video of a woman's birth moment, but his team talked him out of it, warning that it might be perceived as weird, probably, and was too intimate. Still, Mr. Baldoni's team was more than willing to deploy survivor stories, reactions, and images to protect Mr. Baldoni's image. Oh my goodness. I thought you were saying that's Joleen and not Mr. Baldoni. Okay. Mr. Baldoni and his team formulate a retaliatory plan. By the time defendants launched their campaign to bury Miss Lively, Wayfair knew the details of Miss Lively and others' concerns. The complaints raised regarding Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's behavior, Miss Lively's contractual rider, take a drink, and the January 4th, 2024 meeting to discuss their behavior. In addition, Wayfair's press team knew about the claims by Miss Lively and others, as well as the protections rider, another rider, as Wayfair sent the materials to them on November 2023 and even referred to Miss Lively's complaints internally. On January 13th, 2024, just 9 days after the January 4th meeting in which Miss Lively detailed each of concerns, Miss Abel reacted to an E! News story depicting a kiss on the set of the film, stating, "It's so cringy." These PR people, oh my God, so much entertainment in these PR exchanges. It's crazy. When her colleague responded that Blake was probably grossed out too, Miss Abel responded, "Yeah," and filed a cease and desist on information and belief. Miss Abel was referencing Miss Lively's complaints regarding Mr. Baldoni. As early as May 2024, Mr. Baldoni told his team that they needed a plan to get ahead of the claims against him, and in the event that they were to go public. Specifically, Mr. Baldoni wrote, "Just want you guys to have a plan. Plans make me feel more at ease." On May 17, 2024, Mr. Baldoni texted his publicist, Jennifer Abel, that Miss Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool, aka Darkwing Duck, had blocked him on social media. The horror, stating, "We should have a plan for if she does the same when the movie comes out." It is worth noting that this plan was not conceived of to respond to any particular allegation. It was entirely about managing the public perception. Mr. Baldoni feared might follow the theoretical possibility that Miss Lively might decide to unfollow his social media accounts. Far from taking a moment to listen to the women in his life, oh, they're going back to his quote, Mr. Baldoni apparently thought he should be ready to use his louder voice in the event. Come on, like, let's proofread our amended complaint here. In the event that his co-star did nothing other than unfollow his social media accounts. In June 2024, a month after Mr. Baldoni's first promotional event for the film, Miss Lively and others in the cast fulfilled their first publicity obligation for the film without Mr. Baldoni, which was weird. Okay. They did not publicly discuss the misconduct that had occurred on set, nor did they ever suggest to Wayfair or Mr. Baldoni that they intended to discuss their concerns publicly. Yet, on June 20th, 2024, Miss Abel texted Mr. Heath her concern. "We can't have fans starting to guess why JB, Justin Baldoni, is left out of this stuff." Likewise, Mr. Baldoni strategized with his publicist, Miss Abel, about various ways in which they might cover up or explain away his on-set misconduct. On June 24th, 2024, for example, Mr. Baldoni proposed an offensive move showing his neurodivergence. Is he neurospicy like me? Showing his neurodivergence and some of the attributes that come with it, to explain that anything that he had been accused of was social awkwardness and impulse speech. I hear that. I got that. Okay. Oh my God, I got that. Hey guys, one thing I think I want to do is the Dr. Amen show. Matt, I know you have your feelings about it, but this is Justin to Jennifer Abel. But this practice saved my friend Miranda's life a few months ago. With everything going on, I want to have an offensive move showing my neurodivergence and some of the attributes that come with it so that I can start talking about it. Most anything that I have been accused of is social awkwardness and impulsive speech. And I think me sitting down with him and just looking at my brain and talking about some of these things would be helpful. So he's like, oh, right. There's a lot of typos, Rose. So many damn typos. So this is him like wanting them to have like a better understanding of how he communicates and how that might have been misread. He wants to explain his neurospiciness. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. The same day, Miss Abel reviewed again the agreed upon list of protections that formed the basis of the contractual rider. Whenever I say rider, I think of A minor from the Kendrick Lamar song. Okay. On July 24, 2024, Miss Abel emailed Mr. Heath and others requesting the legal letter that was sent to Miss Lively and her team stating, per our conversation, we will go through point by point and draft context surrounding each situation. We can flag what we are missing that would be helpful to arm us in the case we need to refute any of the claims. On July 26, 2024, Mr. Baldoni sent Miss Abel a Variety article about Francis Ford Coppola's inappropriate behavior on set during production of his movie Megalopolis. Never heard of it. Including his alleged kissing of cast and crew. Francis Ford Coppola, what are you doing? As described by unnamed sources. In conveying the article, Mr. Baldoni stated, this is the shit that I'm sure they want to do. Unnamed sources. On July 29th, 2024, Mr. Baldoni and Miss Abel discussed a proposal to get ahead of any potential publicity regarding Miss Lively's HR complaints against him with a social and digital combat plan. Wayfair engages Melissa Nathan. So now they're getting Melissa Nathan, Mr. Wallace, and Street Relations on behalf of Mr. Baldoni to launch a retaliation campaign against Miss Lively. As the film's release date of August 9th, 2024 drew closer, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Wayfair, Miss Abel, and others continued to pursue a strategy on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair to arm themselves against the possibility that Blake Lively or others might go public with the claims against Mr. Baldoni or Wayfair. This plan took shape with Wayfair's retention on behalf of Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni of Miss Nathan, which occurred on or around July 31st, 2024. Producer Linda's birthday. Happy birthday, Producer Linda. Miss Nathan is a crisis manager. On or about June 20th, 2024, Miss Nathan launched TAG. TAG markets itself as a team of crisis specialists and communications experts that redefines the rules of reputation management. TAG's website states, at TAG, it is more than just creating a powerful narrative. It's knowing how to navigate that narrative towards continued success and a lasting legacy. TAG's website states that it offers comprehensive communication services for individuals, businesses, and corporations looking to invest in reputation management and the growth of their unique. I've been watching too much Severance because I am reading it like their little employee movies that they have to watch. Looking to invest in reputation management and the growth of their unique public profiles. TAG specializes in crisis communications, having managed some of the biggest public-facing crises to date, and utilizes that fast-paced, reputation-first mindset with all of its day-to-day clients, which span a variety of industries, including entertainment, media, business, and sports. TAG services include messaging and narrative development, media relations, crisis communications and management, and digital and social strategy, among others. By July 31st, 2024, Wayfair had started to put together a timeline of events to be shared with Miss Nathan and TAG. According to TAG's own planning document, the purpose of Miss Nathan's engagement was to help Mr. Baldoni get ahead of the narrative and mitigate bad press that might arise from Miss Lively's and other HR complaints becoming public by engaging in techniques such as rapid response, like a rapid strep test back in the day. Okay. Communication system and cataloging third-party advocates willing to provide a potential quote or engage with reporters on Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath's behalf to mitigate negative narratives from a source outside of Wayfair. See Exhibit D 1 through 2. 1 through 2. Thank you. It's just me. Still going. I know I'm still going. You fell asleep 2 hours ago. Hopefully I can read some of you to bed. This is your bedtime story because it's a lot of just repeating within this amended complaint. A lot of repeating. All right. So on August 1st, 2024, August 1st, before any of the cast sat down for interviews at the film's press junket, Miss Abel stated to Mr. Heath and Wayfair personnel that she had held an in-person meeting with a contributor to People, Fox News, In Touch, Us Weekly. Miss Abel explained that during the meeting, she had fully briefed the contributor of the situation with Miss Lively and Miss Abel, or with Miss Lively. Miss Abel stated that the contributor was armed and ready to take this story of Blake weaponizing feminism and assured Mr. Heath that the contributor will do anything for us. The irony of Mr. Baldoni accusing anyone of weaponizing feminism, let alone the woman who had edited the film for which Mr. Baldoni was poised to take credit, does not appear to have been discussed at Miss Abel's dinner with her longtime friend. Ooh, they're starting to cut. So Jennifer Abel to Jamie Heath. Thanks for the call. Confidentially, I'm out to dinner with a friend of 12 plus years who writes for People magazine, Fox News, In Touch, Us Weekly, and she is fully briefed of the situation and is armed and ready to take this story of Blake weaponizing feminism to any of her outlets the minute we give her the green light. She hates Blake, has had this story before. Oh, has heard this story before. Okay. And will do anything for us, FYI. Oh my God. I remember that. That's not new. We remember that. On or around August 2nd, 2024, Miss Abel connected the contributor with Miss Nathan. Subsequently, Miss Nathan engaged directly with media sources on behalf of Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair regarding Mr. Baldoni, Miss Lively in the film. On August 2nd, 2024, Miss Nathan, Mr. Baldoni, Miss Abel, and others had a phone call to discuss the services that Miss Nathan and TAG would provide for Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair. Subsequently, on August 2nd, 2024, TAG circulated a document to Mr. Baldoni and others entitled Scenario Planning. It ends with us, as described above. See also Exhibit D. Of note, the scenario planning document states there are several potential scenarios to play here, which we should be prepared for. Should Miss Lively and her team make her grievance public? See Exhibit D at 1. The scenario planning document provides TAG's recommendation to get ahead of this narrative. This includes suggesting misleading messaging. 1, production members lost their jobs. Oh, they're addressing this. Production members lost their jobs due to Miss Lively's takeover and insisted upon involvement. And we know that Justin Baldoni has said that, people were let go, according to him, because of Blake Lively. Miss Lively involved her husband to create an imbalance of power between her and Mr. Baldoni. Was this in there before? Was this in there before? Is she saying that this was TAG's plan all along? Production members lost their jobs, which, yes, we were told that. Miss Lively involved her husband to create an imbalance of power between her and Mr. Baldoni. Yes, we heard that. Miss Lively has less than favorable reputation in the industry. Yeah, we heard that. And Miss Lively had a clear, likely motive. Yeah, to steal the movie. We've heard that too. to bully her way into buying the rights to It Starts With Us. Oh, God, I can't even get through It Ends With Us. I don't even want to hear about It Starts With Us. The sequel to the film currently owned by Wayfair. The scenario planning document states that TAG could also explore planting stories about the weaponization of feminism and how people in Blake Lively's circle, like Taylor Swift, I told you guys I take a hard stance. This is the only thing I take a hard stance on in here. If they're going to take Blake and they can take Ryan, but you can't have Taylor. You can't have Taylor. Okay? So, all right. In BL circle, like Taylor Swift, have been accused of utilizing these tactics to bully into getting what they want. Upon review of the scenario planning document, Mr. Baldoni informed. Oh, goodness. Mr. Baldoni. Okay. Informed Mr. Heath that he was not in love with the document they sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on the call. We remember this. Mr. Heath responded, that's the most important part of this, is how quickly they can shut things down and place stories in your favor. Your favor. Yeah, don't come for Taylor. Just leave Taylor be. Okay, you can have Blake, you can have Ryan, whatever. Fine. But not Taylor. Not Taylor. Leave Taylor alone. I feel like that guy for Britney Spears. Leave Britney alone. Yes, gays for protecting Taylor, Powell says. Oh my goodness. Okay. So later that same day, Miss Abel conveyed to Miss Nathan that Mr. Baldoni was questioning whether the plan was aggressive enough, texting Mr. Baldoni wanted to feel like Miss Lively could be buried. Miss Nathan responds, of course, but when we send over documents, we can't send over the work. We will or could do, because that could get us in a lot of trouble. We can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. I imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. Can you imagine? And then it kind of did a little bit. Okay, so here's some exchanges. Jennifer and Melissa saying that very thing I just read, which is nothing new. Obviously, it's mentioned again earlier in this and in other complaints before. Of course, but Melissa says to Jennifer, when we send over documents, we can't send it over. The work we will or could do, because that could get in a lot of trouble. Like, we can't write it down, all the things I just said. He has to look at it as information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things, we already read that. On August 4th, Miss Abel texted Miss Nathan stating, I'm having reckless thoughts of wanting to plant pieces this week of how horrible Blake is to work with, just to get ahead of it. She's putting us through hell. Miss Lively was in fact doing nothing other than engaging in the approved marketing plan for the film at the time. Miss Nathan responded, same, and indicated that she had already spoken to the Daily Mail. We need a PR television show, ASAP, PIMP. Okay, please. So here's their exchange saying these things. Okay. And then Melissa saying to Jennifer Abel, am I already off the records? Am I already off the record? Spoke to the editor of Daily Mail because she's my friend. She's ready when we are. As set forth above on August 5th, 2024, Mr. Baldoni sent Miss Abel a screenshot of a thread on X regarding another female public figure alleged history of bullying, and we know that to be Hailey Bieber. And then Mr. Baldoni, like we read above, said this is what we would need. Similar to the Hailey Bieber thing. He's like, we would need something like this. Miss Abel responded, yes. I literally just spoke to Melissa about this on the break. about what we discussed last night for social and digital. She continued to focus on Reddit. We know about these things, TikTok, IG. The next day, even though Miss Nathan and Tag had already begun performing work on behalf of Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni, Miss Nathan texted a text chain with Miss Abel and Mr. Heath providing pricing, quotes ranging from 75 G's to 175,000 for Tag's crisis mitigation services. Miss Nathan explained the quotes as follows. Quote me, 175K. This will be for 3 to 4 month period. It includes website to discuss, full Reddit, full social account takedowns. Oh, I wish I had 175K. I got a couple people I could do this too. No, allegedly. Okay. Full social crisis team on hand for anything. Engage with audiences the right way. Start threads of theories to discuss. This is the way to be fully 100% protected. Quote, 25K per month, minimum 3 months as it needs to seed, same as above. This will be the creation of social fan engagement to go back and forth with any negative accounts, helping to change the narrative and stay on track. It's scary that they, from either side, that they have this much power within PR, that you can have these social media campaigns that can change the narrative. That was very enlightening to me, and it shouldn't be, but I was like, damn, just to like see them, say it. There is a lot more to both of these quotes. Easier to discuss via phone, blah, blah, blah. We already have seen this previously. Then we have Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. Hey, Jamie, Jen, so incredibly glad that the press went so well today. And from what I know, Justin felt incredibly supportive. We've already read this previously. They talk about the quotes. Let's see. Paul said, can I use this as an excuse to call to my office job today? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yeah, spin doctors at work, right? Exactly, Elle. Okay, so Miss Abel and Miss Nathan viewed and referred to their shared work on behalf of Justin Baldoni and Wayfair as a social combat plan. I think we really need to put social combat plan then into motion. And then Melissa says, so do I. On information and belief, Tag engaged Mr. Jed Wallace around the same time in early August 2024 to design and implement their social combat strategy. Mr. Wallace identifies as a self-employed public relations consultant, and information and belief has described him as a hired gun with propriety formula for defining artists and trends. Can you imagine if we could all just afford PR? You can sell anything. You can get people to believe anything about you. On information and belief, Mr. Wallace specializes in executing confidential and untraceable, spooky campaigns across various social media platforms, including TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, and X, to shape public perception of his clients and their adversaries, and to perpetuate those perceptions. Mr. Wallace himself has no online presence. Ooh, he's so mysterious. He does not appear to have any public profiles. Oh, what a good troll. On Facebook, Instagram, X, or LinkedIn. One Los Angeles publicist recently stated publicly, I imagine Jed has no interest in having his name out there. I imagine all his work is word of mouth, and he doesn't want to be known. No, because then it can happen to him. Because if he's the guy who makes things untraceable, that's the value. Spooky. Mr. Wallace owns and serves as the director, president, and secretary of Street Relations. Street Relations self-describes as the crisis mitigation firm engaged by clients to help navigate real-life human crisis, threats, trauma, and mental health. I want PR to just go up there and be like, joleenlunzer is the funniest person that ever existed. And anytime anyone else says any other comedian is funny, I want the PR to go, that is a lie. It is Joleen Lunzer. She is the funniest. You are wrong and hateful. Oh my gosh. Casey says, I have no relation to Mr. Wallace. Sure. That That's what they all say. Okay, so they talk about his, Mr. Wallace, which they talked about earlier. Mr. Wallace and defendants counsel Brian Friedman, we're getting into the lawyer, have a close relationship that predates this litigation. In an August 13, 2024 text, Miss Nathan inquired about whether she should create a signal, but I think single thread between herself, Miss Abel, who the frick proofreads this, and Mr. Wallace, in case you need Mr. Wallace to connect you to Mr. Friedman, because they're very close. Emphasis added. Ooh, are they implying that they're close, like they're smoochy close? Seems a little weird that they would put emphasis added. Defendant Tag and Miss Nathan also have a relationship with Mr. Wallace that preceded this litigation. As Tag confirmed in its answer to the first complaint Miss Lively filed in this court, Miss Nathan worked with Mr. Wallace previous matters, and Tag retained him to work with them on behalf of defendant Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni. On information and belief, Tag retained Mr. Wallace and his company, Street Relations, to weaponize a digital army around the country, USA, including in New York and Los Angeles, to create, seed, manipulate, and advance disparaging content that appeared to be authentic on social media platforms and not internet chat forums. What is this? What are we doing? Like signing into AOL? What's going on? AOL? Miss Abel told Mr. Baldoni they would focus on Reddit, TikTok, and Instagram. Ooh, Reddit can be brutal. The Wayfair parties engage in social manipulation with the assistance of Mr. Wallace. So they talk again about the social combat plan with Miss Nathan, corresponded regarding what she referred to as social manipulation. Specifically, Miss Abel inquired about the cost of social media mitigation and proactive fan posting to counter the narrative surrounding Mr. Baldoni, and whether what she had discussed with Miss Nathan earlier regarding social manipulation from the separate team based in Hawaii was included in that fee. On information and belief, the reference team based in Hawaii worked with Mr. Wallace and or at his direction. The same day, Tag indicated their intent to leverage social to quiet/kill media coverage regarding public suspicions relating to Mr. Baldoni's disconnect from the film's cast. And here we see some of the correspondence regarding this with a snippet from the social digital mitigation remediation. Okay, that is discussed. The next day on August 8th, the Tag team with Mr. Wallace and his team to bring them up to speed, or he met with his team, met with Mr. Wallace and his team to bring them up to speed so they can hit the ground running. So here they have timestamps, they have the email header for Social Digital Wayfair Studios. They have a snippet. I'm so sorry. I'm in my morning press from 6:30 on, and we head straight to Chicago. Tag team, blah, blah, blah. So they got their little snippets of this. On information and belief following the meeting, Mr. Wallace was in regular contact with most of the defendants. For example, on August 9, 2024, Miss Abel, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Miss Nathan, and other members of the tag team, back again, texted to discuss that the narrative that was shifting online to pointing a finger at Ryan being overly involved. In response to a text from Mr. Baldoni, a tag employer responded, "We've flagged to Jed and his team as well." On August 13, 2024, the Hollywood Reporter announced the retention of Miss Nathan and Tag on August 13, 2024. That report stated in part, the news comes days after sleuths flooded TikTok with speculation about an alleged rift between Baldoni and his cast and crew, including co-star Blake Lively, as well as Colleen Hoover. Chatter spiked when fans noticed Baldoni's absence from joint press events, and the lack of group photos of Lively and Baldoni together in New York. At the premiere, August 6th, some also pointed out that neither Lively or Colleen Hoover nor the rest of the cast follow Baldoni on Instagram, though he follows them. I mean, people were obviously going to figure this out. People always look to the unfollowing to see if there's any kind of problem within, celebrity relationships. And then if you're not doing press with the director and one of the stars of your movie, that's weird. Miss Abel, Miss Nathan, Mr. Wallace, Street Relations, and other employees or engaged by TAG perpetuated a retaliation scheme against Miss Lively in collusion with Mr. Sarowitz, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and Wayfair. The scheme was that TAG described as social manipulation plan relying on direct and constant media engagement. Don't leave, producer Cordelia. All the animals have now left me, just so you know. They've all sauntered off to bed. Left me. Okay. So the suppressing of negative content about Mr. Baldoni, the amplifying of negative content about Miss Lively, including through engagement via comments on social media, when media sources made direct inquiries regarding potentially unflattering stories about Mr. Baldoni, specifically Miss Nathan, Miss Abel, and their team worked to suppress those stories. On August 8, 2024, Miss Abel stated that the situation had moved from just monitoring and scenario planning to Miss Nathan and me having to have off-the-record conversation with outlets such as the Today Show. Miss Abel noted that because of Miss Nathan's relationship with those outlets, we're being kept at bay. The next day, an employee of TAG texted a link to a salacious story about Miss Lively's family and noted the tides are swirling around Ryan now, FYI. Along these same lines, the team had previously shared an upsetting TikTok video which called for Blake to divorce Ryan, writing, "You guys will love this." Another TAG employee then described this post as very helpful. So Jennifer sent this out saying, "You guys are going to love this," with the link to the TikTok saying that Blake should divorce Ryan because he's made her into a meme. He's ruining her biggest movie of the year, forcing her to ostracize Justin, rewriting the script, etc. On August 9, 2024, the day the film premiered, Miss Abel and Miss Nathan flagged social media accounts questioning Mr. Baldoni's misconduct to Mr. Wallace, directing Mr. Wallace to take serious actions on the social side in response. That same day, Mr. Wallace reportedly told Miss Nathan that we are crushing it on Reddit. Miss Nathan relayed the statements to Miss Abel in a text message which appeared to be a reference to efforts by Mr. Wallace to seed and influence online forums on Reddit, attacking Miss Lively and defending Baldoni. And here you see Melissa to Jennifer, we're crushing it on Reddit. Around the same time, threads on Reddit began to appear speculating about the feud between Miss Lively and Mr. Baldoni, including a connection with allegations about competing cuts of the film, which we've heard. On August 9, 2024, Miss Nathan sent Miss Abel 2 links to articles. One, The Hollywood Reporter, titled, "Did Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni have a rift over It Ends With Us? ? Sleuthing TikTokers think so. And one from the Daily Mail entitled "Disturbing Truth Behind Why Blake Lively and Her It Ends With Us stars are feuding with Justin Baldoni." The Daily Mail article reported on allegations that Justin Baldoni was chauvinistic and borderline abusive on the set of It Ends With Us, and discussed this with other claims with respect to the film and its cast in detail. Miss Abel stated to Miss Nathan, "I can tell you've done a lot of work here," and continued, "Nothing about being unsafe. Fat comments, sexual," she concluded. Thank fucking God. Every time I read the exchange between the PR people, I'm just like, oh my God. Nothing about being unsafe. Fat comments, sexual. What? On August 9th, 2024, Miss Nathan indicated to Miss Abel that she was on the phone with her sister, Sarah Nathan. Oh, I remember this. A journalist at the New York Post and contributor to Page 6, and remarked that Mr. Baldoni's religion should be taken out from media coverage. She went on to state, and mostly misogynistic. Later the same day, Miss Nathan texted Miss Abel a link of an article on Page 6 by Sarah Nathan entitled "Truth Behind It Ends With Us Feud Rumors. Justin Baldoni Made Blake Lively Uncomfortable," sources say, stating, I knew she would keep uncomfortable. On August 9, 2024, Miss Abel and Miss Nathan discussed suppressing 2 stories that report Miss Lively was uncomfortable on set. So they're suppressing, allegedly. Miss Nathan texted, "All press is so overwhelming. We've confused people. So much mixed messaging. It's actually really funny if you think about it." Oh my God, these PR people are monsters. Yeah, that's Hollywood, baby. They are brutal. Jennifer Abel says, "Did we survive?" Melissa Nathan says, "We survived." And then Melissa Nathan says, "All press is so overwhelming. We've confused people. So much mixed messaging." And that's when she says, it's actually pretty funny if you think about it. Ooh. Miss Nathan further texted Miss Abel that the worst is over and that Mr. Baldoni likely would not be quote unquote canceled, corroborating that the nature of the ongoing campaign was designed to harm Miss Lively and conceal Mr. Baldoni's conduct on set. Melissa messaged, they have an example here, Melissa messaging Jennifer Abel, "I really think the worst is over. I do think the next few months definitely will be a tiny bit bumpy, but not canceled." The following day on August 10th, they did not know what was coming at them. The following day on August 10th, a member of the tag team, I always have to say it back again, advised that they had started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan instead of on Baldoni. This message by itself completely debunks defendants' self-serving efforts to mislead the public into thinking that all they did was respond reactively to media inquiries in order to correct the record. As the tag employee's text message confesses in real time, Mr. Baldoni's team, relying on Mr. Wallace and his team, had created a shift on social via their successful efforts to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. This is, of course, precisely the objective outlined in Miss Nathan's strategic plan and precisely the result that Mr. Baldoni had sought. Jennifer Abel sending this email, "Hi team." I was like, "Hi kids, do you like violence? You want to see me stick 9-inch nails to each one of my eyelids? Hi team, so far, extremely limited pickup on Daily Mail or Page 6. We'll continue to keep an eye out and send pieces as needed. But so far, it's been steady coverage on pure speculation. We've also started to see a shift on social, due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative toward shining a spotlight." Hi, Buffy's back. My dog's back. I love. Oh, you're so sweet, baby. Come here. Due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Again, we'll continue to send links and screenshots, but wanted to send an update. Okay, I have to scratch my dog's belly because he's so cute. Hold on, please. Hi, Buffy Bear. Hello, my baby. Hello, my baby. Hello, my baby. I love you. Oh, you're such a good girl. Yes, you're such a good girl. Thank you for coming back to visit me. Hi. Are you doing okay? Do you have to go potty? You doing okay? Okay, I think she might have to go potty. We're going to have to do a quick commercial break. Please smash that like. You guys, you okay? She has ear, nose, and throat issues like her mama. Well, you okay? Got a lot of sneezies coming out of there. Do a quick potty break. Let me play a nostalgic commercial break. I'll be right back, you guys. Hit that like, subscribe if you haven't already.
Welcome to Goth Talk. I'm Cersei Nightshade.
And I'm Azrael of This, Prince of Sorrow.
Tonight, We're coming to you live from Suncoast High School. We're just down this hall. The pathetic day dwellers of the class of 1998 are celebrating the tawdry amusement known as the prom.
We'll be great. We'll be awesome. We'll knock him down, right? Right? Yeah.
This is wrong.
What?
You. Doing my homework, it's wrong.
Well, I was just trying to help.
It's like I'm taking advantage of you or something.
You're not taking advantage of me.
The square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sums of the square of the other two sides, baby!
It would be different if we were like... But now, we're just... You know... a friend or whatever.
No time! There's never any time! I don't have time to study! I'll never get into Stanford! I'll let everyone down! I'm so confused!
I can't do this anymore.
It's okay.
You're right.
It's okay.
Everything will be okay.
Yeah.
I just need one of these.
Pills? You mean you really are taking drugs?
No, in a way it was wrong, but I just have a feeling that this is going to be really good.
I don't know.
So whoever's going to tutor you, their name is next to yours.
Brain Cray Cow?
Are you... Brain?
Brian.
I need them.
Jesse, give me those.
I need them, Zach. I have to sing.
Jesse, you can't sing tonight.
Yes, I can. I'm so excited. I'm
So,
so scared.
anyway, The Odyssey is like this real long book, right? And
I don't believe this. I don't... You like do this? This is like how you live?
Yeah.
Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
Okay, I'm back. Thank you guys for your patience, as my dog did not have to TT outside. She just wanted to sit in the grass in the backyard and wag her tail and be cute. So we did that for a minute. But hopefully you enjoyed the nostalgic break. All right. So if you haven't already, smash that like, hit that subscribe. We are late night reading hopefully the entire Amended complaint by blakelively. Okay. Let us reconvene. Okay. So, page 80 of 141. The same day Miss Abel celebrated Miss Nathan's suppression of the stories that had apparently sought to reveal the existence of HR complaints, as well as effectiveness of their retaliatory campaign. She stated the narrative online is so freaking good, and fans are still sticking up for Justin, and there literally has been no pickup of those 2 articles, which actually is shocking to me, but I see this as a total success. So does Justin. You all did amazing work. Miss Nathan responded, so did you. And then we have that, we have the exchange here. Nothing new. Miss Nathan texted later that same day, the majority of socials are so pro-Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. LOL. Oh, geez. Later in the same chain, on August 10th, 2024, Miss Nathan and Miss Abel continue to discuss the shift on social, with Miss Nathan stating socials are really, really vamping up. She continued, it's actually sad because it just shows you how people really want to hate women. I just added the laughs. I assume they're laughing at home. Miss Abel agreed, and he attributed the hate against Blake Lively to her unfollowing Mr. Baldoni on social, unfollowing Mr. Baldoni on social, writing she fucked herself by doing the unfollow thing and insisting no photos together. And then we have the exchange here, the correspondence. I'm a single mom right now, and my husband sleeps for my fur babies. Thank you, archives. Okay. So the following day, Miss Abel confirmed to Mr. Baldoni that there had been nothing, very, very little pickup, and that fans believed the issue of the feud is because she took control of the movie. In the days that followed, Miss Nathan and Miss Abel discussed working with Mr. Wallace and his digital team to amplify or boost or suppress certain narratives and posts on social media, including on TikTok. On any occasion, any member of Wayfair or the social manipulation team could text the link to a positive story about Mr. Baldoni or a negative story about Miss Lively and ask that someone boost the story to the public or engage in the comments to fuel the desired narrative. For instance, August 10th, 2024, Miss Abel sent a TikTok post of Mr. Baldoni and Miss Lively appearing to laugh together and wrote, would be great for the digital team to boost this in any way possible. On August 12, 2024, a tag team member circulated screenshots about speculation posts on social media, to which Miss Nathan responded that Jed also shot me a note and asked to schedule a Zoom conversation. On August 13th, the team discussed ways to use the digital team to amplify positive stories about Mr. Baldoni. The next day, August 14, 2024, Miss Abel stated, I'll have our digital side boost this TikTok in the AM. In the reference TikTok, an individual who Miss Lively has never met responds to social media that Mr. Baldoni made Miss Lively uncomfortable and sad, calling it all nonsense. On August 18, 2024, Mr. Baldoni circulated a TikTok video in which the poster criticized Miss Lively for not speaking about domestic violence. And so it begins in the press. In press interviews, a member of Miss Nathan's team responded that she should let digital know. The same day, Miss Abel flagged to tag that this girl is claiming that Mr. Baldoni invited her up to his hotel room years ago. The tag team later stated, "Let us chat," to Jed as well on this. So Jennifer Abel, this is her correspondence saying, "So this girl is claiming that Justin invited her up to his hotel room years ago. I didn't want to share the video, but did a screen record. This is her account, so you guys can look at it. Part of me wants his former assistant to comment and say this never happened. Ridiculous." Then Melissa responds with, "Let us chat with Jed," which we read about. On August 18th, Mr. Baldoni responded on the same thread about seeing comments on Instagram on random posts defending me by people who are private with no followers, and they feel like bots. Ms. Nathan responded stating that they do not have bots because bots look fake to anyone, and that the other team is doing something very specific in terms of what they do. I know Jamie and Jed connected on this. There was emphasis added. She explained further that any digital team these days is far more intelligent than to utilize something so obvious as bots. So yeah, she's like, "I can fully confirm we have no bots," Melissa saying to Jennifer Abel. "It's not what we do. Bots look fake." During the same period of time, Miss Nathan, Miss Abel, and their teams were heavily monitoring, had media friendlies updating them, and worked to suppress unflattering commentary regarding Mr. Baldoni while spreading stories that were favorable to Mr. Baldoni. For example, on August 9th, 2024, Miss Abel circulated a screenshot of a post of a woman stating, "Justin, the creator of a show called My Last Days, exploits the struggles of individuals facing terminal illnesses for his own gain. He found my friend who was battling a serious illness and followed her life closely. Despite her grace in not speaking ill of him, I sensed from the start that something was deeply wrong. Justin weaponizes therapeutic language, presenting himself as a thoughtful and supportive, yet his actions are very different. Actions reveal a very different reality. He portrays himself as an ally to women and the vulnerable, but it's all fake. It's all facade. He manipulates the vernacular of care to mask his true intentions. In reality, none of the proceeds from the show benefited the individuals he profiled. He even had the audacity to depict her hometown, a vibrant and affluent community, as a small, impoverished town. His portrayal was not just inaccurate, but insulting. Once the show aired, Justin took the profits and vanished. He was like, "Monorail," and he left, leaving nothing but a sense of exploitation in his wake. His behavior was not just tacky and gross, it was a betrayal of the very people he claimed to uplift. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Gigi. I'm killing it. You're going to cash up from me. Anyone who can spare, she takes any epic recitation. Thanks, Gigi. You're always such a sweetie. You're just so encouraging to my reading and my content. Okay. So in response to the post, Ms. Abel stated, "I'm assuming this is not true in the slightest. Either way, we flagged to Jed and his team for more serious action on the social side. It's worth pausing to consider Ms. Abel's reaction to the woman's post. Rather than asking Mr. Baldoni whether there's any truth to the allegations, Ms. Abel instead declared that she was flagging the woman's post to Mr. Wallace for more serious action on the social side. Either way, meaning Ms. Abel was calling for Mr. Wallace to take action against the woman without any regard on whether she was reporting the truth." During the same period of time, when media sources inquired about HR complaints that were made on the set of the film, Ms. Nathan, Ms. Abel, and their teams worked to suppress coverage of these HR complaints. Further, on or around August 14th, 2024, media outlets directly inquired about HR complaints made on set because they were being told there were at least 3 HR complaints filed against Justin Baldoni on the set of It Ends With Us, and inquired if the complaints were investigated and what the results were. By this time, individuals at TAG, Miss Nathan, and Miss Abel were aware of the existence of complaints that were made regarding the onset behavior of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath, and sought clarity as to the specific HR complaints at issue in order to better counter in the press. So here you can see Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. Hey guys, regarding the TMZ thing, regarding the HR complaints, our understanding is that 2 were from Blake and they redacted the name. And redacted name regarding the sexy comment. So whoever he allegedly, the sexy, was it? I forgot her name now because it's gotten so late, but you know who I'm talking about. In addition, is the additional one from redacted name regarding the thing with Jamie and her apartment in NYC, Jenny Slade. That's who I'm talking about. Just want to clarify. Approximately 1 minute later, Ms. Abel asserted the need to position the claims as claims that are already out there. And the kiss and the wait comment, referencing earlier public reporting by TMZ on Mr. Baldoni's lingering kiss with Miss Lively, and Mr. Baldoni's comments regarding Miss Lively's weight onset. So Jennifer Abel says to Melissa Ann, I think we need to position it as the claims were already out there about the kiss and the weight comment. On or around the same date, Miss Nathan directly engaged with several media platforms discussing the issue of HR complaints made against Mr. Baldoni were on the set of the film. On August 15th, 2024, Miss Nathan texted Miss Abel that DM hounded me regarding HR complaints. She stated that DM is not running any content about it, Daily Mail. Continuing, Jen, this went so well. I am fucking dying. I have to call you later in a bit and tell you how this went. It was genius. So, okay. We have the 4 majors standing down on HR complaints. I think we are fine on that bit. I'm telling you, Ryan Murphy, get this crazy crisis PR show made. Thank you so much, Ostflagirl, for the super chat. History has been made. Thank you. Thank you. You guys put kitties in the chat. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I just looked over. I saw a bunch of kitties. Okay. So, during the same time period, Miss Nathan and her team at TAG planted or otherwise were involved in generating or influencing the content publicly put forth on social media, including Reddit and TikTok, as well as online media sources. For example, on August 13, 2024, various text messages were exchanged between Miss Abel and the journalist Sarah Nathan, who, as explained above, is Miss Nathan's sister. Yep, we remember her. These messages consisted of drafts of a story outlining Miss Lively's role in making final cuts to the film. After Sarah Nathan circulated draft language related to Miss Lively's involvement in the different cuts of the film, Miss Abel sent Sarah Nathan. You guys are doing the, I know why you're doing the kitty. I love you, kitten. I was like, oh, they must really love my cats. No, you're doing the nickname my husband has for me. Oh my God. Hope. Hilarious. Great idea. I didn't get it at first. And now I'm like, it's genius. Because I'm like, oh my God, they really love kitties. If you're just joining, rewind a little bit. And you can find out my husband's secret lover name for me. It's kitten. Okay. We're getting a little surly 4 hours in. On the same day, an article authored by Sarah Nathan titled Blake Lively Approved Final Cut of It Ends With Us amid feud with co-star director Justin Baldoni was published in Page 6, owned by the New York Post. The article addressed, among other topics, Miss Lively's role in approving the final cut of the film, but emphasizes how Miss Lively contributed to almost every aspect of the film. That her husband wrote one of the most important scenes in the movie. This always gets me, this part. And that she was begged to remove one of her song choices from the film, despite Mr. Baldoni's ownership of the rights to the book via the production company Wayfair. The language contained, Ryan wrote one of the best scenes in the book or movie. The language contained in the article is almost a verbatim copy of the language exchanged between Sarah Nathan and Miss Abel via text, reflects multiple of Miss Abel's revisions to Sarah Nathan's original proposed draft. Tag publicly shared this article on one or more social media platforms, including Reddit, prompting various negative comments in relation to Miss Lively and her husband, and the narrative that Miss Lively steamrolled or bulldozed Mr. Baldoni and the film for her own personal gain. In early August 2024, Miss Lively launched her hair care line. Oh, here we go with Blake Brown. Oh, that just reminds me of Kid and Blade Brown. Okay, she should have named it Blade Brown, but I'm sure that might be copywritten, so don't copy me. Which she spent 7 years building, this hair care line. The defendants have falsely claimed that the launch was timed with the film's release, but in reality, the launch was set nearly 1 year before the film's release date and had been decided. It still is cuckoo bananas, just in my own personal opinion, to promote a hair care line during the promotion of a DV movie. That's just weird. Inappropriate, some would say. Okay. So when the Blake Brown hair care line was first launched, the media and social media response was overwhelmingly positive. The launch of the product line at Target became that store's biggest hair care launch on record. Yet at exactly the same moment that the defendants launched their retaliatory campaign, powered by the digital side by Mr. Wallace and his team, the Instagram account of Blake Brown was flooded by harassing and derogatory comments, including many posted by user accounts that had no followers or prior posts. Most of which did not relate to the brand's products. To take just one example, one comment posted on the Blake Brown, this is so dumb, account by a user that as of December 19, 2024, shows user metrics indicating 0 posts, 0 followers, and 0 following, commented, "How about you stop paying the media to trash and smear Justin? That would be a good start, you awful human being." Jesus. Another user with 0 posts, 0 followers, and 0. Maybe these people are just very unpopular with little to say. No. Posted, "We want Justin's cut of the movie. He actually cares about DV." Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Sarowitz, along with Mr. Heath, both encouraged and provided input and ideas on ways to negatively influence the narrative against Miss Lively, her family, and her businesses, as well as suppressing negative press about Mr. Baldoni. For instance, we got a for instance. On August 9, 2024, the film's release date, in discussing certain negative articles about himself with Miss Abel, Mr. Baldoni stated, "There's no way we can just let this go." On August 15, 2024, Mr. Baldoni texted Miss Nathan and Miss Abel stating that his business partner, Mr. Sarowitz, suggested flipping the narrative, arising from unnamed sources who had made false claims about Mr. Reynolds' involvement in the script of the film, and suggested ways to manipulate those rumors to make Mr. Reynolds appear to be anti-feminist himself. There was no truth to these claims. Justin Baldoni sent to Melissa, Nathan, Jennifer Abel, 8/15/2024. "No worries. Quickly, my partner Steve asked about flipping the narrative from this leak this AM about Ryan saying script was a disaster and he saved the movie." Deadbeat. No, his name's Deadpool. I just called him Deadbeat. First it was Darkwing Duck. Why can't I remember Deadpool? I was like, Deadbeat. Deadpool. Okay, Deadpool saving the day. Then Justin sent them a message saying that same day to something about Ryan claiming or I think it's just a continuance, something about Ryan claiming the female hired was a feminist writer, didn't know how to tackle a female film, etc., using their own words against them. So Justin is saying, let's use their words against them. Mr. Baldoni stated that this is an easy flip. Before Miss Nathan indicated that she was already working on a story, I'm already on top of that, Rose. I'm on top of that, Rose. For Variety, that would achieve this goal. The chief problem with these stories was that they were not based on Mr. Reynolds' own words. Mr. Reynolds never said that the script was a disaster, and he saved the movie. Nor did he claim that the female hired was a feminist writer. Not a feminist writer who didn't know how to tackle a female film. Yeah, it's a weird way to put it. Nor was there any evidence backing up Mr. Sorowitz's proposed line of attack on Mr. Reynolds just a week before this creative suggestion to smear Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Sarowitz had posed for pictures with Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath at the opening of the Wayfarer Foundation wearing a shirt that said, "Seek always to do that which is right and noble." Mr. Sarowitz's proposal to retaliate against Miss Lively by seeking to harm her husband's reputation makes a mockery of the mantra Mr. Sarowitz professes to follow when on camera. Ooh, they're calling him out. They're like, you know how many t-shirts I wear that say like, be kind, and I don't fucking want to be kind. You know what I mean? How many times sometimes I have to stop myself from buying shirts because I'm like, oh, that's so cute. But I'm like, but I don't live that. I don't live that. But I've definitely worn shirts that say things I have no intention of doing. Like, wake up, feel energized, get shit done. And I don't want to do any of those things, you know? So I get what they're trying to do here with this. Let's just zoom in here on these two. So seek always to do that which is right and noble. Seek always to eat French fries, even if they're not yours, especially ones at the bottom of the bag. Okay. Yeah. Live, laugh, love. I do that too, JD Jenny. I am not live, laugh, loving a lot. Okay. I try. It's not all the time. It's not all the time. Okay. So interesting that they're using his t-shirt against him. If that's the case, I'm in trouble. Okay. As of August 16, 2024, Mr. Nathan, or Miss Nathan, was continuing to confer with additional reporters to release stories that would cast Miss Lively and or Mr. Reynolds in a negative light. Meanwhile, Miss Lively never publicly commented nor directed any of her representatives to comment or engage with the print media, social media, or otherwise about the hostile work environment Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, Wayfarer created. Indeed, throughout the time period discussed herein, Miss Lively never provided her publicist with details about the hostile work environment that she, alongside with other cast members and crew, had experienced. Oh boy. Moreover, Miss Lively expressly instructed her publicist, Leslie Sloan, here we go with the Leslie Sloan, not to engage with press inquiries, including ones regarding the onset behavior of Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, or Wayfarer. In other words, Miss Lively's instructions to her publicist were the opposite of a smear or exposing him, even while she believed he was behind the attacks on her. Mr. Reynolds confirmed that instruction to Miss Lively's publicist on August 13th and again on August 29th, directing her to continue to remain quiet and not do anything to shape any stories, whether positive or negative, reiterating any instruction that both he and Miss Lively had given her verbally at the premiere of the film in Denmark on August 9th to not talk to anyone about any of the attacks on Blake. So here's Leslie. Hi, it's Les, just checking in to tell you I'm thinking about you, B, and the family. Hugs to you. To which B, Blake Lively, replies, thank you. This is the craziest thing I've ever witnessed in my life, but it will be resolved. And then here's Leslie again going, hi, sorry to bother you, but this is clogging my inbox. I'm not answering. And it's an article, Blake Lively's brother-in-law, Bart Johnson, defends her amid it ends with us drama. Didn't the brother-in-law have to come out and apologize? To which B says, oh, thanks for sending. It's imperative we stay silent on everything and speak to nobody. As I mentioned in Denmark before Blake's premiere, or I don't know who she's, B in the family. Oh, this is to Ryan? Is this to Ryan? Now they've confused me. Either way. It's imperative we stay silent on everything and speak to nobody, as I mentioned in Denmark before Blake's premiere, to not talk to anyone about any of these attacks on Blake, just making sure you haven't done that at any point. I think this is sweet. Bart said this, but the only thing to do is to remain quiet for now. And then Leslie says, I have not, per your instructions. Miss Lively and other cast members who had not appeared in the press with Mr. Baldoni experienced a sudden tidal wave of increasingly negative public attention building around them. Miss Lively and others suspected that the extraordinary rapid shift in public sentiment and press coverage that began on the day of the film's release was likely orchestrated by the men about whom Miss Lively and others had raised HR complaints. On August 10th, so much happened in August, Miss Lively sent a text message to a female cast member regarding how she was doing, writing that she was both thrilled and so bummed. Him literally hiring bots to attach my character while I promote a movie that benefits most from financially, that he benefits most from financially is a terrible feeling. It's almost impossible to comprehend. Oh, actors are very dramatic. That cast member responded by expressing sympathy for Miss Lively and confidence that the truth would come out. On August 10th, 2024, Miss Giannetti texted Blake Lively to congratulate her on the success of the film's opening. On August 11th at 12:25 a.m., Miss Lively replied to Giannetti saying, this was a horrifying shoot, and the only way for me to make peace with that was the work and the success of the film. And everyone, in all caps, rallied behind that in the end, and I'm so grateful for everyone's hard work, yours included. I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. The film, the reception, it's amazing. This is from B, Blake Lively, to Giannetti. Thank you for the notes. I appreciate it. We'll get a 5. I'm possessed. This was a horrifying shoot. So this is that message that we just talked about. I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. The film and the reception. I was sitting here today thinking about that first call in December 2022. Thank you for reaching out to Warren and bringing me into this film. I wouldn't have done it had I known what it would have been like and what a loss that would have been in the long run. You know what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you 50 million opening weekend. Oh my gosh. What doesn't kill you makes you $50 million opening week. Okay. Also on August 11th, Miss Lively received a message from another cast member making observations regarding the evidence smear campaign against Miss Lively and the cast was insane. Miss Lively responded, yeah, I am legitimately depressed and heartbroken, like an immense amount of pain. I'm sorry it's being aimed at all of us, you included. On that day, Miss Lively reached out. On that same day, Miss Lively reached out to the film screenwriter, Christy Hall, after she was questioned about an impromptu comment Miss Lively made about Mr. Reynolds' input on the now infamous, I've added that, rooftop scene in the film. Miss Lively expressed a heartfelt apology that her comment resulted in questions to Miss Hall, which Miss Hall graciously accepted, sharing that she did not take Miss Lively's comment personally. At the same time, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Sarowitz were scheming with their crisis PR team from Texas and all over to find a way to exploit this moment to flip the narrative and paint Mr. Reynolds as anti-feminist. So here is the email from Blake to Christy, the screenwriter. I hope you're enjoying the immense success of this weekend and for what it means for stories about women by women in film. I heard you were ambushed at your junket with a question about something I said on the red carpet. I feel awful. I never would have said anything that I thought could be used against you or anyone. I was just proud of my partner, Ryan Reynolds, Mint Mobile, and feeling grateful for the ways in which he shows up for me. Oh, God. I believe firmly that two things can be true. In this case, he can show up for me and do great work doing so. And you can do great work, which got us all here. Oh. As someone who writes scripts myself, not to the extent where they're being sold into movies, but as an aspiring script writer, I guess you will say, even though I finished them, it's just people have to buy them. Anywho, how frustrating to have the actors messaging you, being like, my husband rewrote a scene and it was amazing. And I'm sorry, I know you did the whole story and the whole script, and that's super hard and takes a long time and it's like a baby to you, but I just had to give him props for writing a rooftop scene. It's like, as a creative, it just makes my skin crawl thinking of having the actor or the actor's husband rewrite a scene in which this writer probably worked very hard on. Okay. Anyways, okay. Stop, Joleen. Get over it. All right. So he shows up for me, blah, blah, blah. And I should have seen that before speaking off the cuff. I was frazzled from a multitude of reasons that you may know something about or not. But in that moment, all I was trying to focus on was love and positivity. And the key source of that for me is my family, which is why it was a crutch for me to talk about him. Okay. But again, like not everyone is going to care about like that. Okay. I'm mortified how that translated with regard to you, though. I pride myself in being thoughtful and trying to step in, or trying not to step in landmines, but I did. It was such an avoidable own goal. And I'm so sorry for any upset or hurt it may have caused you or left you feeling badly in any way. That was never my intention. I was thinking about audiences loving real life love, and seeing that on screen is inspiring. Isn't this about DV? I should have been holding all of that and you while speaking publicly, and I didn't do that. I'm sorry. I spoke about you during the many days of junkets. But of course, the one that gets shared back to you is the one where I give my husband credit for the invincible work he did. No, invisible, not invincible, Joleen. For the invisible work he did on this movie. Invisible. I quite literally could not have gotten through it without him in every way. But that's not your bag to carry. Oh my God. This is like such actor conversation and speech. It's insufferable that this poor writer, who I guarantee is not paid half as well as these people, but wrote the words they're saying, or then they go, we're going to rewrite it, has to listen to this and read all this. Come on, Blake. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. But that's not your bag to carry. Oh, Jesus. And somehow it was, if even for a moment. What in the Ralph Waldo shut the fuck up is going on here? We'll hopefully talk more one day about plenty. Huh? Just say sorry. Stupid me. You did all the writing. Ryan wrote a dumb scene. Should have never said it. Hope you're well. Here's 50 G's or something. You know what I mean? That's how I would want to be apologized to as the writer. Hopefully we'll talk more one day about plenty. What it is to be a woman in the industry is messy and painful, not charted enough. I live in New York and would love to get together anytime. Just let me know. There's so much to say, but none of that is for today. Today is a congratulations, a celebration, and an I'm sorry for any upsets I may have caused in an otherwise beautiful moment. Sending you the best, X Blake. Like, this is bananas. Bananas. It's bananas. That's just, no. Don't ever do that again. On August 12, 2024, a female cast member texted Blake Lively concerned about online commentary and asked what would be done to stop all the negative comments. Oh, girl, if only I knew the answer. Check my YouTube comments sometimes. On August 13, 2024, another female cast member sent Miss Lively an article reporting that Justin Baldoni has hired a veteran PR crisis manager, Melissa Nathan, amid the release of It Ends With Us. Miss Lively's response was, yeah, the truth always comes out, as painful as it is to wait. On August 14, 2024, the same cast member texted Blake Lively to ask about her well-being and express her concern and respect for Miss Lively. Later, the cast member expressed regret at what Miss Lively was going through. On August 15, 2024, another female... Is this the same, or are these all different female cast members? How many women are in this cast? It's been like 100 now. Okay. Wrote to Miss Lively about the online bullying that the cast member also was receiving as a result of being associated with Miss Lively, and asking Miss Lively who to ask for help to have it stop because it was becoming difficult to cope with the onslaught. The next day, Miss Lively commented in a text message to the cast member that it's bullshit about all of us. We know who we are. It's why it hurts so much, because we feel we're not evil sociopaths. Oh, geez. To which the cast member responded, and I think the cast member, maybe it was Jenny Slate, I don't know, was just like, hey, can you help me out? Can you get this to stop? And she's like, yeah, we're not sociopaths. Okay, but do you have like a plan? Can you give me some of that Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds superstar money? Maybe get me crisis PR or something? Okay. On August 15th, 2024, another female cast member wrote to Miss Lively about the online bullying. What? Didn't I already read this? There's another. No, it's another one. And another one. Oh my God. And another one. Okay. Oh no, I already read that one. Okay. I was like, not another one. Okay. On August 18, 2024, Miss Lively observed the online hatred and observed that the online hatred and targeted against her was incessant and getting worse. She continued, everyone's sort of in shock and no one wants to be the first to hit it head on. So it just gets worse. Miss Lively noted that at this point, she was staying off social media, given how ugly it had become. As this onslaught continued, Miss Lively was deeply disappointed that neither Wayfair nor Sony stepped in to correct the record. On September 4th, 2024, she received a text from a Sony executive checking in on her, asking how she was doing. Miss Lively responded, I'm not in a good place. This has been deeply painful, and I feel so hung out to dry. From production to this PR crisis, no one stepped forward. I wish so much that I was okay, but I'm really not. That executive said, I know it's been hard and horrendously unfair, and I hope soon you can better take in the incredible film you made that audiences love around the world. It is so rare this happens, and you did that. They circle jerk each other a lot in all these exchanges, whether it was Blake and Justin circle jerking each other or any of the people within it's just a big circle jerk. So audiences love blah, blah, blah. You also have $330 million worth of eyeballs watching a film about DV that is so important and affected so many lives for the better. That's because of you. The defendants and their agents continue to perpetuate their retaliation campaign against Miss Lively. Miss Lively exhausted jurisdictional prerequisites to filing this lawsuit by timely filing a complaint regarding the behaviors identified herein with the California Civil Rights Department on December 20th, 2024, and thereafter sent a cease and desist letter to the Wayfarer parties. By the next morning, rather than replying to Miss Lively's attorneys, the defendant's attorney, Brian Freeman, made defamatory on-the-record statements about Miss Lively to the media and numerous articles reporting on Mr. Freeman's statements reference specific details in Miss Lively's CRD complaint. In response to the CRD complaint, Mr. Baldoni's team admitted to reveling in shaping stories about Miss Lively. On December 22nd, 2024, after Miss Lively's CRD complaint was leaked to the press, Miss Abel posted a PR marketing group on Meta to defend herself among her peers. Stunningly, even while attempting to deny Miss Lively's allegations, Miss Abel conceded the retaliatory nature and intent of the campaign, stating that Wayfarer, Mr. Baldoni, and the larger team had prepared for, that is, conspired to perpetrate a smear campaign. This is a long-ass sentence. Including negative press and social combat plan, and a social combat plan, and had further been prepared to take over the top steps to protect Mr. Baldoni. Thank you so much. OMG, not that nonsense. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Joleen, you are doing God's work. Bless you, child. Thank you. Thank you. You are such a sweetie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Further, since receiving such notice of the CRD complaint on information and belief, Wayfarer, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and their associates ramped up the retaliation against Miss Lively, continuing their efforts to bury and destroy her to this date, deploying the same flood the zone tactics to overwhelm the process and confuse people. Defendants and their agents, acting at their direction, have pursued a highly public media blitz and litigation strategy to attempt to discredit Miss Lively and Mr. Reynolds, along with Miss Lively's longtime publicist, Disney, the New York Times, and others. A relentless media influence and digital manipulation strategy remains at the heart of a defendant's campaign. As before, defendants have directly engaged with media platforms to overwhelm and confuse the public's understanding of Miss Lively's allegations and to drive negative sentiment against Miss Lively and anyone who supports her or speaks out against Mr. Baldoni. Defendant's strategy is to convince the public that it is Miss Lively rather than Mr. Baldoni, i.e. the co-founder, producer, and director of the film, backed by billionaire who has pledged to spend $100 million on his behalf, who is the bully perpetuating a media smear campaign. So they made sure again to mention that this millionaire allegedly said that he'll spend $100 million to take them down and to protect Wayfarer. And by them, I mean Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. And then also that Justin Baldoni, again, throughout this amended complaint, it's a lot of mention that Justin Baldoni's the co-founder, Justin Baldoni's the producer, a lot of mentioning of, just how much power they're claiming he holds. Much of this phase of the campaign has taken place in the form of statements by defendants' lawyers, Mr. Friedman, who regularly issues inflammatory content to media outlets, appearing on any show that will have him, including those hosted by his own clients. I did just see him on Billy Bush. Not a big fan of Billy Bush, but yeah, I did just see him on there. And saying anything, whether true or false, that will harm Miss Lively's credibility and intimidate others from speaking up on her behalf. Those statements, which have been circulated and viewed millions of times, constitute defamation, as well as continued retaliation against Miss Lively for engaging in the protected activity of speaking up and bringing legal claims against Mr. Baldoni. Mr. Friedman's statements to the press outside of court proceedings include: Blake and her legal team have just one heinous pivot left, and that is to double down on the revolting false sexual allegations against Mr. Baldoni. We will not only continue to defend our client against Blake's power, privilege, and all-out lies, but we will now fight even harder for the voiceless in the DV community who are unfairly suffering while she continues to push on her own self-serving and selfish vendetta in the media. Damn, Brian Friedman. Oh my goodness. It is shameful that Miss Lively and her representatives would take such a serious and categorically false accusations against Mr. Baldoni, Wayfair Studios, and its representatives as yet another desperate attempt to fix her negative reputation. Miss Lively's claims are completely false, outrageous, and intentionally salacious, with an intent to publicly hurt and rehash a narrative in the media. Tag PR operated as any other crisis management firm would when hired by a client experiencing threats by two extremely powerful people with unlimited resources. So here, pointing out that Blake and Ryan have unlimited resources. In this vicious smear campaign, fully orchestrated by Blake Lively and her team, the New York Times cowered to the wants and whims of two powerful, untouchable Hollywood elites. In doing so, they predetermined the outcome of their story and aided and abetted their own devastating PR smear campaign. Miss Lively acted with the sole intent to ruin the lives of innocent individuals and then went the extra mile to place blame on a fictitious smear campaign. Miss Lively's sexual harassment and retaliation complaint has devastated the entirety of the domestic violence community. Oh, jeez. Not done yet. Miss Lively used these allegations of sexual harassment and she used these allegations of bullying to try to leverage. Thank you, Angela Clark Little, for hit that like. Thank you guys so much. You're being so sweet. Miss Lively used these allegations of sexual harassment and she used these allegations of bullying to try to leverage her positions so that she could be the de facto director in this case. Miss Lively and her team attempted to bulldoze reputations and livelihoods for heinously selfish reasons. On information and belief, defendants approved and authorized Mr. Friedman to publish the above quoted statements as their agent. And Mr. Friedman would not have published the statements but for their approval and authorization. Mr. Friedman remains the lead attorney for all defendants in this action, and no defendant has issued any retraction or expressed disapproval of any of Mr. Friedman's public statements. The statements above were published with actual malice because defendants know that the core narrative advanced by Mr. Friedman, that Miss Lively fabricated and made up sexual harassment claims to seize control of the film, is false. As conveyed in a text exchange on August 30th, 2024, Mr. Baldoni and Miss Nathan both have never doubted the sincerity of Miss Lively's beliefs regarding what happened on set. In their own damning words, I just know her personality, and this is the kind of person that genuinely believes she's right and that all of this is unjust. Miss Nathan responded, she fully does. I know it. These overtly retaliatory, misleading, and in many cases false statements regarding Miss Lively have been accompanied by defendants' continuing pervasive conduct in conferring with friendly media sources to ferret their narrative into the public. Additionally, as before, defendants have continued to pursue their untraceable digital social media manipulation campaign designed to impact social media algorithms against Miss Lively. On information and belief, these efforts have continued and accelerated since Miss Lively's administrative complaint and subsequent federal lawsuits were filed. Oh my goodness. Janie, tell me about it. Very cringy. Janie said, Hollywood really talks to each other oddly. Everything is yummy. Mommy, you're so important. No, you're so important. I'm so important. We're so important. It's like, oh my goodness. Defendants have further pursued their public strategy through frivolous litigation designed to create press attention, intimidate others from coming forward, and pressure Miss Lively to give up her claims. Defendants' counsel threatened to file numerous lawsuits to sue Miss Lively and others into oblivion, with the intent and effect of intimidating others with information about Wayfair from speaking up. Defendants have since proceeded to file multiple lawsuits in 3 jurisdictions with outsized damages assertions in each, including $400 million in the affirmative suit by Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair in the Southern District of New York, $250 million against the New York Times, and $7 million by Mr. Wallace and his company in Texas. These lawsuits consist of Wayfair Studios versus Lively. Let's see. So they're just naming all of them. Wayfair Studios et al. Versus the New York Times, Jed Wallace et al. Versus Lively. Okay. In keeping with the reverse victim offender approach. They're throwing out the reverse Uno thing. Defendants' suits echo many of the claims made by Lively against them. So there's like, no you. What you say, whatever you say bounces off of me. I'm rubber, you're glue. But with allegations fixating heavily on Miss Lively's supposed motive for her allegations wresting creative control of the film from Mr. Baldoni. Defendants' course of conduct in their numerous retaliatory lawsuits to date has been rife with gamemanship, not rife, retaliation and harassment, including in matters as seemingly inconsequential as service. For instance, when Miss Lively filed her complaint, her counsel reached out to Mr. Friedman, as provided for under the federal rules of civil procedure, to ask whether he would agree to accept service of the complaint by email. She was like, hey, can I send it to your Gmail? Doing so is a standard way of avoiding the time and expense of attempting to effectuate personal service on parties to litigation. It avoids sending a process server. This takes me back to the Vanderpump Rules days. Send it to Daryl. You can't send it to the Gmail. You send it to Daryl. Okay. So it avoids sending a process server to an individual's home or office, which can be time-consuming, expensive, and embarrassing for the served individual. Mr. Friedman refused to accept service in this manner, which meant that Miss Lively was obligated to attempt to serve each defendant personally. Once Miss Lively did so, again, because Mr. Friedman refused to accept the offer to handle service in a less intrusive manner, defendants then used the opportunity to plant misleading stories in the press, criticizing entirely standard service attempts and timing that defendants could have avoided if they had wanted to, as beyond despicable, a quote-unquote desperate act of ego and privilege, and quote-unquote a new unforgivable low for Miss Lively. Similarly, Before filing this amended complaint, Ms. Lively attempted to depose Wallace in Texas to investigate the nature and the scope of Wallace's role in implementing and carrying out the campaign against her. But Mr. Wallace is untraceable, remember? Mr. Wallace repeatedly evaded and obstructed Lively's persistent efforts to serve. They said he was untraceable. They said he hasn't got a presence in social. We don't even know if he's real. He might just be an online troll at this point. We don't know. He could be AI generated. So, Mr. Wallace's counsel made blatant misrepresentations during Lively's efforts to serve him, first agreeing to accept service and later denying such statements were made and refusing to comply with alternative methods of service. On January 23rd, 2025, the process server received a text message from an associate at Liner Friedman Tatelman and Plus Cooley LLP, stating the law firm of Liner Friedman Tatelman, I think that's what it's called, and Cooley, I mean, somebody take your name off this thing, will accept service for him. Do not try to serve him again. Thank you. Yet Mr. Friedman later claimed that my office never agreed to accept service of processing anything and thereafter denied any arrangement to accept service. After purposely dodging service for more than a week and failing to take responsibility for his actions, on February 4th, 2025, Mr. Wallace filed a plainly retaliatory lawsuit against Ms. Lively in Texas. While refusing to accept service and weaponizing the results of such refusals, counsel for Mr. Wallace additionally insisted upon pursuing in-person service of Ms. Lively, even though her counsel accepted service and filed a waiver of service on February 7th, 2025. So this month, Mr. Wallace's counsel continued to threaten to pursue Ms. Lively with personal service, even though she had accepted service already, unless Ms. Lively's counsel agreed to accept his unwarranted demands, including one fraudulent attempt to gain access to Ms. Lively's property by falsely representing that the process server worked for a food delivery service. He was like, hey, DoorDash, what's up? Just kidding, you got served. The insistence on harassing Ms. Lively and her family with attempts to effectuate personal service has continued, notwithstanding the plaintiff's prior attempts at service on the evening of January 18, 2025. Resulting in one of Ms. Lively and Mr. Reynolds' employees, who is not a party to this action, being followed to the residence in which she was staying by an unknown vehicle with its headlights turned off. Oh my goodness. This is a Ryan Murphy scary American Horror Story at this point. Resulting in the filing of a police report. Defendants have weaponized the litigation to further their campaign narrative in other ways as well. For example, defendants created a website entitled, we remember this website, thelawsuitinfo.com, which I really wish both parties had. We can just go back and forth and compare notes, on which they have posted their filings that include annotated text messages and a winding, self-serving chronology from prior to the film's production through the filing of Ms. Lively's complaint. Despite repeatedly accusing Ms. Lively of cherry-picking evidence, defendants never had any intention of posting every single text message, every single document, everything on a website for everyone in the public to read. Instead, the website contains only a selection of self-serving materials that advance defendants' narrative. So they are directly addressing the website, the lawsuit, info.com. .com. On information and belief, defendants counsel has threatened numerous third-party witnesses, journalists, media entities, and others with lawsuits if they speak out against or publish unfavorable information about Mr. Baldoni or any other defendant. At the same time, on information and belief, defendants have continued to push negative and derogatory content about Miss Lively and her family to content creators. How come I don't get any of it? I get nothing. Journalists and others. In some, please don't send me any, by the way, if you're watching. Okay. In some, defendants' retaliation continues unapologetic and unabated, using the very same playbook defendants assembled and have relied on since May 2024. Okay. Reality with Kristen Marie says, I don't get any either. No, I hear about content creators getting stuff to like, someone sent this to me. I'm like, oh, you're so special. I'm like the redheaded stepchild of, they're like, she's just a comedian. She's just going to make fun of it. And they're right. And they're right. Okay. Oh my God, this is freaking long. Mr. Baldoni retaliated because HR complaints regarding his behavior threatened his feminist brand. Oh, we're into his feminist brand. On information and belief, Mr. Baldoni was desperate to suppress any suggestion that he engaged in inappropriate conduct, much less sexually harassing conduct, because it would entirely undermine his carefully curated public image as a feminist ally. He gets his period with us. It's quite beautiful. In 2017, Mr. Baldoni presented a TED Talk entitled, Why I'm Done Trying to Be Man Enough. Mr. Baldoni challenged men to be man enough, to stand up to other men when they hear locker room talk. Billy Bush, he's talking to you. And when they hear stories of sexual harassment. Mr. Baldoni asked listeners, will you actually stand up and do something so that one day we don't have to live in a world where a woman has to risk everything and come forward to say the words, me too? They have quoted him on this multiple times in this amended complaint. During the TED Talk, Mr. Baldoni displayed numerous screenshots of media coverage of himself from various sources as examples of his decision to use his social platform as a kind of this Trojan horse wherein he would create a daily practice of authenticity and vulnerability and cry, like Blake said. Mr. Baldoni then claimed the response has been incredible. It's been affirming. It's been heartwarming. I get tons of love and press and positive messages daily. Thank you, Adam. Yes, smash that like if you haven't already, you guys. It's a free way to support the channel. So here's a hodgepodge, a cluster, a collage of Justin Baldoni things. Why I'm done trying to be man enough. Around the same time of that TED Talk in 2017, Mr. Baldoni announced the launch of a male talk show through his media company, Wayfair Entertainment, called Man Enough. Through that show, Mr. Baldoni sought to have public conversations on camera that he had never seen men have. In one episode of his show, Man Enough, Mr. Baldoni hosted a roundtable with really strong men. Did they lift the table, though? Did they? Including Mr. Heath and others, in reaction to the hashtag #MeToo movement to collectively learn from each other, from experts, and hear firsthand from women, and try to figure out how we can be better allies in our responses and in our actions. In the episode, Mr. Baldoni questions the group who at this table had seen something and didn't say anything. I mean, objectification, harassment, and then not said anything. In 2021, the Man Enough franchise added a podcast, also produced by Wayfair Studios. The Man Enough podcast has featured episodes entitled Strength and Unity, Men Supporting Women in Leadership. I like that. From misogyny's victim to male privilege, and modern dating, consent, boundaries, and respect. So far, so good. Mr. Baldoni stated in his 2017 TED Talk, men are the problem. Ooh. They created the glass ceiling. And if they want to be part of the solution, then words are no longer enough. By Mr. Baldoni's account, he became a feminist fighting for gender equality. So far, so good. So quickly that he hadn't even realized that's what he was or trying to do. Yeah. By Mr. Baldoni's account, he had become a feminist fighting for gender equality so quickly that he hadn't even realized that's what he was or was trying to do. Okay. Esther, we're powering through this, baby. Blake Lively's amended complaint against Justin Baldoni dropped late last night in the Pacific time zone. And I told you guys I've been following this and I was interested to see what it would include. So we are powering through. In Mr. Baldoni's own words, his activism, I like how they put it in quotes, his activism starts in the mirror. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. Starts with an audience of one. I mean, as cheesy as that sounds, that is actually true. Men calling out other men is actually really helpful, okay? And recognizing this and stopping patterns of behavior, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you guys know. You know how I feel about this. Mr. Baldoni has stated that he feels a deep responsibility to tear down the walls of power and privilege and believes the world needs men to show up, not in big ways, but in hundreds of thousands of little ways to create a better, more equitable, just world. Over the past approximately 7 years, and as relevant to this complaint, Mr. Baldoni has made the following statements. Let's just shut up and finally listen to women in our lives. Agreed. And then the other thing men are going to have to start doing now is recognizing when they made women uncomfortable and didn't realize it. I think that's when the other side of the Me Too movement is, I'm sorry. So far, so good, Justin. Growing up, how many times did I hear bros before hoes? Oh, too much. And bromances. I'm so over bromances. Let's get some homances in here. How demeaning, how sexist. We've built this system, the opposite of accountability, and now it's time to figure out how, as men, we can break that system. And it starts with showing what a real man is. A real man is someone that says, hey man, we're still friends, but it's not cool. Okay, I would, well, it depends on what we're talking about, but maybe unfriend a harasser, you know. Imagine being sexually assaulted, finally coming forward about this traumatic thing that has happened to you, and having people acting like you were to blame. Tell me about it, stud. It's important for us men to realize how crucial a role bystanders can play in stopping and preventing assault and harassment, how we must be a part of the movement, and call for the respect and equality for women, act upon that call to action, and continue to perpetuate positive behaviors among ourselves and other communities. I mean, he's making some decent points here. I mean, I think one of the best quotes I saw is like, women don't need protection from men. Women need men to stop being the thing women need protection from. That's one of my favorites, you know, and obviously why we choose the bear. Okay. Are you confident enough to listen to the women in your life, to hear their ideas and their solutions, to hold their anguish and actually believe them, even if what they're saying is against you? Oh, they're really pushing this point. Yep. And will you be man enough to stand up to other men when you hear locker room talk? Billy Bush, paging Billy. No stick up for Pussy Bush, paging you. When you hear stories of sexual harassment, when you hear your boys talking about grabbing ass or getting drunk, will you actually stand up and do something so that one day we don't have to live in a world where a woman has to risk everything and come forward to say the words, me too? All of us have a situation or a pattern that we need to end the cycle of. First of all, I want men to stop asking the question, why do women stay? I want men to take accountability. I want men to hold other men accountable. There's never an excuse, no matter how much trauma a man has, there's never an excuse to lay hands or hurt a woman physically or emotionally. And we have to also understand that the majority of DV isn't physical. These are the scars. Isn't physical. The scars are invisible. These are things that, it's emotional. It's gaslighting. It's all the various things that so many people experience. I think we judge. They are really quoting Justin Baldoni in this. Like they're using all of his feminist quotes. I think we judge enough women and victims. But the real question is, why do we keep allowing men to harm? Mr. Baldoni had previously emphasized that I want men to stop asking the question, why do women stay? I want men to take accountability. I want men to hold other men accountable. He warned about the dangers of gaslighting and victim blaming, and yet his own lawyer, Brian Friedman, responded to Blake Lively's complaint in this matter with the following. And Blake Lively, if she was sexually harassed to such a degree in this film and in this situation, she wouldn't have returned to the film. In sum, Mr. Baldoni's years of investment into his public image as an ally and fierce advocate for women motivated him to employ extraordinary, cynical, and unlawful efforts to bury and destroy Miss Lively. Contrary to his carefully cultivated public image as a feminist, Mr. Baldoni, enabled by his billionaire friend and co-founder, Mr. Sarowitz, has spent the last several months and millions of dollars to ruin Miss Lively and her family because she spoke up about Wayfair's harassing and disturbing content. Whew. Next up, Miss Lively, her family, her business, and certain third parties with knowledge about the retaliation and underlying sexual harassment have suffered and have been substantially harmed by the Wayfair party's ongoing conduct. While there was considerable online coverage of the film and Miss Lively leading up to the film's nationwide release in U.S. theaters on August 9th, 2024, grab your girlfriends, wear your florals, that coverage was mostly neutral. Some online discussions referenced an apparent feud between the cast members. They included a smaller percentage of negative and positive mentions. Soon, however, Miss Lively and her team became aware of an increase in negative media articles and social media coverage about her. The significant spike, I noticed that. I was like, dang, everyone hates Blake Lively now. The significant spike in the volume of negative sentiment toward Miss Lively included notable spikes on approximately August 8th and 14th, 2024, and continued to trend mostly negative for the remainder of 2024. On information and belief, an increased volume of sentiment toward Miss Lively continues to trend vastly negative due to defendants' active and continuing campaign against Miss Lively. So they have a chart here. Net volume of positive and negative mentions of Blake Lively, June 14th, 2024 to December 19th, 2024. And then you can see it plummet around the time after the release of the movie and in later 2024. Oof. Indeed, as noted above, TAG itself noted a shift due to their efforts as early as August 10, 2024. As of that date, the sentiment towards Miss Lively turned toxic with a sudden increase in negative comments, including hypersexual content and calls for Miss Lively to go fuck herself. What? For example, the following vile post appeared on X in mid-August 2024. Oh, here we go. Oh, goodness gracious. So here are some posts that appeared on Twitter, because it'll never be X to me, okay? This person said, Blake Lively, at Parker Posey. Here, let me make this bigger. This is probably from the interview they did with that reporter that she was like, your baby bump. And Blake was like, what about your baby bump? And the lady was like, oh. But we do know the rule. You'd never ask a woman if she's pregnant. Don't ever bring that shit up. Unless you see the baby crowning, don't don't do it if she doesn't volunteer that information. Blake Lively and Parker Posey, two nasty, entitled, rude cunts. How dare you talk that way about Parker Posey? She is a gem. Have you not seen Party Girl? Who gives a fuck about your stupid movie? Who did you suck up? Oh, that's not very nice. For the part. We know that's how it works. Well, no. Sorry. I don't know a lot about Blake Lively's career. And I don't think she sucked anyone off. But Parker Posey is a freaking national treasure. Okay. And she's in all the things. All the David Guest movies. She's a satirical acting delight. Okay. Nearly decade-old interviews of Miss Lively were surfaced. I'll remember this. We do remember. Commenting on her tone, posture, diction, and language. Miss Lively was criticized for how she was marketing the film without the context, of course, that she was implementing the agreed upon marketing plan, was repeatedly called a bully, a mean girl, and controlling, was criticized for allegedly marginalizing Mr. Baldoni, among other things, right? Party Girl's such a good, I love that movie. It's a 90s classic. Parker Posey she was an independent movie, like princess, queen, and she was in Dazed and Confused. I mean, the amount of names that are going down with this case, I can't let it all happen. On information and belief, the Wayfair team seeded social media content with content creators on online chat sites like Reddit and into publications with small audiences and lax editorial standards. The team would then amplify the content by sharing them with publications like Page Six, The Daily Mail, Newsweek, New York Post, TMZ, BuzzFeed. These publications have larger audiences with a greater reach, which significantly increased the negative sentiment toward Miss Lively. Content from low influence sites was often linked or referenced in articles on these high influence platforms. They were like, all you broke bitches got attention for talking about this. On purpose, they did that, according to them. The social manipulation campaign engineered by Mr. Baldoni and Wayfair helped create and sustain a negative news cycle and social media algorithm around Miss Lively. The online narrative continues to trend more negatively when compared with other weeks and months prior to the social manipulation campaign, as reflected in the sentiment chart dating from the publicity event on June 13th, 2024, through the date the CRD complaint was filed. On information and belief, the online narrative toward Miss Lively continues to trend vastly negative due to defendants' active and continuing campaign against Miss Lively. So again, we're seeing another chart. Normalized net sentiment of mentions of Blake Lively. You see positive, and then you get to the, middle August release date time of It Ends With Us, and it's like plummet. Oobly. As referenced above, on August 14, 2024, Miss Lively and certain of her friends and colleagues had observed what was happening online, and Miss Lively received many incoming text messages inquiring about her well-being. The devastation to Miss Lively's reputation continued through the end of 2024 and 2025, with negativity spiking early August 2024 and December 2024, including and notably on Twitter and Reddit. Online vitriol toward Miss Lively continued unabated. For example, on January 31st, 2025, Miss Lively's personal Instagram, on which she has nearly 45 million follows, was inundated with pornographic content. Oh no. Tagging her account profile handle in an article titled "Blake Lively Instagram Flooded with Corn Among Baldoni War." TMZ reported that Blake Lively has been targeted with a massive troll campaign amid her legal war with Justin Baldoni. Ooh. Meta responded publicly by stating, "This kind of online harassment is wrong, and we condemn it. We are removing the content that violates our policies, and we will continue to monitor for additional violating posts." On February 4th, 2025, Amazon Prime Video announced on social media via collaboration with the film's director, Miss Lively, and others, the upcoming release of their movie, the announcement immediately faced a steady stream of comments repeating the false and harmful statements invented and perpetuated in the smear campaign financed by Mr. Sarowitz and executed by defendants. These actions were designed to damage the success of Miss Lively's new film, which affects not only Miss Lively, but the other cast and crew as well as the distributors of the film. Some comments, we got to read these comments again. They got these comments. Can you imagine if you're reading through this and you're like, oh, there's my comment. Why is Blake Lively's name placed higher than Anna Kendrick? It is also her edit. Yes, there's TikToks on this. And the next person replies, because she probably bullied them to do it. Anna hates her too. And you're like, oh, that's me. I wrote that. Oh boy. Here's more. Someone's posted, instead of taking over other people's projects, why don't you create your own project if you want to be project director, producer, wardrobe team, scriptwriter, and you're with your own money? This is the most logical cue that I'm asking you, or question that I'm asking you. And then someone replies to that saying, probably because she doesn't have talent. Ugh. And that person got 2 whole likes on that. Then someone said, why would you want to take over someone's movie? The outfits for It Ends With Us were just out of touch. I mean, that's not mean. That's just the truth. Those outfits were bad. I was willing to be like, I'm going to give Blake the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what she picks. But who wears 7 pants at once? That was not a good look. Again, there are people who are skilled in costume design, in dressing you when you're a part of movies and projects and on set. It's not for everybody. Okay? It's an art. You know, it's like they know what it goes with the character, and it really it sets the tone. It's so much is based on, you know, that. Mims, what's up, Mimsy? Mim says, Joleen with the breaking news. Move over, Portia. There's a new journalist in town. Yes. Well, I did go to school for journalism and then became a comedian. So shout out to Mimsies, you guys. Everybody knows Mims. This next person says, no thanks. We don't want to watch bullies like Blake. A lot of bully talk. Then this one, I think this is Mims. No, it's not. Someone said, fudge Blake Lively and Van City Reynolds. Is that his name? Is that his name on Twitter? Why Van City? Why isn't it just Ryan Reynolds? They are nothing but Hollywood losers who thought they could bully and hijack someone's movie. My theory is she wanted to fudge, him being Justin Baldoni, but he rejected her and she didn't like that. And Rye Guy found out. And now they got to save face because their life ain't perfect. Damn. That one's a little mean. Now it's a little mean. This next person says, at Blake Lively, you and your husband are terrible people. Damn. It was nauseating to read about how you used your power to hijack someone else's work. And not only that, but also to push the harassment narrative. Not just to discredit Baldoni, but as a strategy to strip him of the rights books. The rights books. You got the rights books, baby. Love the way you turn me on. Ben, I'll go to bed soon. Don't worry. This next person said, every woman with a son should effing hate the sight of Blake Lively. Oh my God. Because this could be my effing son. But it's not, sir. Calm down. She is doing this too. Okay, we gotta learn TO versus TOO. That would be an addition to. Anyways, Blake, you're a fudging see you next Tuesday with a bad lisp. Oh, not a lisp. Fix yourself. Fix yourself, girl. You got a camel toe. Who do you think you are, accusing men of wanting you? Oh my goodness. When in reality, he wanted no parts of you. Oh, geez, sir. You're damaged. And you are, well, now with the fat shaming too. Jeez Louise. And need a 5150 hold. for trying to destroy white men, not white men's. This guy's he's only mad about the white men's. He's like, don't come for the white men, come for any of the other men's. American moms with sons. Okay, I don't really like that lady. She can suck it. Blake Lively, liar, narcissistic, bully, extortioner. Hashtag team Justin Baldoni. Justin Baldoni. This person, dang, they got a lot. This just reminds me of comments I get on YouTube. Blake Lively thinks she's so smart. I've gotten this one. Joleen thinks she's so smart. She just exposed herself as cunning. Ooh, she's got the cunning and manipulative. She won't be getting any jobs after this is all set and done. No one wants to work with such a biznatchy. Well, I don't know if that's true because nepotism, Hollywood, love. This vitriol and violence is unlike anything Miss Lively has experienced in her 20-year career. At no point until the initiation of defendant's campaign had Miss Lively or her family experienced anything remotely like the above. Of course not, because her sister was in Teen Witch and dated Corey Haim. So no, their family had not done anything like this. Okay, I know more about her sister than I do about Blake Lively. And she's like 80s, early 90s royalty. So the sentiments expressed above are the terrifying results of the money, time, and human resources defendants have poured into creating an environment of hatred against Miss Lively and her family. This campaign has been devastating to Miss Lively, including by causing substantial harm to Miss Lively, her family, as well as her business and all the people who work at each of them. Unlike Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni, Miss Lively has been precluded from not only experiencing the success of the film, but also from having the ability to engage further with her businesses, fans, and social media followers without immediately triggering an onslaught of hateful and violent comments. Instead, Miss Lively and her family have been forced to contend with not only an incessant and wide-reaching negative media campaign, but also violent threats against Miss Lively and many who associate with her. When it became clear that this media blitz was the result of an intentionally seeded, cultivated, and financed campaign against her, Miss Lively began to experience mental, physical, professional, and financial harms that continue to present. The effects on Miss Lively's professional life were immediate and substantial. Given the ongoing nature and the campaign and the associated negative public sentiment, Miss Lively did not believe she could proceed with public appearances or events without being forced to openly discuss what happened on set. For example, Miss Lively canceled a critical Target corporate event, not Target, for her hair care line. Kenya Moore Hair Care, and felt compelled to decline an invitation to host the premiere episode of the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live in September 2024. So she was supposed to host? Oh, the premiere. I was like, the anniversary special that just aired? No, the premiere. Okay, so they asked her to host the premiere of this 50th season, and she turned it down. She has since turned down other acting and directing opportunities as a result of feeling harassed and fearful of further attacks on herself, her family, and her colleagues. She also canceled multiple appearances on behalf of her businesses since December 2024 because of the constant online vitriol directed at her brands. The retaliation campaign against Miss Lively has severely damaged her companies. The long-planned launch of her hair care line, Blake Brown, to date, which was set more than a year prior to the date selected, not by Miss Lively, for the release of the film, was caught up in the crossfires of the negative environment. Are we really supposed to be worried about the hair care? Initially, before the social manipulation campaign started, Miss Lively was informed that Blake Brown was Target's largest hair care launch on record. I wouldn't have bought it. Not even anything about this. I just wouldn't have. I don't think I would have bought it. I don't think I would have. No, I don't think I would have. But nothing against Blake Lively. It doesn't appeal to me. Based on internal sales projections, the sudden and unexpected negative media campaign launched against Miss Lively depressed retail sales of Blake Brown products 56 to 78%. Ma'am, we can't afford eggs right now. So this is, but okay. This dramatic drop was completely at odds with the high satisfaction scores that Blake Brown products received. Oh my God, why is this in the thing? In the significant consumer testing performed before launch of its initial success after launch, and appears to have been caused overwhelmingly, if not entirely, by the retaliatory campaign initiated by the defendants. Oh my God. No more hair care stuff, please, God. Around the same time, the social media accounts for Miss Lively's brands, including Betsy Buzz and Betty Booze. Betty Buzz and Betty Booze. Is that real? Were flooded by hateful comments, which began to echo through other social and traditional media outlets. When Miss Lively limited comments on her personal Instagram account to limit the toxic harassment she was receiving, those users simply migrated to the social media accounts and websites of Blake Brown, who is naming these things? Blake Brown, Betty Buzz, and Betty Booze. Many of the negative comments on the business's social media accounts and websites had nothing to do with the product's brands, but instead referenced the film, Mr. Baldoni and or Miss Lively as a bully or mean girl. On information and belief, the astroturfing campaign was responsible for this wave of comments. For example, posts on Betty Booze's social media include the following messages. A, cancel Blake. B, boycott this crap. C, Betty Booze stunned by the greed and utter lack of human decency. Yes. D, hashtag Team Justin. E, hashtag Justice for Justin. I think Justin Timberlake's going to run with this one. They ain't talking about you, Justin Timberlake. Quit drunk driving. F, disgusting, disgusting. You are taking away from women who are actually victims. Shame on you. G, a bully, uptight, backstabbing person who loves to see people suffering so she can feel good. Disgusting. H, come on, bro. Every day they release evidence. It's getting bad for you. Maybe it's not too late to take everything back and apologize. Think about women who are actually victims of sexual assault. Well, it's sexual harassment she's claiming, not assault. Posts on Blake Brown's beauty social media include the following messages. Okay. A, bitchy hair everywhere. Oh, that is actually a fun tag. I would buy that product. If they were like, buy this now, it creates bitchy hair everywhere. I'd be like, I want bitchy hair. It's like high body count hair from the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I want bitchy hair. Why not? I want to be that bitch with bitchy hair. Like right now, my hair is high body count. Okay. B, congrats. No one is buying. Okay. That's kind of funny. C, boycotting. D, we don't support liars. Okay. They put a lot of spaces between the, little apostrophe and the T and don't, but all right. E, trash, just like Blake. Well, that's not very nice. After defendants launched their campaign, none of Miss Lively's businesses could operate as they ordinarily had before. Instead, the Baldoni Wayfair astroturfing campaign forced each of Miss Lively's businesses to go dark. On social media in August, Miss Lively did the same for nearly 2 months, not 2 months, and during the time was unable to fulfill her obligations as the brand's founder, causing issues with many business partners and customers. The emotional impact on Miss Lively has been extreme, not only affecting her, but her family, including her husband and 4 children. There are days when she has struggled to get out of bed. Same girl, me too. Hashtag me too. And she frequently chooses not to venture outside in public. Well, I would be a little worried too, because some of these comments are a little deranged. While she has fought to maintain her personal life and business interests, behind closed doors, she had suffered from grief, fear, trauma, and extreme anxiety. She's also been experiencing repeating and painful physical symptoms as a result of this experience. Mr. Reynolds, too. He just had to get in there, didn't he? Mr. Reynolds, too, has been affected mentally, physically, and professionally by his wife's and children's pain. Worst of all, however, has been the impact on their young children who have been traumatized and emotionally uprooted in ways that have substantially impacted their well-being. The threats and harassment are not limited to Miss Lively. Any individual with even a tangential connection with the underlying events faces attack and the inevitable emotional consequence of feeling targeted and shamed. As referenced above, other cast members have received threats, online harassment, and floods of comments to their social media accounts. Oof. Mimsy, thank you for the super chat. Mim says she's talking about Taylor uninviting her to the Super Bowl. That to me would be the most dramatic. Imagine Taylor's booze if Blake was in that box. Oh, it would have been bad. Way worse. Target ending DEI and making Blake their biggest launch makes perfect sense. Happy belated. Thank you. Thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. And thank you for the birthday wishes, the super chat, and the ha-has, the funnies. Okay. In the days after January 31st, 2025, when the Wayfair plaintiffs filed their amended complaint, including a 100-page exhibit replete with full text threads, including with third parties, one of the individuals whose texts are excerpted after, I can't pronounce words after 5 hours on here, you guys, sorry, excerpts, okay, received a written communication stating that if the witness did not give a public statement departing from the witness's support of Blake Lively, the witness's family would face physical harm and SA. Oh my goodness, creepy. These are but a few examples of the substantial harm caused by this malicious campaign, which pervaded and continues to pervade all aspects of Miss Lively's life. This terrorizing climate is the result of the retaliatory campaign launched by the defendants, and the continued harassment and targeting of innocent bystanders is not an accident or coincidence. Miss Lively never sought out conflict with Wayfair, Miss Baldoni, or Mr. Heath. Why'd they write Miss Baldoni? Are they bringing his wife in now, or did they just another typo? Someone has to check this. But instead, consistently attempted to speak up for a safe and respectful workplace privately in the hopes of protecting herself as well as the cast and crew without jeopardizing a film that she believed could make a difference in people's lives. In response, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath, and those working for them sought to destroy Blake Lively and anyone else who might dare speak the truth. Miss Lively's discovery of the full extent of the retaliatory campaign launched by the Wayfair parties and their associates left her with no choice. Through the CRD complaint and this action, Miss Lively seeks to set the record straight, to hold the defendants accountable, and to shine a light on this new form of retaliation so that it will not be used against any others who seek to stand up and speak out against sexual harassment or retaliation. First cause of action, sexual harassment in violation of title. Okay, it ends with us, blah, blah, blah. Miss Lively hereby repeats, reiterates, realleges, and incorporates by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if fully set forth herein, fully herein. At all times mentioned, Miss Lively was an employee under the title. It ends with us. And Wayfair were employers and or joint employers. So this is when they're just like, she was an employee. She was fully binding upon the defendants' It Ends With Us movie and Wayfair as employers or joint employers, and applicable to Miss Lively as a member of a group protected by the title Prohibition against discrimination and harassment. Miss Lively's sex and gender constitute a protected class under said title. In engaging in the conduct described in this complaint, defendants, It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair, through defendants Baldoni and Heath, discriminated against Miss Lively, which is a violation, by subjecting Miss Lively to harassment and creating a hostile work environment on the basis of her sex and gender. The behavior of defendants Baldoni and Heath, as described in this complaint, was severe or pervasive, such that it created a work environment that a reasonable person would perceive, and that Miss Lively did perceive to be hostile, intimidating, offensive, oppressive, and abusive. Defendants It Ends With Us Movie and Wayfair LLC and Wayfair, through defendants Baldoni and Heath, perpetuated this environment by failing to create a workplace in which individuals felt comfortable raising concerns regarding harassing and other inappropriate behavior on set, including Wayfair's failure to provide Miss Lively with an employee handbook. Oh, they need an employee handbook. Sexual harassment policy, information, or any training on sexual harassment, discrimination, or respectful workplace expectations, as well as information about the process for filing HR complaints, and comments by defendants Baldoni and Heath undermining the HR concerns. Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that, Kitty, for calling me a queen. Okay, we're getting through it. We got 20 more pages, you guys. So smash that like if you haven't already. Let me play a quick clip, take a drink of my water, and we are going to power through. Let me play a little fun hockey clip for you because I'm from Minnesota and hockey makes me happy.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Okay, that was the wrong clip because it's early in the morning. Here's the hockey clip.
So many heroes tonight for the home team. One of them is this guy right here, Big Jake Middleton. Physical, fast hockey game. What was it like watching that overtime?
Yeah, so much fun. Gus was unbelievable. Kirill stayed out there for 2 minutes. Brock had a 2-minute shift too. Everyone played unbelievable. Kirill, top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
Why is this team able to win hockey games so many different ways?
Stick together, dude. That's what you saw tonight. They want to go after our big dogs. We'll go after theirs. And we'll play longer than they do.
And this crowd, it did not feel like a weeknight. This felt like a weekend party. How much do you guys feed off the big crowd here in St. Paul every night?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Every night is Saturday when you're having fun in a place like this, right?
It sure is. It's also big fun when you win. Jake, congratulations on a goal and a big W for the Minnesota Wild.
Thanks, Gorgie. Take care.
It's a top titty 2x4. All right, you guys, we are powering through. Okay. Defendants, It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair, through defendants Baldoni and Heath, perpetuated. We already know that. No book. The conduct by defendants Baldoni and Heath included, but not limited to, the conduct described in paragraphs 73 through 107 above is in direct violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as amended, for which defendants It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair are liable. These actions severely impacted Miss Lively's physical, psychological, and emotional well-being by creating an intimidating, hostile, offensive working environment, as it would have for any reasonable person, and so altered the terms and the conditions of Miss Lively's employment, such that it was more difficult for Miss Lively to perform her job. Defendants It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair are liable because defendants Baldoni and Heath co-own and operate Wayfair. Wayfair, you get just what I need. The sole member of It Ends With Us Movie LLC. Wonder if they ever thought, maybe let's not name this Wayfair, because I know it's Wayfarer, but I just think of Wayfair. Okay. I guess they don't need my input on that. Personally committed to harassing conduct and were therefore aware of their own conduct and failed to take immediate and appropriate corrective action Further, defendants Wayfair and It Ends With Us LLC are strictly liable for actions of defendants Baldoni and Heath, who were acting in their capacities as Miss Lively's supervisor. So they're like, oh, they were in charge, not Miss Lively. Harassing and retaliatory conduct against harassed Miss Lively continued in various forms throughout 2024, and on Information and Belief is continuing, including a coordinated campaign to cast Miss Lively in a false light to discredit her in the event that she publicly disclosed her concerns about harassment and other unlawful conduct, and to irreparably damage Miss Lively's career and future earning capabilities. As a direct, foreseeable, and proximate result of this unlawful discriminatory conduct by defendants, It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair, Miss Lively has suffered and continues to suffer substantial damages, including but not limited to severe emotional distress and pain, humiliation, embarrassment, belittlement, frustration, mental anguish, and is entitled to an award of punitive damages in an amount to be determined at trial. Hopefully they move this trial up. The conduct described herein by defendants It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair through defendants Baldoni and Heath was a motivating factor in causing and caused Miss Lively's harm. Defendants It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair intentionally violated Miss Lively's rights under Title VII with malice or reckless indifference, and as a result, are liable for punitive damages. Miss Lively hereby repeats, reiterates, realleges, and incorporates, they say things over and over again, by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if fully set forth fully herein. At all times herein mentioned, Miss Lively was an employee under Title VII. And It Ends With Us and Wayfair were employers and or joint employers. At all times herein mentioned under Title VII was in full force and effect and was fully binding upon defendants It Ends With Us Movie LLC and Wayfair as employers or joint employers, and applicable to Miss Lively as a member of a group protected by Title VII prohibition against retaliation. Specifically pursuant, it is unlawful. It is an unlawful employment practice for an employer to discriminate against an employee because she opposed any practices forbidden under Title VII, or because she has filed a complaint against conduct prohibited under Title VII, as Miss Lively did when she complained to Wayfair, Mr. Baldoni, and Mr. Heath about harassing and other unlawful conduct based on sex, which occurred throughout the film's production. Miss Lively engaged in protected activity by complaining to Wayfair, Mr. Baldoni, and Mr. Heath about harassing treatment based on sex and other unlawful conduct. I feel like they write the same sentence over and over and over again. My goodness. Okay. After Miss Lively engaged in such protective activity, defendants subjected Miss Lively to adverse employment action, including but not limited to by launching a coordinated campaign to cast Miss Lively in a false light during the publicity and promotion of the film thereafter. Miss Lively's protected activity was the motivating reason for and but for cause of defendant's conduct. This harassing, retaliatory conduct continued in various forms. Oh my God, 666 people watching. Somebody drop or somebody join. Throughout 2024, and on Information and Belief is continuing in order to discredit her in the event that she publicly disclosed her concerns about harassment and other unlawful conduct. Oh my goodness. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. and to irreparably damage Miss Lively's career, future earnings, and future earning capabilities. As a direct, foreseeable, and proximate result of the unlawful retaliatory claims undertaken by defendant, it ends with Us Movie LLC and Wayfair through the actions of defendants Baldoni, Heath, and Sarowitz and their associates, Miss Lively has suffered and continues to suffer substantial damages, including but not limited to severe emotional distress, pain, humiliation, embarrassment, belittlement, frustration, and mental anguish, and is entitled to an award of punitive damages in an amount to be determined at trial. Defendants, it ends with Us Movie LLC and Wayfair intentionally violated Miss Lively's rights under Title VII with malice and reckless indifference, and as a result are liable for punitive damages. Third cause of action. Is it normal in court reports to write the same thing over and over and over, court filings over and over and over? How does Emily D. Baker do this? I mean, it's fascinating, but it's also like, I already read that 7 times. Third cause of action, sexual harassment in violation of FEHA, F-E-H-A, California Government Code 12940. Against it ends with Us, Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath, usual suspects. Miss Lively repeats, reiterates, realleges, oh, we already got it, incorporates by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as it's fully set forth, fully herein. At all times herein mentioned, Miss Lively was employed and or providing services pursuant to a contract with defendants. It ends with Us Movie LLC and its managing member, Wayfair. You got just what I need. At all times herein mentioned, California's Fair Employment and Housing Act, FEHA, was in full force and effect and fully binding upon defendants. It ends with Us. We know them, okay? Miss Lively was a member of the group protected by FEHA's prohibition against harassment based on gender and sex, or sex/gender. Defendants, it ends with Us Movie LLC, Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath have discriminated against Miss Lively on the basis of her sex/gender through the actions of defendants Baldoni and Heath in violation of FEHA, F-E-H-A, by subjecting Miss Lively to harassment and creating a hostile work environment on the basis of her sex and gender. How many times can they write sex and gender? Okay. Bully, oh bully. Such harassing conduct as described in this complaint was severe or pervasive, such that it created a work environment that is reasonable, that a reasonable person, they keep saying this, that a reasonable person would think the same thing, would perceive that Miss Lively did perceive to be hostile, intimidating, offensive, oppressive, and or abusive. Defendants' conduct so altered the working conditions of Miss Lively, such that it was more difficult for Miss Lively to perform her job as it would have been any reasonable person. Defendants are liable because defendants, Baldoni and Heath, co-own and operate Wayfair. The sole member of It Ends With Us Movie LLC personally committed the harassment conduct and were therefore Wayfair and It Ends With Us Movie LLC knew or should have known the conduct and failed to take immediate and appropriate correction action. Further, Wayfair and It Ends With Us Movie LLC are strictly liable for the actions of defendants Baldoni and Heath, who were acting in their capacities as Miss Lively's supervisors. Okay. Boy, oh boy, they're doing a lot here. Okay, defendants' unlawful conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively to suffer and to continue to suffer substantial losses in earnings, equity, and other employment. Blake Brown hair, Betty Boozy, Betty Toozy, whatever it's called. Defendants committed the acts herein despicably, maliciously, fraudulently, and oppressively with the wrongful intention of injuring Miss Lively and from an improper and evil motive, amounting to malice and unconscious disregard of the rights or safety of Miss Lively and others, Miss Lively is thus entitled to recover punitive damages. They're like, give her the money. They're saying she gets that cash money millionaire from defendants in an amount according to proof. Fourth cause of action, retaliation in violation with the FEHA. Miss Lively hereby reiterates, realleges, and incorporates by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if fully set forth, fully herein. At all times herein mentioned, Miss Lively was employed by and or providing services pursuant to a contract with defendants, it ends with us, and its managing member, Wayfair. Miss Lively hereby reiterates, again, at all times here, Miss Lively was employed by and or providing services pursuant to a contract with defendants and its managing member, Wayfair. At all times herein mentioned, FEHA, FIFA, was in full force and effect was fully binding upon defendants, it ends with us movie LLC, Wayfair, as employees or joint employers, and applicable to Miss Lively as member of a group protected by FEHA's, FIFA's prohibition against retaliation. Specifically pursuant, it is an unlawful employment practice for an employer to discriminate against any person because that person has opposed any practices forbidden under FIFA, or because the person has filed a complaint against conduct prohibited under the FEHA, as Miss Lively did when she complained to Wayfair, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath about harassing and other unlawful based or conduct based on sex, which occurred throughout the film's production. Miss Lively engaged in protected activity by complaining to Wayfair, Mr. Baldoni, Mr. Heath about harassing treatment based on sex and other unlawful conduct on multiple occasions during the filming and production of the film, which Miss Lively reasonably believed to be unlawful. After Miss Lively engaged in such protected activity, defendants subjected Miss Lively to an adverse employment action, including but not limited to by launching a coordinated campaign to cast Miss Lively in a false light during the publicity and promotion of the film and thereafter. Miss Lively's protected activity was a substantial motivating reason for the defendant's conduct. As a direct, foreseeable, and proximate result of the unlawful retaliatory actions undertaken by defendants, it ends with us movie LLC and Wayfair, through the actions of the defendants, Miss Lively has suffered and continues to suffer. She is suffering, they keep saying, substantial damages, including but not limited to severe emotional distress, pain, humiliation, embarrassment, belittlement, frustration, mental anguish, in an amount to be determined by the trial. Defendants, it ends with us, and Wayfair committed the acts described herein maliciously, fraudulently, and oppressively with the wrongful intention of harming Miss Lively in violation of her FIFA. Fifth cause of action. These are a lot of cause of action. So she's repeating again. Now there's a California Labor Code. So pursuant to the California Labor Code, an employer or any person acting on behalf of an employer shall not retaliate against an employee for disclosing information to a person with authority over the employee or who has the authority to investigate, discover, or correct a violation of law. That's section 1102.5 D. Additionally prohibits an employer or any person acting on behalf of an employer to reiterate against an employee for having exercised their rights, as Miss Lively did when she complained to Wayfair, Mr. Baldoni, etc., for their alleged unlawful conduct. Miss Lively engaged in protected activity complaining to Wayfair. We already have this, but this is just pretty much the same, but under that, the California Labor Code. Okay, sixth cause of action. Failure to investigate, prevent, and or remedy harassment in violation with, say it with me, FIFA, FEHA, the California Government Code 12940. Okay. Miss Lively was employed by and or providing services pursuant to a contract with defendants. It ends with us in Wayfair. At all times herein mentioned, FEHA was in full force and effect, was fully binding. All right. Miss Lively was subjected to harassing and other unlawful conduct based on sex, which occurred. We already said this. It's just through these different avenues, these different cause of actions. This one being the failure to investigate, prevent. Okay. Defendants, it ends with us, movie, and Wayfair's failure to take all reasonable steps to prevent the unlawful harassment and retaliatory actions perpetrated by their co-defendants was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively to suffer and continue to suffer substantial damages, including but not limited to severe emotional distress, pain, humiliation, embarrassment, belittlement. Defendants, it ends with us, and Wayfair committed the acts described herein maliciously, fraudulently. We heard that in violation of FEHA, whatever it's called. 7th cause of action, aiding and abetting harassment and retaliation in violation of the FEHA California Code. Oh my goodness. So defendants, Nathan, Tag, so now they're mentioning more than just Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath. Nathan, Tag, Abel, Wallace, and Street Relations as individuals and entities that are not Miss Lively's employer, aided and abetted the discriminatory conduct of defendants. It ends with us, LLC, Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath, including but not limited to participating in the above described coordinated astroturfing, which we've talked a lot about tonight, campaign to discredit and bury Miss Lively as a direct and proximate result of defendants' unlawful discriminatory conduct in violation of the FEHA. Plaintiff has suffered and continues to suffer harm for which she is entitled an award of monetary damages, liquidated damages, interest, and other relief. Defendants' conduct was willful, and they knew that their actions constituted unlawful violation of the FEHA and or showed reckless disregard for Miss Lively's statutorily protected rights. Miss Nathan, Tag, Miss Abel, Mr. Wallace, and Street Relations intentionally violated Miss Lively's rights under the California Fair Employment and Housing Act, acting with malice, oppression, and or fraud. Therefore, Miss Nathan, Tag, Miss Abel, Mr. Wallace, and Street Relations are liable for punitive damages for the reprehensible conduct of Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath in an amount necessary to punish them and to discourage future wrongful conduct. Defendants committed the acts herein despicably, maliciously, fraudulently, and oppressively with the wrongful intention of injuring Miss Lively from an improper and evil motive amounting to malice and in conscious disregard of the rights or safety of Miss Lively and others. Miss Lively is thus entitled to recover what, children? Say it with me. Punitive damages, cash, money, millionaire from defendants in an amount according to proof. 8th cause of action. Jeez, Louise. Breach of contract, actor loan out agreement. Okay, Miss Lively's company, Blakel, that's her company, Blakel Inc., and defendant ends with us movie, LLC, demonstrated an intent to be bound by the actor loan out agreement dated May 5th, 2023 through substantial performance of the agreement's terms and conditions as referenced in the contract rider. We haven't heard rider in a while. The actor loan out agreement is a valid and enforceable contract between Blakel Inc. And it ends with us movie, LLC. Miss Lively was the intended beneficiary of the actor loan-out agreement. At all times relevant to this complaint, there was a unity of interest and ownership between defendant, which on information and belief is its sole member. Blakel Inc. has complied with all applicable provisions of the actor loan-out agreement. Paragraph 7 of the agreement strictly prohibited sexual harassment of any type. Further, paragraph 7 of the agreement prohibited any punishment or retaliation against another for his or her refusal of such harassment. Through defendant, Wayfarer, defendant, it ends with us, movie, LLC. Baldoni, you know the drill. Miss Lively is entitled to enforce the actor loan-out agreement against it ends with us, LLC, and defendant Wayfarer. Through defendant Wayfarer's conduct, defendant it ends with us, movie, LLC's breach of its obligations under the actor loan-out agreement has caused and will continue to cause irreparable injury to Miss Lively both personally and professionally. Such a breach of obligations under the actor loan-out agreement was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively's harm. Ninth cause of action, breach of contract rider agreement. We got it's under a whole action, the rider agreement. Breach of contract. So the contract rider agreement is a valid and enforceable contract between Blakel Inc. and it ends with us, LLC. Miss Lively was the intended beneficiary of the contract rider agreement. At all times relevant to this complaint, there was a unity of interest and ownership between defendant it ends with us, movie, LLC, and defendant Wayfarer as its sole member. Blakel Inc. has complied. Why do I want to say compiled? Has complied with all applicable provisions of the contract rider agreement. Paragraph 10 of the agreement strictly prohibited it ends with us, movie, LLC, from retaliation of any kind against Miss Lively for raising concerns about the conduct described in the contract rider agreement, including during publicity or promotional work for the film. Miss Lively is entitled to enforce the contract rider agreement against defendants. It ends with us and Wayfarer. Through defendant Wayfarer's conduct, defendant it ends with us, movie, LLC's breach of its obligations under the contract rider agreement has caused and will continue to cause irreparable injury to Miss Lively, both personally and professionally. So such a breach of obligations under the contract rider agreement was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively's harm. 10th cause of action, you guys. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. They're saying it was intended. And this is against Wayfarer, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, Tag, Abel, Wallace, and Street Relations. All of them. They're saying that they all, I listed above, intentionally engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct toward Miss Lively, which conduct was so extreme as to exceed all bounds that usually tolerated in a civilized community. Defendants' conduct included soliciting, developing, implementing, and promoting a covert, multi-tiered press and digital plan that defendants themselves described as social manipulation regarding Miss Lively to destroy her reputation and career in retaliation for exercising her legally protected right to speak up about their misconduct on the set of the film and to deter or prevent Miss Lively from publicly disclosing defendants' harassing discriminatory conduct. All the people listed above, okay, intended to cause Miss Lively emotional distress. In the alternative, and at the least, these defendants acted with reckless disregard of the probability that their conduct would cause Miss Lively to suffer emotional distress. Miss Lively suffered severe emotional distress as a result of the defendant's conduct. The outrageous conduct by the defendants was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively severe emotional distress, and that the defendants acted with oppression, fraud, or malice as defined by the California Civil Code 3294 and engaged in highly reprehensible conduct warranting punitive damage, cash, money, millionaire. Okay. 11th cause of action, negligence, infliction of emotional distress against Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath. So we're just back down to the power 3 again. So she's saying that Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath owed a duty of care to maintain a safe working environment, free of harassment and retaliation to avoid causing foreseeable harm to Miss Lively. At all times mentioned, it was reasonably foreseeable that Miss Lively would suffer harm if these defendants perpetuated, participated in, or failed to address the conduct described in the preceding paragraphs. In engaging in the conduct described in this complaint, these defendants breached the duty of care to Miss Lively and affirmatively contributed to and caused Miss Lively's injuries. Miss Lively suffered emotional distress, which we've heard about, as a result of these defendants' negligent conduct. The negligence of defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath was a substantial factor in causing her emotional distress. As a direct and proximate cause of their misconduct, as alleged herein, Miss Lively suffered and continues to suffer the damages alleged in the complaint. The 12th cause of action, Miss Lively hereby reiterates, we know the drill. As alleged herein, defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, Tagg, Abel, Wallace, street relations, publicly disclosed information or material regarding plaintiffs' marketing decisions, moral character, private life, and family, which showed Miss Lively in a false light. The false light created by the disclosures of the defendants would be highly offensive and objectionable to a reasonable person. Again, we're bringing in the reasonable people in Miss Lively's position, in that it made Miss Lively the object of scorn, pity, ridicule, humiliation, and other suffering. These defendants knew the public disclosures would create a false impression about Miss Lively, or acted with reckless disregard for the truth. As a direct and proximate result of the said publicity and false misleading disclosures, Miss Lively sustained harm, including to her businesses, Blake Brown Hair Care and Betty Boozy Butt, whatever those were called, and profession. So she got harm to her businesses, her profession, as well as her reputation. Further, Miss Lively has suffered and continues to suffer from grief and anxiety as a result of the nearly overnight change in public sentiment regarding her reputation, work, and brands. As a further direct and proximate result of the said disclosures, Miss Lively has suffered loss of income, interference with future income, hosting SNL, putting her products, Blake Brown or whatever they're called, in Targets, turning down movies allegedly. The conduct of defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath, Sarowitz, Nathan, Tagg, Abel, Wallace, street relations, you know the drill, was a substantial factor in causing her harm. Okay. An invasion of Miss Lively's right to privacy, and was egregious. It was an egregious breach of social norms that shocks the conscious. That's quite the claim. So the conduct of the defendants, everyone I just named, as described herein, was a substantial factor in causing Miss Lively harm, constituted a serious invasion of Miss Lively's right to privacy, and was egregious breach of social norms that shocks the conscience. Wow. Defendants have engaged in the alleged conduct above with oppression. Fraud, malice, according to Miss Lively, is entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial. 13th. Okay, 3. Cause of action, sexual harassment in violation of the California Civil Code. The Civil Code is 51.9. So at all times mentioned, defendants Baldoni and Heath as a director or producer of the film and as operators of Wayfair had a professional relationship with Miss Lively. In engaging in the conduct described in this complaint, defendants Baldoni and Heath subjected Miss Lively to harassing conduct based on sex and gender. Defendants, as described in this complaint, was unwelcome. So their behavior was unwelcomed, pervasive, or severe, such that it altered conditions of the business. I can't believe it's almost 5 a.m. relationship by creating a work environment that is hostile, intimidating, offensive. My husband's literally going to be up for work very, very soon. Offensive, oppressive, or abusive. As a direct, foreseeable, and proximate result of defendants Baldoni and Heath's unlawful actions, Miss Lively has suffered. As a further direct, foreseeable, and proximate result of defendants Baldoni and Heath's unlawful actions, Miss Lively has suffered emotional distress, humiliation, shame, embarrassment to all Miss Lively's damage in an amount to be proven at trial. So more punitive, more despicably, more maliciously. The 14th cause of action, defamation. Defamation per se against Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath. Oh my gosh. So they put Miss Lively as a public figure. As alleged herein above, defendants, Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath, through their agents, including Brian Friedman, caused the publication of, participated in the publication of, and or reasonably could have foreseen that their actions would result in the publication of a series of false and defamatory statements of fact about plaintiff as a reasonably foreseeable and intended result of the conduct of defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath and their agents and others repeated and amplified these false defamatory statements. The defendants, through their agents, including Brian Friedman, intentionally made false statements of fact and false statements that conveyed a false meaning about Miss Lively. The statements, through their agents, including Brian Friedman, published about Miss Lively are reasonably understood to state and imply that Miss Lively fabricated claims of harassment and filed false claims of harassment with the Civil Rights Department of the state of California and with this court. The defamatory meanings of their false and implied statements of fact are apparent from the face of the statements themselves, which include the following statements. Here's some statements that they're saying are defamatory. Okay. Almost done, you guys. It is shameful that Miss Lively and her representatives would make such serious and categorically false accusations against Mr. Baldoni, Wayfair Studios, and its representatives as yet another desperate attempt to fix her negative reputation, which was garnered from her own remarks and actions during the campaign for the film, interviews, and press activities that were observed publicly in real time and unedited, which allowed for the internet to generate their own views and opinions. These claims are completely false, outrageous, and intentionally salacious with an intent to publicly hurt and rehash a narrative in the media. After my client filed a comprehensive lawsuit packed with almost 200 pages of undeniable facts and documentary evidence, which crushed their false allegations of a smear campaign by providing doctored communications to the New York Times, Blake and her legal team have just one heinous pivot left, and that is to double down on the revolting false sexual allegations against Mr. Baldoni. The mere fact that Miss Lively feels that she can publicly destroy Mr. Baldoni's reputation in an attempt to devastate his future career and then deny him or his team their own ability to defend themselves against her is preposterous. Mr. Baldoni never once publicly attempted to call Miss Lively out for her own many wrongdoings during filming. He kindly addressed all her concerns during filming in the correct manner, despite the fact that he wholly disagreed. He himself was committed to do things differently and keep the peace, as she specifically admitted to in her own lawsuit. We will not only continue to defend our client against Blake's power, privilege, and all-out lies, but we will now fight even harder for the voiceless in the DV community who are unfairly suffering, while she continues to push on her own self-serving, selfish vendetta in the media. Damn, that's a lot of words. We will always respect the court. However, we will never be bullied by those suggesting we cannot defend our clients with pure unedited facts. All we want is for people to see the actual text messages that directly contradict her allegations, video footage, and clearly shows there was no sexual harassment, and all the other powerful evidence that directly contradicts any false allegations of sexual harassment and subsequent smear campaign. It seems that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And for an executive producer to have a competing cut of a film is incredibly bizarre. But when she starts threatening people and saying, I'm not going to promote the film, I'm not going to do anything unless you use my cut, that's when it starts to be awfully incendiary. And the concern really is that she used these allegations of sexual harassment and she used these allegations of bullying to try and leverage her position so she could be the de facto director in the case. These statements and implications are false and defamatory per se they impute criminal activity punishable by law, including by filing false claims of harassment with the Civil Rights Department of the state of California, which would be a crime if true pursuant to California Penal Code 115, 115, and Penal Code 118. Further, these statements and implications are false and defamatory per se in that they impute Miss Lively's image and standing as an actress by suggesting that she fabricated serious claims of workplace sexual harassment on behalf of herself and others for no reason other than to take creative control of the film. Threatened individuals associated with her work and acted as a bully who leveraged her position as an actress, all of which caused harm to Miss Lively's reputation, emotional well-being, and business interest. Defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, Heath, through their agents, including Brian Friedman, published these false statements with actual malice and knowledge of their falsity, or with reckless regard as to their truth. So the defendants knew or should have known that the defamatory statements, all of which are verifiable, were and are false, including because they knew that Miss Lively reported the same claims she had raised in this complaint, i.e. sexual harassment and other HR claims, during the shooting of the film, which Wayfair acknowledged, and they signed the protections of return to production document, which they indicated was not only reasonable, but also essential for the benefit of all parties involved. They also knew that Miss Lively was not alone. You are not alone. Sing it, guys. I am here. Okay, I'm with you. I'm getting too cuckoo. They also knew that Miss Lively was not alone and that there were multiple complaints raised during the shooting of the film. Defendants Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath had no basis to which to believe that the allegations were true, and indeed knew them to be false, and continues to publish the allegations notwithstanding that knowledge. Defendants failed to assess or investigate the falsity of the defamatory statements, despite inherent improbability and obvious reasons to doubt the veracity of the statements. Defendants published the allegations in a manner to create false inferences. Defendants had personal, reputational, and financial motives for promoting the false and defamatory statements, including to preserve Mr. Baldoni's public facade, they wrote, as being pro-feminist and believing women when they assert claims of sexual harassment. Defendants endorsed and adopted the false allegations as their own, including by instructing their agents to publish and republish or causing to publish and republish false allegations with full knowledge of their falsity or reckless disregard for their truth. Defendants had no applicable privilege or legal authorization to make these false defamatory statements. Defendants, through their agents, published these statements so that they were heard, viewed, and read millions of times around the world. The false defamatory statements damaged Miss Lively's reputation in the general public, in her profession, in her personal life, in her neighborhood, and with her friends, relatives, and neighbors. As a direct and proximate result of the publication of the false and defamatory statements, Miss Lively has suffered significant general, actual, consequential, and special damages, including, without limitation, impairment of reputation and standing in the community and in her profession, personal humiliation, mental anguish, suffering, emotional distress, stress, anxiety, lost earnings, and other pecuniary loss. That's what she said. Okay. Defendants are aware of the ongoing harm Miss Lively was experiencing. Defendants have engaged in the alleged conduct above with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, Miss Lively is entitled to an award punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial, whatever that is. 15th cause of action, civil conspiracy against all defendants. Miss Lively hereby reiterates, we know the drill. As alleged herein, defendants formed a group of 2 or more persons who agreed to a common plan or design to commit unlawful acts. And alleged herein, each defendant committed numerous wrongful, unlawful acts pursuant to defendant's common plan, design, agreement. As alleged, Miss Lively suffered damages from defendants' wrongful, unlawful acts committed in furtherance of defendant's conspiracy. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff prays for the following relief: for a money judgment representing compensatory damages, including consequential damages, lost wages, earning, and all other sums of money, together with interest on these amounts, in an amount to be proven at trial. For an award of money judgment for mental pain, anguish, and severe and serious emotional distress, in an amount to be proven at trial. For pre- and post-judgment interest, for statutory and civil penalties, for punitive damages according to proof, for attorney's fees and cost incurred by Miss Lively, and for such other legal and equitable relief as the court deems appropriate. So they want to demand for a jury trial. Miss Lively demands a jury trial on all causes of action, triable by jury. And then we have the signatures here, respectfully submitted February 18th. So just yesterday, 2025. Minot, Phelps, and Phillips, LLP. And we got all the signatures. Aaron E. Nathan. All the peeps here. We have concluded the reading of the amended Blake Lively complaints, I can barely talk anymore, against Justin Baldoni. We are 6 hours and 16 minutes in. You guys have been lovely, beautiful pumpkin spice lattes. You have all been my kittens, as we have learned tonight. That was fascinating and at times boring. And then at times interesting again. And then at times boring again. All right. But not because of you guys. Because of some of the legal jargon. This is probably the longest live I've ever done. Thank you to everyone who stuck around, came in and out, and to all those who will watch later. Please let me know in the comment section. DGF, thank you so much for the super chat. The record live of 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 27 seconds, held for years by the epic All About the Tea Exposed live. Oh, that was a fun live. Maybe I should link that at the end of this one. Those were the days. Has been smashed. We doubled it. We doubled that shit. Thank you, DGF, and all my beautiful mods. So please smash that like. Thank you to everyone for your thoughts, hopes, dreams, and opinions and everything you shared in the chat. I'm so sorry I didn't get to all of your comments, which is why I implore you. I now feel like I have to speak in legalese or just words I wouldn't normally use. I implore you to comment when the video posts what you think of all of this, where you stand right now as you follow this crazy case. Fly Girl, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you guys so much. Welcome to any new subscribers that we might have had. Thank you to Carissa, all my super chatters today. We have Carissa, L, Kayla Marie, Shine, and Powell gifted memberships. If you were gifted a membership tonight, go check it out. You got emojis to use. You got exclusive bonus content. OMG, not that nonsense. Thank you for the super chat. Mimsy showed up, our friend Mims. DGF again hitting us up with a sticker and also telling us about breaking our record for longest live tonight. So Brett, it's so good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. So good to see you guys. I very much appreciate you guys being here with me tonight. And I'll see you soon. I have to go to bed now. Hopefully I can. I'm very, very tired. You guys are probably tired too. So please, after the video post, I want to hear what you guys think of everything we talked about today, of this amended complaint. Were you surprised by anything? Is there anything that has moved your opinion either way? I want to hear it all. So if you're not already, follow me on social media at joleenlunzer, everywhere across the board, Instagram, Twitter, and the TikTok. And like I always say, remember to enjoy yourself because it's later than you think. Bye.